Hello. Thank you so much for being here. I'm a smidge late, I'll be honest. But at this point, is it really one of my live streams if I'm not just like a little bit late? I apologize if I kind of cough and sound a bit rough through the duration of the stream. As much as I'd love to say that I am totally better after being ill over New Year, I'm not. So we're just gonna have to kind of persevere with me sounding just a little bit husky. Like, I sound a little bit like I've lost my entire upper register slightly. So, hello. Can everyone hear me okay? Do let me know. And see if I can figure this out, because here we go. Yes, for whatever reason, it feels like I have completely forgotten how to do these streams, even though I literally did one a month ago. I already feel like I've forgotten what I have done and what I'm doing. So we're going to have to persevere. So for anyone who is new here, hello and welcome. My name is Hearth. I'm a practicing witch and I really enjoy talking about witchcraft, and it's become my job, weirdly. What a strange turn of events. And every month we do a witchcraft Q&A where you can come on and you can ask me whatever questions you fancy about witchcraft. We can just have like a little bit of a chit chat. Usually I'm not coughing. And yeah, so we have a tab at the very top of the chat. It should say, wow, my voice just completely broke. This is going to be a real test. It should say like Q&A or questions or something, and in that tab you can post all of your questions for the Q&A. We do it like that so that they don't get lost. So let's see where everyone is from, shall we? Already got people saying they're from Connecticut, Oregon, Slovakia, Warrington, Italy, North Carolina, Chicago, Ohio, Illinois, Virginia. What else have we got here? Oh my goodness, so many people. Wales, Canada, New York, Florida, Massachusetts, Dallas, Sao Paulo, Germany, California, France. So many people from so many places. It just amazes me every single time that this happens. Newcastle, so many people from so many places. Some I know, some I don't. I always find it interesting that there are people from places that I never ever would have even thought of. Like, it's just a little bit of like a random piece of information. A lot of you probably won't care, but I thought this was really interesting. When I was regularly posting on the Through the Blackthorn Arch podcast, it was #1 as a history podcast in Mongolia. I just thought that was just so cool. I would never have thought that little old me would end up being the most listened to history podcast in Mongolia. So there we go. So as always, I try to work the questions chronologically to make it as fair as possible to everyone who is asking questions. And yeah, please try to avoid spamming the chat or repeating questions too much, because it does run the risk of stalling the chat and then we start losing some of the questions. So yeah, with that being said, I'm going to go back to the Q&A tab and let's have a look-see. I also feel like I'm so unbelievably bright. I feel like I'm glowing in the dark. So we're going to have to try and change that. I miss your podcast. I miss the podcast too so much. And I have been trying to like revive it, but it just takes so long to script all of the content that I was finding myself consistently falling behind. And so I've got like half of season 2 filmed and edited, and I just haven't had the time to be filming and scripting the other half. So like some of the season 2 is finished and I filmed it in 2022, and then the rest of it I haven't even finished yet. So what might end up happening is I might kind of start merging it in with the Spirit Sunday videos, because they're kind of easier for me to like slot in every so often. I don't know, we'll have to see. But yeah, I really miss the podcast. I'm sad that I can't keep doing it. Oh, thank you about the earrings as well. Right, I'm getting distracted already. Yeah, my very nice boyfriend got them for me for Christmas. They're mandrakes. That's so cool. They're mandrakes. Like, awesome. I don't think I'm ever going to take them out. If I could sleep in them, I would, but that would probably be really uncomfortable. So, let's have a look, see what we've got up here. So, I just said so. I've got to stop. I feel like I've not filmed in like a month, even though I literally filmed like last week. It's bonkers to me. So, I just did it again. Stop doing that. Okay, anyway, I'm not going to say it for the rest of the stream. I will try. Have you read The Path of Paganism by Scott Beckett or any books by him? Now, the name does not ring a bell, but I'll be honest, that doesn't necessarily mean I haven't read any of the books. Usually, I don't remember very much about like the people whose books I read. I tend to just remember like the picture on the front of the book. So let's have a look-see. What have we got here? I actually don't think I have, but this does look quite interesting. So what I will have to do is I'll have to put it in like my to be read pile. But if anyone has read this book, I would absolutely love to know your thoughts on it, because I do think that getting other people's opinions on books is incredibly useful. Because like sometimes I'll look at a book and I'll be like, oh, that looks really, really cool. And then I'll read some reviews or I'll listen to people in the community and I'm like, never mind, maybe it's not the kind of book that I was after in the first place. There's a few books on the market that are like this, where it's like marketed as being like witchcraft, and then you read it and you're like, where's the witchcraft? Like, where's the content? So I always love getting people's opinions. Right, see, let's have a look-see. I just read Baphomet Revealed. Oh, did you? Is it good? Because it's on my to be purchased pile and I haven't got round to doing it yet, because I'm not sure if you can tell, I have started having to stack books on top of books. So like I really need to burn through some of my to be read pile like massively. So I've not done it yet. But yeah, let me know if you think that's good. Just realised that my Instagram thing hasn't posted, so no one's going to know that I'm live. Oops. So, in regard to the Baphomet Revealed, I've just began my journey with him. Is it alright if I see him as a deity? I know he can be seen as a symbol, but for me he reminds me of the witch father and mother. Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of people, it really depends on what side of this you're on, right? So, there are many, many people who work with Baphomet as an archetypal figure, as a representation. And I often find that they are perhaps more likely to follow a Satanism style of practice if they do choose to actively practice themselves. And then you have other people who practice, who are very strongly in the camp of Baphomet is a deity like any other that I work with. And so I would work with said deity like I would work with Bridget or Ceridwen or any of the others. And I think it's really a personal thing, because the representation of Baphomet is seen across so many different cultures, so many different traditions, in so many different ways. And so we do hear of like the devil figure being seen as being the witch father. I think it's very individual per person. So I'd go with what you feel comfortable with. And if you feel like it's not working, then you can change it up at a later point. Really, with a lot of deity work and just finding your feet, it's about trying to figure out what you feel comfortable with and what they feel comfortable with. And once you find something that works, it doesn't have to work for literally anybody else. It just has to work for you. So, oh, I forgot, I need to be putting the questions as the question. I'm not doing very well at this, am I, today? I feel like I've not streamed in a very, very long time. So, can you share a recipe for black salt? What ingredients and proportions do you recommend, and does it have to be sea salt? So, I'm not going to share with you my exact recipe, because that is being saved for other things. But generally speaking, there is no recipe. It goes off whatever you feel comfortable working with. So at its core, black salt is just salt that is dyed black, essentially. And so you can do that in so many ways. I know people who use rock salt, who use sea salt, who use Himalayan salt, people who use natural black salt. I know people who use food dye and food colouring. I personally use charcoal, and that is in the form of powdered charcoal. So the kind of stuff that you would typically use in like cosmetics and stuff. They're like cosmetic grade black salt, not black salt, charcoal powder is what I use to make it black. Now, typically you'll see people recommending to use incense ash. Reality is, incense ash is never going to make it black. It's going to make it grey, and that is completely fine if that's what you want to work with. But if you want like black salt, then you're going to want to be adding in charcoal of some form or some kind of dark pigment. I personally use powdered charcoal and incense ash. I will typically use fine salt, and I use fine salt because, especially with the charcoal, if you use coarse ground salt, it'll be pale salt crystals in dark powder. Whereas if you use the fine salt, it doesn't have to be sea salt, it can be rock salt, it can be sea salt, whatever. If you use the fine version of it, it mixes in with the ash and the charcoal and makes it all look grey. That's just for me playing around with it and seeing what works best for me. And then you can choose to add in any kind of herbs for additional protection, any energies that you want to add. But I essentially will just use salt, charcoal, and ashes, and then bits and pieces that I will work with depending on what I specifically need to target. But there's no measurements. Every single batch of black salt that I do is different. I have like a ginormous jar of the stuff. And so I find that sometimes I need, say, like, I don't even know what the measurements would be. I'm trying to think back to the last time I made it. I typically make very large batches, so I use like cup sizes of all of the ingredients. And sometimes you just need way more cups of charcoal than you think you're going to need. And sometimes you're going to need way less. It's same with everything in witchcraft. It's very much about just going with the feel and just trying to figure out what works in that situation. And then next time you'll probably find it's going to be different anyway, depending on conditions. If it's more humid, you'll probably find that the charcoal and the ashes will stick and combine with the salt a little bit better. Whereas if it's very dry and cold, you often find that it just doesn't. Oh, Phil, hi! I've not seen you on here in months. I hope you're having a nice time. Right, let's have a look, see. Where am I? I am here. Oh, this is a really interesting one. How do you know if there is a spirit or hiccups? How do I know if there's a spirit or entity in my home? So, I actually have an entire video on this. It is called, what's it actually called? Good point. I need to figure out what that's called. I think it's called something like, Is My House Haunted? So the video in question is called Haunted at Home, Reasons for House Hauntings. And I will actually link that in the... Can I link that in the chat? I can't link it in the chat without losing the chat. Oh no. Anyway, that's what it's called, and it's a full video all about like the signs that you can look for and why they might be occurring. But just kind of briefly, the signs that you can recognize as being significant would be ultimately, if you're new to my live streams, I go off on tangents, so be prepared for the just like verbal mental diarrhea that we're going to have to deal with today. It's going to depend on whether this is a recent haunting, as in your house wasn't haunted and now it is, or if it is a haunting that's been there the entire time. So let's say we're dealing with a house that you didn't think was haunted at all, you've had no activity, nothing, and then all of a sudden you wake up one day or something happens and all of a sudden your house is haunted. The signs to look for would be sudden changes in temperature. That's a big one. So if your house has always been a really warm home and then all of a sudden you wake up one day, there's no reason for it, and yet there's sections of your house that are suddenly incredibly cold. Now, it's going to depend on where you are around the world, obviously. Like, if you were to live in a really old house, then single brickwork is going to mean that your house is going to be colder than insulated brickwork. But this is very much about the sudden, unseasonal, unreasonable changes. And this can actually apply the other way as well. So if you haven't changed anything in your home, the weather hasn't changed, no one has moved in next door, all of that kind of stuff, if all of a sudden there are sections of your house that are way, way hotter than they should be, the radiators are cold. I don't know if everywhere in the world uses radiators or if a lot of people just have like air vents, like air conditioning for their heating. But if like your air conditioners are not on, if your radiators are not on, there's no reason for this one room in your house to be hot. That might be something to look into, but I wouldn't necessarily take any of these things stated alone. I would say that they need to be like in relation to other symptoms of a haunting. So yeah, let's consider them symptoms. So the next one would be strange noises. Now, of course, this could be footsteps. This could also be whispering. This could be someone calling your name. This could just be something not feeling entirely right. So like you'll be in a room and you can almost hear like shuffling or movement, and it's not necessarily like footsteps, but it's like something is shuffling around. And at first you might be thinking maybe it's just animals, but then it doesn't really go away. That's kind of how it starts, and then it'll often kind of amp up over time. Of course you do have full footsteps, phantom conversations being had and the like. The next thing to look for is smells. Anything that smells strange. If you've lived in this house for 20 years, you've used the same perfume for 20 years, and then all of a sudden, you'll get a waft of a perfume that you don't recognize at all, and as quickly as it appears, it just vanishes again. Or, something that happens quite a lot actually, and I've experienced this myself, is cigarette smoke. Now, I've never been a smoker. I don't know anyone who's a smoker. My house has never smelled like cigarette smoke, and yet sometimes you will get this really strong smell like cigarettes or cigars, and it'll just like appear and then it'll just vanish again as quick as that. And it's like, whoa, what was that? These are often fragrances that linger with people after they've moved on. So for instance, if you've had a lady who has worn the same perfume for her entire life, then that might be how she presents if she were to be in that space. Or if, and it commonly is men, when they are in spirit form, if they've been heavy smokers and heavy drinkers their entire adult life, that often also comes through. And especially when you're looking at men in the like Victorian to the 1930s, you'll often find that the smell of cigarette smoke is really, really commonplace because it was just such a common thing that people did. So you've got the noises, you've got the temperature changes, and you've also got the smells. You might also have corner of the eye phenomena or visual phenomena. This could be full body apparitions. This could just be shadows appearing, things just not looking quite right. Now, obviously, if you are getting these things, be sure to check your vision, be sure to make sure everything is fine. But if you know that it is, and all of a sudden you see the same shadow in the same corner of the same room repeatedly, that could be another symptom to look out for. You then also have things moving, things changing. So this could also be, how best to describe this? Like electronics going strange. So I'm not talking like, oh, I've had batteries in my TV remote for 3 years and all of a sudden they've died, it's a ghost. I mean like you've just charged your camera and say every single time you've used it in the coming, in the weeks leading up to this, it has been able to stay charged for 6 hours. And you start taking pictures with your camera and it dies in 3 minutes. That's the kind of change that we're talking. We're talking like you've just put new batteries into something and you know that they're new, and all of a sudden it's dead again and you don't know where that power is gone. That's the kind of thing we're talking about here. So things that are going missing, as well as things that are draining activity, like draining the battery power, electricity not working quite right, that kind of thing. These can all come out of nowhere, but usually if you've got multiple of these symptoms, you're going to want to go back to the point where they started, because there's guaranteed going to be some kind of cause. That could be an object you've added into the home. That could be an object that you've attempted to remove from the home. That could be the breakage of something old, say like an old vase or an old mirror. It could be adding in clothing, jewelry, furniture into your home, as well as renovations. That's a massive thing. Renovating the property and renovating the land. And that's usually what the trigger point is. And oftentimes when people kind of trace it back, they can find that one point in time. Now, There are other things that might start manifesting. So you might find that animals start behaving strangely. People who are particularly sensitive will start noticing odd things. You might have really strange dreams. You might end up having nightmares. All these kind of things could be significant. But if you've lived in a property for a really long time and you think it's been haunted this entire time, you'll often find that things will settle into a routine. So after a while, it'll like ramp up, and then all of a sudden it'll just kind of level out and start easing off a little bit. And especially if it was initially triggered by an event, then it can slowly start fading off. A good example would be my basement. Some work was done in the basement where holes were drilled into one of the walls. As soon as that happened, all hell broke loose. They were not happy whatsoever with what with what I was doing or what we were doing. And then before you know it, you've got growls, you've got phantom smells, you've got footsteps going up the stairs, spirits not happy. But as time has gone on after that point, it kind of starts fading out again. If you are interested, it's worth keeping a diary or a journal of the sort of phantom strange events that might be occurring in your life. And then over time, you might be able to see patterns occurring. And depending on where you live, the reason for those experiences, that haunting, might be different. So there's one big distinction that I've noticed between the UK and the USA when it comes to hauntings. And this is another one of my tangents, but like I thought it could just be interesting if you like this topic as well. If you talk to investigators, like ghost adventurers, or any kind of like the TAPS team or whatever kind of people you're watching, if you talk to them and they are American, one of their default reasons for a haunting is Native American burial grounds, right? It's always the land that's haunted, not the property. Or like the reason is because of some horrific event that's happened to the land in the past, right? That's like the common default response. Whereas in the UK, typically what is jumped to as the assumed reason is traumatic death in the home or witchcraft. And I just find those to be really, really interesting. And I'm wondering if there is something to that, if perhaps hauntings are slightly different in America than they are here. But as someone from England, when you watch American ghost shows, it's always like, oh yeah, it's a Native American burial ground. I'm like, mate, if you go far enough back, the entire earth is a burial ground. Like, it could be so many other things, and yet that is usually kind of jumped as the automatic default conclusion. So I'm really curious. I would love, and if anyone has, let me know. If you have done kind of ghost hunting or investigations in America, and you've also done them in the UK, do you find the experience to be different? Because I'm really curious about that. Like, yeah, you've changed the items in the background. I don't think I have I? I added the mushrooms a couple of weeks ago. I think everything else is the same. I think maybe it's the lighting is very, very different today than when I do my normal videos, so it might just look a little bit, oh, I didn't put my candles on. Okay, that might be why it looks a little bit different. I'm looking and I'm thinking, why does it look so dark? Of course, I forgot the candles. I had all afternoon to set up the stream, and I still managed to forget the damn candles. Right. This is, however, one of my favourite topics to talk about. If you would ever like to do like a haunted, ghosty live stream that's like just dedicated to ghosties, let me know. And to be fair, if you've got any questions about ghosties and ghoulies and spooky things, I would absolutely love to hear them, and then we can discuss them together, because it's my current niche interest. I've just finished Uncanny by Danny Robbins, and I am absolutely hooked. And then he's got a new series coming out at the end of January, and you just know that I'm gonna have to watch that or listen to it. I think it's a visual podcast now, I think, so I'm definitely gonna have to watch that. Will you ever go ghost hunting? I would love to. Like, genuinely love to. It's on the cards as something that I would like to do. I have a few friends in Somerset, and I think we are going to go ghost hunting at some point, and that would be absolutely incredible. I love the idea of doing it, right? But everyone in my life is very, very like, I don't believe in ghosts. And so I feel like I'd have to do it by myself, but then like, woman going out to derelict location in the middle of the night, maybe not best idea. I don't know why in that sentence I decided to take out all of the unnecessary words. my brain is not working completely. I'm not completely compass mentis today, so we're gonna have to excuse that. Right, here we go. Simple ideas for celebrating Imbolc in the Northern Hemisphere. So for this one, I am going to direct you to the video that I posted last year on Imbolc. I don't think I'm actually doing one this year because I just feel the need to like zhuzh up the content a little bit. But yeah, loads of options. A lot of it is about kind of celebrating the growing return of the sun. You might want to be working with Bridget. You might want to be doing some cleansing workings, any kind of cord cutting, release workings, cleansing. Perfect for this time of year. There's a reason they call it a spring clean. It's often related to a spring cleanse. It's just kind of the perfect time to tie up loose ends and get everything starting to build up as we approach kind of Ostara and Beltane, to build that energy back up again. But yeah, I did a full video on it last year, and then I've done another video like a couple of years earlier about kind of like the history of modern Imbolc. I think that's really important to emphasize. So yeah, hopefully those will be useful. But yeah, this year I don't actually know how many Sabbath videos I'm gonna do, and it's not because I don't like the Sabbath videos. It's more just like, you know, when you've done the same video every year for like 6 years, I feel like I want to zhuzh it up a little bit. I would love for you to do a ghost hunting video if you ever got the chance. I would absolutely love to. It's one thing I've always been really curious about, because I want to see how the ghost hunting experience varies from people who are very, very passionate about ghosts. I mean, I am as well, but maybe like aren't in the spiritual realm, compared to someone who is. Now, I know that when you watch like ghost shows and stuff, they often have like psychics there, but I'm not a psychic. You know, I'm a witch, not a psychic. And so I'm really curious as to whether that changes the experience at all. I feel like I need to do it at some point. Maybe in the summer when it's a little bit lighter and a little bit more accessible, I will do that. Maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed. I have plans for this year. I have very, very big plans in just my own personal life. And so if I can do what I want to do, then I think that's going to open up a lot of content, potentially. Now, I'm going to just reply to this one now before I go back to the rest of the questions, because it does kind of relate. What's your opinion on the spirit apps? So by this, are we talking about those apps where it's like a spirit box, where it's meant to like flick through loads of different channels and then it will give you like words and sentences that it registers as being like significant? If we're talking those apps, they're bullshit. A lot of the apps are designed to give you specific words, and I have downloaded them to test them because I was really curious. I'm like, a lot of people are leaving a lot of like really, really interesting comments, like in reviews, and I'm like, I want to see what this is like. And so when they act like a spirit box, but they are pre-programmed. So I tested it. If you leave it open for long enough, you will get the ones I tested anyway, you would get 5 responses, like 5 words, and then you would get an advert, and then you would get 5 words, and then you would get an advert. And if you leave it running long enough, it repeats itself. And so if you are wanting to try that kind of thing, I'd recommend just getting a spirit box, like an actual spirit box, rather than an app that is mimicking a spirit box. And then also you can do this with like EMF readers are slightly different in this regard, but like it could be useful for communications if that's something that you do want to try. You can also just record on like your phone's recorder and get it that way, but I have typically found that if you use one of the old, I say old, but like they're not really that old. You used to get them to like record meetings, like the voice recorders where you just put it on the table and you just leave it. Those ones typically very, very good. It's a little bit of a more older fashioned, it's not really that old, but an older fashioned version of it that just takes out some of the, or you can use a tape recorder, that's probably even better, but perhaps perhaps less accessible now. The ones I mean, they were digital recorders. Yeah, dictaphone, that's it, a dictaphone, where you would just like press record and you put it on the table and you come back later and you turn it off and then you can import it into a computer. It's just a slightly different way of doing it. I personally prefer those though to using a phone, just because I feel like there's less distractions. You know, your phone might buzz, something might happen, you might run out of storage, that kind of stuff. It's just more accessible. Where's the shelf behind you? It is there. My seat is just ginormous. I'm actually planning this year on getting a different seat because this one is a pain in the arse. It is both uncomfortable and ginormous. So that's the plan. So, oh my goodness, I missed these. Thank you so much to LV. Thank you so much, as well as to Manny. Thank you so much. Your support genuinely just means so much to me. So with that being said, I'm going to go back to the Q&A and then I'll keep like bouncing back and forth. So, do you have any tarot book recommendations? Yes. So the only one that I use, and I want you to bear that in mind, because typically when it comes to tarot books, when you find one that you like, you're probably going to stick to it. So I was gifted this one so long ago. When would this have been? I think this would have been like 2013. Yeah, 2013. My friend gave me this one. This is Hay House Basics Tarot by Kim Arnold. And this has been the book that I've gone back to time and time and time again since. I always use this one if I'm ever stumped, if I ever need a little bit of advice on anything. This is the one I will go to. I do know that the Hay House Basics, I believe, are being republished with like different covers. At least I think it was the Hay House books that are being republished with different covers. So it might not look quite the same now, but this is the one that I really enjoy. It goes over like all of the cards. So this is based on the Rider-Waite-Smith system, so just bear that in mind. But say for instance, for strength, it gives you a little bit at the top here, which is like keywords: courage, inner strength, discipline. It covers the image and what the image represents, as well as an affirmation and what the card might mean if it's reversed. Because I do read reversals, I find that to be incredibly useful, but it is the only book on tarot that I will use consistently. So it's not like this is the best out of 1,000 books that I've read. This is just the one that I personally use. Other people are probably much more dedicated to get like many books on the subject and test them out. So yeah. You need an ergonomic chair. Oh yeah, I know I do. I got this one really, really cheap years ago. And the only thing I have discovered, right? Maybe it's just this chair. But there's like wings, there's like hip wings on the chair. Why are all gaming chairs designed for men? I'm just gonna word it like that. Or should I say, why are all gaming chairs created for people with the narrowest hips known to mankind? I've even had my male friends sit on this chair and they go, "Why is it so small?" I'm like, yeah, I know, right? You can't actually sit on the chair without being like squished between the hip wings. So it's going. I've had this chair now for like 5 years. I have suffered enough with it. It's out. I'm gonna have to go. Because like it's, oh my goodness, it's just so uncomfortable. So yeah, I found another chair that allows me to like sit cross-legged, and I think that is going to be a complete game changer because I love being able to do that. Okay. Oh yeah, I can't imagine how uncomfortable this must be if you're like really tall, because like I have it as high up as I can have it and I can still sit fine. So if you're like way taller than me, you're going to have a massive issue. If you are anything other than like a 14-year-old boy, I think you would probably struggle to squish yourself into said chair. So yeah, it would make a great coat rack. You know what? When it's not used in the live streams, it often is a coat rack. The back of this chair is usually covered in coats and jackets. That's mostly what it gets used for, but I did what I said I was going to do last live stream, and I bought Baldur's Gate 3, and oh, I don't think I've ever spent so long sitting in a gaming chair. It is amazing. So thank you anyone who recommended that I play that. It is so beautiful. So with that being said, let's go back to the chat. Okay, so this one I'm not going to answer fully, and you will see why in approximately Friday, Saturday, 3 days. So this is wishing you a fantastic 2025. Oh, thank you so much, you too. Where's the question? I've lost it. Any ideas or rituals for improving energy levels in people with energy limiting illnesses? Working with any deities in particular. So when it comes to deities in particular, I would say it's all about really pushing a little bit of the energy for that working onto them. It's about having that communication with them to be like, okay, I know that I'm struggling right now. If I am able to do these small things over a longer period of time, are you able to assist me with this working and doing it that way? In regards to the answer to this question, I actually have a video coming out on Sunday that is all about low energy witchcraft, which is like 40 minutes of me talking about this topic. So hopefully that will answer your questions more than I ever could here. Right. Do you think that someone in the USA or Mexico or some country in America, for example, can work with the Fae from the UK? Okay. I mean, we could work with brownies, or do they stick to the land where they belong? So, okay, so the term fair folk, wee folk, little people, good neighbours, they are all British names for a classification of spirits. What we recognise as being the Fae here, if you look at the folklore, the mythology, and the spirits of other cultures in other countries, they have incredibly similar beings that are described as different names. So like they will be described as being the exact same thing. So for instance, like glowing orbs of light that lure people into woodlands or into bogs are known as will-o-wisps here. But that same phenomena is seen all over the world. And so what's more likely is that the British Isles coined the term fairy fair folk, but we don't own fairies. It's likely that they are everywhere and they are simply referred to differently. Now here, fairies and land spirits are considerably different. So like genus loci, land wights are very, very different to fairies. But that's where the classifications are going to vary depending on where you live. If you look at Japanese mythology and Japanese legends, you will find stories that are so similar to what we see here in the British Isles when we refer to fairies, but they aren't referred to as being fair folk. You also have the idea, and it's not one that everyone believes, it's literally just a theory, a game theory, sorry, I couldn't resist, where house spirits often attach themselves to the families with whom they lived. And so when those families emigrated to North America, those fair folk would go with them. And so you would find a lot of the belief systems around fairies not only came with the people that moved, but so did the spirits as well. And so for me, after reading so much mythology and so much folklore from all around the world, I lean more towards the fact that we simply refer to them as fair folk. That doesn't mean that they only exist here, that's just how we refer to them. So I personally think that anywhere can work with what we refer to as fair folk. But I will say though, if you are elsewhere in the world, I would recommend researching the mythology of the land, of the place, the stories from locals, native peoples, to see how the spirits of that place are known, to see what they're called, because it's probably going to be quite insulting to refer to them by a name that they personally don't identify with, in the same way that occurs with people as well, you know. So for me, I definitely think that there would be fair folk everywhere. But yeah, I am slowly working my way through a lot of mythology and stories and legends, and at the moment I'm not really sure how to compile that. I'm not sure if I should turn them into more Spirit Sunday episodes, so we have like more. My plan was, right, to have Witchy Wednesdays and then have Spirit Sundays, so that I can still get like both sides of the content in. That's the plan. So far it's not working great, but that's the plan. So let's have a look. See, I am here. How can I remain positive around a negative person? I try to avoid them as much as possible, but I live with them and I don't have the resources to move out. I would say probably try to protect yourself as much as possible. So additional protections are really useful, but also protect your mental energy by just trying to deal with them as little as possible. And I know that that's already what you're doing, but ultimately you have kind of two options here. And which option you choose is going to entirely depend on what you feel comfortable with in your magical practice. So the first option is to attempt to get them to bugger off. And you can do this in a few ways. You can kill them with kindness, so do some workings to get them a job opportunity or a housing opportunity or something positive in their life that they are going to be more gravitated towards, so that they will leave you alone. You know, like if that person gets their dream job and it is somewhere far away from you, that then is you removing them from your life without having to do anything negative. You can also choose to try to shoo them out of your life in less positive ways. That's entirely up to whether you feel comfortable with it or not. And then the alternative is additional protections, just to try to conserve your positivity as much as possible. And then hopefully the situation will resolve itself as a whole fairly quickly. Okay, onwards. Let's have a look-see. What are some of your favourite fictional witchy books that have inspired your practice? None of the above, because I don't really find that many inspire my practice. I've found some that I enjoy, but nothing has really like sparked that like new inspiration. I'm currently collecting a whole bunch of fictional witchy books for this exact reason. So I'll be honest, at the minute, there's not really that many that have like truly inspired. The only one is Discovery of Witches. The first of those books is my favourite, I think. It's been a while since I read them. I read them earlier last year. But the first one is less inspiring for the witchcraft, and more it sparked interests in me that I didn't know that I had, like about alchemy and all of that kind of stuff. So that one's probably up there. But we'll have to see, because I'm going to keep reading throughout this year, because I have not read that many witchy-related fiction books in my life. I tend to read more like... I'll read quite a lot of like high fantasy or romantasy, but nothing has been particularly witchy. This is the year for like the witchy books. Right. I know that I'm going to lose the question if I don't answer it soon-ish, because it's actually been put in the standard chat instead of the Q&A chat. So just to kind of remind everyone that there is a Q&A chat, and unfortunately sometimes the main chat will jump. So any questions, if they could go in the Q&A chat, that would be fantastic, just so I don't lose them. But this one is on a topic that I really, really enjoy learning about and reading about. So this one is about the stone tape theory. It's a theory that hauntings are recordings of traumatic experiences. So this kind of ties into like the ghosty theme that I'm just so into at this time of year. So the stone tape theory is a really interesting idea. So it is the theory that high energy events can literally be etched into the stonework of a building. And it comes from the idea that we are able to store data in crystals and in geological materials. So much like how your watch, if you have a quartz watch, it has a quartz crystal in it that means it keeps time. And that's because quartz crystals essentially have a pulse. It is a regular emittance, and it allows a watch to keep time. and we are able to store data on crystals, especially things like quartz. And so the principle behind it is, if we are able to do that in a man-made sense, why can't energy just do that in a normal sense? If a traumatic event happens and the walls are exposed to that energy, surely they can also store that energy. Now, the one downside to this theory is it was never actually created by someone who was interested in the paranormal. As far as I'm aware, the idea of the stone tape theory actually came from a BBC screenplay about a haunting, and it was part of the plot line of this screenplay that the walls and the stones were able to record the traumatic events that happened throughout the play, and therefore it was called the stone tape theory. It was never actually based on like a real, it wasn't like real people who came up with the theory. It was created for the purpose of this screenplay, but then it got taken on as being like a, well, actually, maybe this could actually happen, because yeah, maybe this could actually happen. You know, if we're able to do so much manually, why can't we do the same naturally as just like an instinctive thing that happens? So it's one of those theories that very much got taken on by the paranormal community, and whether there's any reality to it or not is completely up in the air. Yeah, it's basically the same as, well, it's sort of the same as residual energy. So when it comes to like the stone tape theory, it would be, say, that noises and actions are repeated, and if you were to damage that wall or energize that wall in some way, you might find that that activity becomes heightened because you are disturbing the energy that was storing that information in the stonework. Whereas then you've got the other idea of kind of residual energy, where there's been so much energy in a location, whether that is the land or whether that's a building, where though that energy is kind of repeated again and again and again. So it's kind of like a spin-off of the stone tape theory. I think it's just really, really cool. And in my own experience, I've had a lot of weird things where you're thinking, this feels like the building knows. You know, it feels like it's the building rather than something that is like actively present. So yeah, really, really cool theory. And it's not really much different than people within witchcraft using something like the mythology of Cthulhu and that entire universe, or people using the Necronomicon in their spells and rituals. Both of them are fictional pieces of material, like media, but they've almost become like their own thing. And in theory, I mean, the stone tape theory could actually be valid, we just don't know. So, back to where I was before. I was somewhere around here. Okay, can you do a cord cutting for a group of people, like a family, or does it have to be an individual? So, the answer to this is, it depends. And that is going to be a very annoying answer for a lot of people, I just know it. But cord cutting is... Okay, I'm going to have to backpedal just a little bit to make my thought process make sense. So the way I perceive the magical world is that everything in the world is linked together with threads. So think of like a web of red thread that is linking everyone and everything together. But not everything is directly linked together. So when we're doing spells and rituals, we are like pulling threads, we might be cutting threads, we might be tying knots in the threads to join them together. We might be untying knots, moving things around. And the more complicated and the number of steps that we have to do is going to increase how much effort and how much energy goes into that working, which is why it's really hard to do a love spell on, Angelina Jolie. Because unless you know Angelina Jolie, she actually has zero ties to your life. And you're going to have to pull so many threads and make so many adjustments to make that work. Whereas if you're wanting something smaller, like you would like a promotion in your job, if you're already doing the things mundanely, there's going to be far fewer threads that you need to be pulling on, and therefore you're going to manifest it easier. This also applies in cord cutting, because the cord cutting cuts the ties between you and that other person. And typically it would be done after a breakup, when you're in separation, but maybe you are still energetically linked to that person. You want to cut those ties permanently, so you do a cord cutting. If that entire family that you want to cut yourself from energetically has no reason to contact you, there's no other ties that might need to be adjusted, you could probably do them all in one go. But things get complicated when you have links to people. One of the most common questions I actually get asked about cord cutting is, can I cord cut if I still hang out with that person? And no, mostly because every single time you spend time with that person, every message that you send, every interaction that you have with them, those energetic ties are going to constantly keep reconnecting again, because you can't have like a clean break. If you're consistently spending time together, your energy is kind of going to merge. And in that case, you're then going to have to pull other threads to connect them up to that person so that they no longer rely on interacting with you. That's when it becomes more complicated, because for one person, that's one job. But if you're doing that for 4 or 5 people, that becomes a lot more complicated. So it's going to depend on your circumstances, how simple it will be to cut cords and things like that, which makes it not so easy for me to be able to give you like a designated solid answer. So, how can you craft personal correspondences for ingredients instead of relying on books? That's all about asking the whys. So it would be, why is red used for romance? Why is nettle used for protection? And it's about figuring out the whys, because if you know the whys, you can apply the exact same reasoning to other things. So protection plants, for instance, will typically have qualities that make them protective. So nettles have the stinging aspect to it. Brambles have the thorns. There's usually something about them that makes them defensive and protective. And so if you were to then come across another plant that has thorns, realistically speaking, you could probably use that for protection as well. Plants that are associated with the sun usually have a sunny disposition. So for instance, sunflowers, not only are they yellow and golden in colour, but they will also track the position of the sun, and therefore they are related to the sun and solar energy. Similar applies to things like daisies. Daisies are often associated with the sun because they will close when the sun goes in and they will open when the sun is out. So they are active when the sun is present, so they are considered a solar plant. You can apply this to basically every plant. Usually it is the color of the plant, it is where the plant grows, how the plant grows, as well as what the plant looks like and how it behaves. So plants that primarily grow on trees, perhaps they are kind of codependent on that tree. Not necessarily killing the tree, but say codependent, like a lot of ivies are using it as a support structure, and they typically grow in like shady areas. You could then say, okay, well, ivy may well be used for bonds, for keeping people and situations together even through the darkest of times. And ivy is commonly used for love magic and in connections with other people. So if a plant primarily is seen growing in very shady areas, in boggy areas, that might change how it's going to work versus if it were to grow in like a sunny meadow. These things are all really significant, and that's why I think it's so important when we are looking at like spell books and correspondence lists to not just memorize the list. You know, don't just memorize the fact that chamomile is used for the sun and that, I don't know, alfalfa is used for prosperity. Try and figure out the why. Look at what the plant looks like. Look up where the plant grows. Try to figure out the details of that, and then you can start applying that information to other plants. Though I would recommend, if you don't know what a plant is, don't use it until you've checked. See if it's poisonous, see if it's dangerous, and then go ahead and work with it. The alternative here is that I wouldn't say alternative, but an additional thing that you can do is that you take a small amount of that plant, you dry it out, and you place it in a little bag under your pillow, and oftentimes things can come through in dreams that might relate to the meaning of that plant. But as always, please don't be picking anything if you don't know what it is. Don't be touching anything if you don't know what it is. You know, make sure that you're always staying safe. Okay. Oh, I actually have no idea. If you were in Agatha all along, what test or challenge do you think the Witch's Road would present to you? I actually have no idea. Now, bearing in mind here that I am not finished on Agatha all along. Like, I'm not allowing myself to watch any further than I've done the videos for. So far I've only seen two of the trials. So I actually don't know, because I don't think that there's any one set type of magic that I resonate with more than any other. Oh, maybe candle magic? Would it be something to do with candles? Because obviously we've had like the potions, and then we've had like the whole... Anyway, if you're looking forward to the next Agatha All Along video, it's coming out in a week. Hopefully, fingers crossed, if I can get it edited in time. But I actually don't know. Maybe something to do with candles. Candle something. I'm going to have to do some kind of puzzle. If it includes spelling, I'm done for. Spelling or maths, I'm screwed. So let's just hope that it doesn't involve that. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Where am I? Oh, this is a question in and of itself, and I am definitely not going to be able to answer this today. How do you protect yourself? You've got personal protections, you've got house protections, you've got such a variety, long-term protections, short-term protections, distant protections, on your person protections. Honestly, the list could go on and on and on. And it is such a massive topic. I don't think that I could ever cover it in a video. Not one video, at least. Okay. When reading tarot for someone, do you read the cards facing you if sat opposite, or should you read sat alongside the person? Sorry, my brain is just gone to mush for a minute. I always read the cards facing me because I am the one that is reading. I think it would be different if I was simply assessing a reading that they had done. So they've done the shuffling, they've drawn the cards, like they've done all of the work of that reading, and I am just there to like assist. Then that's different. But if I am the one that is doing, like, they're my cards, I've shuffled the cards, we've cut the cards, you know, and then I've laid them out in front of me, I'm reading them facing me because I'm the reader and they're not. Now that might not be the same for everyone. But if those cards were to show up the right way round for them, they would have no idea how to read them. So because I'm asking my guides to give me the answers to that question, it would always come through facing me. Which is why sometimes you have to let people know that, like, if a card comes up and you immediately see it and you panic, don't, because it might not mean what you think it's going to mean. So, for instance, you often have people where if the death card comes up, like, reversed, they start panicking because they can see that it's the death card and you can see it in them. They start freaking out internally. And it's like, this reading isn't even the right way round from your perspective. So, 1 minute. Pause. It's not what it looks like. And even if it was, it's not what people often think it means anyway. But yeah, personally, I wouldn't read next to that person. It just becomes difficult. You're a little bit too in their personal space. It can be a bit uncomfortable for the person that you're reading for. I would always do it opposite them. Right. Any recent book suggestions or recommendations? I'll be honest, I have not really read that many books recently. The books that I have read are the same ones that I spoke about in last month's video, because I've not really felt like reading all that much. I have now officially finished Uncanny by Danny Robbins. That totally didn't take me 3 months to finish. Oops. It's a really, really good book though. I also read The Green Stone. That one was really interesting. And I am currently reading... Oh no! What's it called? It's by Daisy. Oh no! My brain has gone completely to mush. Is it gonna tell me what this book is? I don't think it's gonna tell. Okay. Oh, I found it. Okay, it's called Hexy Bitch by Daisy May Cooper. Yeah, is that it? I think that's it. Tales from My Life, the Afterlife, and Beyond. yeah, that's the book I'm currently reading. I got it for Christmas and it looked so interesting. And so I'm like, I love reading other people's experiences, so I'm going to check that one out. Otherwise, all of the reading that I've done has simply been for research purposes. And I've literally had to ram about 50 books back onto my bookshelf today because I had them just everywhere. Okay. Okay. So this is one where it's never going to be this simple. So could you offer a ritual for cleansing and blessing a new house to prevent and cleanse negative energies and someone breaking in, fires, etc.? I will be the first person to tell you that witchcraft is not going to be your first, or should never be your first defense against someone breaking in and fire, especially with the way that the world is at the minute. If the natural world wants to destroy your house with fire, it will do it. And there is nothing that you can do to stop that besides having fire protection, enough funding for fire services, evacuations and the like. Like, the reality is that no spell is going to make your house immune from fire. Just like if someone is absolutely determined to break into your house, it doesn't matter what you do, magically, they will still do it. Now, there are ways that you can make your house less appealing, less noticeable, but if someone is dead set on doing something to your property, they're going to do it to your property. And you might be able to set up early warnings for that, you might be able to set up deterrents, but if they're really, really determined, they're going to do it regardless. Now, when it comes to cleansing and protecting a new house, like cleansing and blessing, unpopular opinion, I personally don't recommend doing it straight away. I would recommend spending a little bit of time in that property, getting a feel of the energy in that space, whether it's positive, whether it's negative, whether it's something you want to deal with or whether it isn't. If you then decide that you don't want that energy in that house, it's about doing a house cleansing. So I've got 2 videos on this, one with smoke and one without, depending on what your requirements are. And then it is about calling in any deities, any entities that you choose to work with, or adding a little bit of protective energy to that place just as a way of blessing it and keeping the energy balanced. But personally, I wouldn't recommend doing it kind of straight away, because sometimes you can make the house more of a void than anything, and it can then end up feeling even stranger because it's gone from being like a house with lots of life and energy in it to a house with like nothing in it. And then you have the ability of anything that is around, if they want to like check out this weird energetic void, they might be able to do that. That's not designed to scare anyone, that's just my personal experiences with it. Typically give it like a week or 2 first, just to wait for the energy to settle after everything has changed and see how it feels, because you might find at the end of it, and actually the majority of people tend to not have any problems when moving into a new space, and often the energy settles down fairly quickly. Right. Do you offer witchcraft consultations? I don't know. I just do these things. I get asked like hundreds of times a week if I offer spells or consultations, and at the minute I don't. I wasn't expecting that to be something anyone would want, actually. Like, I always get the emails and I'm like, why? I'm confused. Why? Yeah, I might have to give it a think, but at the minute I don't. Favorite type of spell? Anything that involves a candle is my go-to, because it is just my comfy place. It is my happy place. I just really like candle magic. I like getting to sit afterwards and watch it burn down. It's a very like visually appealing experience for me, so I really like candle magic more than any other. But I mean, I will do other things other than candle magic. It's just that tends to be like my go-to default. Okay. Let's have a look. See, where am I? I am. How can I connect with house spirits? Talk to them. Best advice I can give. A lot of people, and this is not designed to be shade or anything, that's not the intention, but a lot of people are expecting like a magical, instantaneous thing. When a lot of the time, especially when it comes to spirits, the simplest and easiest way of engaging with them is just to talk to them, just verbalize. If we're talking like spirit of the house, then say hi when you get in, say good morning when it's good morning, say good night when it's nighttime, say goodbye when you're going to leave, let them know when you're coming back again. You know, do what you would with a person in your life. And if we're talking house spirits like brownies and the like, really same applies. Like, it is just about keeping them engaged and letting them know that you appreciate their presence and you are aware of their presence. And often when you let them know, like, hey, I see you and I know that you're here, they'll be like, oh, they know I'm here, okay. And then you might start noticing more and more and more activity happening. Often the best way to get to kind of a spiritual magical place is to start really, really simply with the super mundane things. What are some signs that the Fae might be nearby? So this is going to depend on the type of Fae that we are near or in the presence of, because they are such a diverse category of spirits that sometimes the signs are just not going to apply. So in my experiences with some of the Fae that I've had encounters with, the experience has been very, very different. So on one hand, you will find a very sweet smell, like, not like death, because you know how people are like, oh, the sweet smell of death, because it's that kind of like sickly smell. Not like that. Sweet like sugar and sweets. And you know, if you were to go into like a sweet shop and it's a very, very sickly sweet smell, that kind of a smell is often accompanied by the tinkling of bells. And I don't mean like hand bells, I very much mean like light, dainty bells. And then you may often get lights, like flashing lights, not like I'm having a light or a migraine lights almost like the sky is full of sparkles, like someone is pouring glitter out of the sky, kind of sparkles. That's kind of one variety of Fae, and I have yet to actually encounter the Fae that did that. The Fae that I've had do that, I have never physically seen that kind of Fae, but I've known that they're there, and a lot of that is done as a way of letting you know, hey, I'm here, like, I want to let you know that I'm here, this is your like warning that I am in the area. The alternative to this has been fog and disappearing objects and other weirdness. And this is the difficulty when you've got a category as large as the Fae, is that it's very hard to identify the signs of every member of the Fae. And then the water spirits that would be Fae as well, but they just appear in a water environment. I've had everything from strange screeching and screaming and grumbling and splashing and awful stinks and horrific smells, to jumping and playing in the water and splashing water and lights and giggles and laughter. And they are like very, very extremes. So generally speaking, I'd say it's a case of elimination. And sometimes there is crossover between the signs of one type of spirit and the signs of another. And so it very much is about kind of trying to separate out different process of elimination is what I'm trying to say. So if you are seeing, say, shimmering lights, more likely than not, you're going to be experiencing a Fae. If you have a very, very strong smell, it's then about figuring out what that smell is. If it's very, very sickly sweet, you're looking more likely to be Fae. If you are looking at something more sulfury, like rotten egg smell, you're looking at perhaps something a little bit more demonic in nature, more in that category. If you are looking at something that is putrid or rotting, same again. But if you're looking at something that is just a weird smell, so like I've had like weird it smells like plants. It smells like if you just mowed a lawn. I've had that happen, and I am pretty certain that that would either be nature spirit or fair folk. And then you can also have, I can't even really describe the smell of, the merfolk spirit was awful, but not in like a rotting smell, and not like in a sickly smell of death smell, and it also wasn't sulfurous. It was kind of like if you dredged the bottom of a river and then stuck that bucket of river gunk under your nose. That is probably a really poor description from anyone who has never had the misfortune of experiencing that, but it's kind of like rotten plant material, and it's not pleasant. Like it's not like green vegetation, it's like rotting seaweed. That kind of a smell is likely to accompany spirits that are perhaps more water-based. So I often find that it's more of a factor of elimination rather than these are like the dead set signs, because it's very much going to depend where you are, especially if you end up with fair folk that are associated with like fiery based environments. Because I've never had any experience of that, I would have no idea how to even describe that. So I would love to know, if you have experienced the fair folk, what type of fair folk do you think it was, and what kind of symptoms of their presence do you think you experienced? Symptoms sounds really, really bad because it makes them sound like a disease, but I don't know the word that I'm after. I'm trying to get like the word in my head and I cannot get it. Like, what things did you experience in the lead up to that encounter? I would love to know, because it helps broaden what I'm looking for as well. So, thank you so much to Alan Jones as well. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's see where I was in here. What is the best way to use incense for beginner witchcraft? I have just done an entire video on incense magic within witchcraft, so I would personally recommend checking that out because there's lots and lots of ideas in there. Right. Do you have any fictional book recommendations about witches or magical beings? So there is one that I saw recently, and I will be honest, it fell into the exact same category as so many other books on the subject. Can I even find it? Because I've just typed in the name of it and it's not come up with anything. Oh no! Oh, here it is. Yeah, here we go. So it is, I think it's technically a novella rather than like a novel or something, but it is called The Hedge Witch by Carrie Thomas. Now, I will be a little bit biased in that it very much falls into the category that hedge witchcraft is no different than green witchcraft. It's a fiction book, so like I'm not gonna like say anything terrible about it because it was a really interesting book and I really enjoyed the read. It was just like a really quick story and like that was really nice. I got it from the library, really, really good. But yeah, that one very much falls into hedge witchcraft is just green witchcraft, but you're working with hedges, rather than hedge witchcraft is about traversing the spiritual planes and astral projection and hedge riding. And anyway, generally speaking though, it was a really good book, and a lot of the things that they draw on in that book are real things, which I did enjoy. It was a very magical book. You get to the end of it and you're like, oh, I feel all whimsical. And that's what I really like out of a book that is about witchcraft. Is I like the whimsy that comes with it, like watching hocus pocus for the first time or practical magic, you get that feeling at the end of it where you're like, I don't care what it is, I just want to do something witchy right now. That's the feeling that I got from the end of that book. It was really, really enjoyable, but it is small, and it probably won't be for everyone because it is about, I'll just tell you what it's about. An enchanting new novella set in the magical world of, what is the original book? Threadneedle, which I've never read, and I don't think you necessarily need to read any of the other books to understand this. Rowan is visiting her aunt, Winnie the Hedge Witch, in the Welsh countryside to get back to nature and hone her skills, as well as taking a break from her annoying sisters and enjoying some peace and quiet. However, Rowan soon comes to realise that the hedges are a serious business, and this isn't quite the opportunity to rest and escape she thought it might be. Not only that, but mysterious events around the town are causing panic in the secret magical community, and Cowans, non-magical folk, are starting to take notice. Can Rowan hone her hedgecraft, try to make some friends, and solve the riddle of the mysterious goings-on, or is magic about to be revealed to the world, or at least Wales? So that's that one. I really enjoyed it. It was just a nice fun read. It was just really enjoyable. Okay. Okay. When casting powerful elemental spellworks, is it okay to mix elements? Yes. So ideally, okay, I'm gonna wind this back. I'm gonna do what I always do, where I try to answer a question and then I go, no, I need way more context. So when it comes to working with the elements, classically, beginners will typically start in one of two ways. Either they will start with a very Wiccan perspective, there's nothing wrong with that, of using all of the elements. So you cast a circle and you call in the quarters. You call in all of the elements and all of the elementals into every single one of your workings. Or you take the elemental approach where people will go, okay, well, I need passion, so I'm going to use fire. Or I need grounding, so I'm only going to use earth. And if anything, I think what makes elemental witchcraft so diverse is that we can take something that would be a fairly simple working, say for passion in a relationship. By default, you might go, okay, well, passion means I need fire. So you might call upon fire elementals, the fire element into that working. But then you could also make it more complex, and you can have different elements working on different aspects of that working. So if it is, for instance, say passion in a relationship, you might want to use the fire element for that passion, but then you might want to use some of the water element to improve the flow of emotions so that the passion isn't overriding the communication and the need for an emotional connection. And then in that, you might also want to include the lightheartedness of the air element to work on a different aspect of the same working. So you've got the fire working with the passion side, you've got the water which is working with the emotion side, and then you've also got the air element which is going to keep everything feeling quite lighthearted and trying to not get too stuck in any given rut. And it's what makes them so varied, because while you might think on the face of it that two opposing elements working together is going to nullify that working, if you can tailor them into different aspects of the same working, you can have them working alongside one another without directly having to clash with one another. Now, obviously, it does make it a little bit more difficult if you are physically working with the elements, but it's not impossible. So say, for instance, if you're working with a candle, you're also working with a bowl of water for the water element. If you wanted these physical representations rather than just working with the elementals, if you were able to get a candle holder that is able to sit in the bowl of water, so the candle is still out of water and supported, but it's within the bowl of water, you're then physically combining two elements that should never work together into something that can be really, really workable. I'm hoping that makes sense, but I know that there's very much a tendency to be like, fire and water just can't mix. And they definitely can. It's just a case of being careful. So for instance, if you're working solely with the fire element and the air element, it's just about making sure that the energy of that working doesn't run out of control, because sometimes if you add too much air into a fiery working, it can get that way. So yeah, there's so many different options, and that's what makes it so diverse. And then if you wanted to, you could include in other elements depending on your belief system. So some people will work with wood as a separate element. Some people will work with spirit as a separate element. You know, everyone is going to be slightly different in their practice. It's just about figuring out which ones work together. Oh, floating candles. Why did I not think of floating candles? My brain is just not my brain is just not functioning today. Okay, according to Raymond Buckland, okay, starting off with that. According to Raymond Buckland in his book Wicca for One, emphasis on Wicca for one here, he says if you've got no interest in religion or no belief in a deity, then you don't need witchcraft to work magic. Okay, so, I have strong opinions. I'm gonna bite my tongue really hard. So, Raymond Buckland is notoriously a very strong Wiccan practitioner, and he is one of those that believes that Wicca and witchcraft are the same thing. They have never been the same thing. I don't give a shit what anyone wants to tell me. Witchcraft has been documented for tens of thousands of years. Wicca was created in the 1950s. Like, yes, Wicca is based off pre-existing belief systems, but fundamentally, they are not one and the same. And so what you will often find is that in books that were written around from the 1960s to the early 2000s, you will often find Wicca and witchcraft being referred to as the same thing. And so if you believe that Wicca, a religious belief that contains deities, is the same as witchcraft, then you therefore couldn't practice witchcraft without that belief in deities, because you've lumped Wicca and witchcraft together. But if you were to look historically, we can see that witchcraft was used alongside hundreds of different religions all around the world, including Christianity and Wicca, and it's also been used in a secular basis as well. So you don't need a belief in deities in order to practice witchcraft, because witchcraft is non-religious. Witchcraft adapts to the religion of the time. And that's why we can see the folk magic happening in the early modern period, which surrounds witchcraft being used alongside Christianity. Why did I forget that word? Which is where we can see witchcraft being used alongside Christianity. But there were many people who didn't use it alongside any kind of religion whatsoever. And in fact, many people actually used it, especially in, I believe it was Scotland, probably Ireland as well. A large percentage of people, it was definitely Scotland, would use it alongside a belief in the fairy faith. So the fairies and the fair folk were considered akin to deities. And so there was a lot of a belief system in that regard. And it's what drives me up the wall. And I know it's not that deep, and I shouldn't care that much about it. The number of people who to this day swear point blank, they'll say to me, they'll look me dead in the eyes and they'll be like, "You're lying, Wicca and witchcraft are the same thing." And I'm like, just look at history. It's not the same thing. And so when you are reading books from this time period, it's really important to bear that in mind. So if you're reading something like The Witch's Bible, that is Wicca and witchcraft combined as being the same thing. If you're reading really any book at all by Raymond Buckland, Wicca and witchcraft are considered the same thing. And if you're reading anything by Gerald Gardner, same again, Wicca and witchcraft are the same thing. And we see this happening through the entirety of this witchcraft revival period. It's only when we start getting academic work coming out, primarily in like the late 2000s, early 2010s, where people are properly diving into the history of witchcraft and the documentation that we have of it throughout history, we start seeing the terminology changing in textbooks. Now, that is not me saying, and I feel like I need to reiterate this, that is not me saying that people like Raymond Buckland, people like Gerald Gardner, that's not me saying that they were lying about their magical practice and Wicca and witchcraft being the same thing. That's me saying that at the time, that was the belief system. The belief was that Wicca was a continuation of an ancient lineage of magical work that had been going on for thousands of years. But after this point in time, we start seeing that that isn't historically accurate. And so we start seeing Wicca and witchcraft doing this. They are based on the same system, but they are not historically the same thing. But that wasn't known at the time. Like, It's not that these people were trying to like fake it. It's not that these people were lying. It's not that they were like trying to pull the wool over your eyes and feed you bullshit. It's just that that was the belief at the time. And so I think that today, when we're looking at it, when we have so many academics and so much research going into witchcraft history, that when we look at the works that come out of this witchcraft revival period, we're able to recognize that this is the belief system of the people during this time period based on the evidence that they had. That isn't necessarily accurate today, so we need to view it as this was perceived as historically accurate, but it isn't now. It's a bit like the work of Dr. Margaret Murray. Fully a believer that witchcraft was a continuation of an ancient, never-ending lineage of witchcraft practice, and it was the witch cult. It is the European witch cult, and it's always been practiced in this exact form. And then later we realised that actually a lot of the academic work that she did isn't actually accurate to what we know now. She wasn't lying to people, she wasn't bullshitting people, she was basing her work off the understanding at the time, and now we know better. So, to kind of go back to what I was saying in relation to this, I personally don't take any work from that period of the witchcraft revival as being gospel. And so, especially when we see the word Wicca being thrown into a book where a lot of the content is about witchcraft, I'm always cautious about the material within it. So, what I will just say to end this section is that witchcraft is, and historically has always been, a highly adaptive tradition. And so we see it being used alongside pre-Christian belief systems. We see it being used alongside the fairy faith. We see that being used alongside both Catholic and Protestant belief systems, as well as when people didn't believe in anything. They were maybe more based in superstition and ancestor work. We can see magical tradition being used alongside all sides of the religious divide and debate. And so, to me anyway, witchcraft would be secular, because the witchcraft in itself doesn't have to have a religion attached onto it. You can choose to add a religion as you see fit, which is how we get Wiccan witches, which is how we get Christian witches and pagan witches and atheist witches, or because the witchcraft practice is fundamentally non-religious. Everything else is just an add-on to it. So if anything, I feel like I should maybe alter the wording of Raymond Buckland to fit a modern audience, which would be that if you have no interest in religion or a belief in a deity, then you don't need Wicca to work witchcraft. I think maybe that's the better way of wording it, rather than you don't need witchcraft in order to practice magic. And that is just a change in terminology and a change of understanding. And I know that not everyone is going to agree with me on that, and that is completely and totally fine. I completely understand that. But that is just based off my kind of research and understanding, is that is kind of the big shift that happened in the community. So, let's have a look-see. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, my voice sounds less like a frog now, thankfully. We'll see what it sounds like by the end of tonight, but yeah. Let's have a look-see. How can I communicate with my spirit guide? So, I mean, in an ideal world, it would be whichever way... It would be whichever way they've reached out to you, and that's going to be a really good indication as to how it's best to communicate with them and for you. So for some people, they might come through as like a voice, they might come through as like a channel, you might channel them, they might come through during meditation, they might come through during dreams or astral projection, they might come through during divination. And so whichever way they've come through to you to let you know that they're there, it's really a good way to get started. Or you can ask, I would like to communicate with you. Which way is going to be most can you communicate with me in a way that is most suitable for all of us? And then leave it be and see what happens. Is it a trance-like state? Is it meditation? Is it during divination? Is it through channeling? Is it through dreams? And It'll be whichever way most suits you and them at that given point in time. Okay. Let's see, where am I? Do you think fae and spirit encounters are increasing? No, I actually think they're decreasing. Not just from my own experiences, but from like people that I've spoken to, in that I think that there comes like peaks and troughs in it. And okay, so I think it might have something to do with how things are perceived in society, as well as how easily it is to turn to like, what is the word I'm after? I'm after like a very, very specific word. Rationalize. That's it, to rationalize it, right? So we see that like there's a lot, and I mean a lot, of spirit and ghost and fair folk encounters that occur during the Victorian period. And this was largely because a lot of people gained an increased interest in the topic with the rise in the movement of spiritualism. You had more and more people who were going to mediums, going to psychics, going to spiritualists and joining spiritualist groups and undertaking seances and summonings and the like. And so we had a peak in interest, and we had people doing the thing that gets them the sightings, you know? And people generally had a belief system in spirits and ghosts. And for the most part, this came from people who were originally in rural areas. You had the Industrial Revolution. People start moving into cities because now the countryside isn't where you want to be. You want to be in high society. You want to be in the city. And yet a lot of the belief in the spirits and the fair folk came from the countryside. So you've got people coming from the countryside moving into the cities. They're bringing all of their pre-existing belief systems with them. You then have the addition of the spiritualism movement. Before you know it, you've got lots of people talking about ghost encounters. Newspaper and print is becoming really, really prevalent. And so you're finding more and more people sharing, talking, discovering and discussing their fae and spirit encounters. You then had, say, like the wars was a big one, wasn't it? You had, during the First and Second World Wars, the fae encounters perhaps went down, but we see a lot more spirit encounters, a lot more interest in psychic mediums, a lot more interest in psychics, as people were desperately attempting to contact their loved ones. And then you had a lot of people who spent time alone. You know, they say that the First World War caused a lost generation. Most people who were unmarried, most women that were unmarried stayed unmarried because there were not enough men. Women that were married, their husbands weren't there anymore. So they're in houses and they're alone and they don't have that much around them. So they're starting to notice more sightings of things. They're experiencing things that normally they wouldn't notice because they don't spend that much time alone. Now all of a sudden you've got this big boom in ghost encounters more than fair folk encounters. Then we saw a dip. 1960s, you get the resurgence in witchcraft, the popularity of Wicca. You start seeing more fairy encounters and fair folk and nature spirits, and the encounters in ghosts started to go down. I feel like I'm rambling, but I'm hoping that this is at least somewhat curious and interesting, as much as it is for me. And then during the Satanic Panic in the 1980s, you start getting an increase in demon sightings, ghost encounters, poltergeists, possessions. Like, if you notice, a lot of the stories of poltergeists happened in late 70s, mid 80s, and it became like this really common thing. And the question consistently is, what fuels it? Is it that the general belief in something means people are more likely to see it? Or is it that because people are more aware of the phenomenon and what to look out for, they're more prepared when they experience it themselves? And the problem is that depending on which side of the debate you are, whether you are a believer or whether you are a skeptic, that's going to change what your opinion is. Because you might think, oh, well, the number of possessions goes up in the 1980s because people are more aware of possessions, things are being turned into really, really popular books, things are getting a lot of press, people want to do it for the money, people are paranoid. But then on the other side of it, it's, okay, is it that these people are paranoid? Or is it that they feel as though they're able to talk about their experiences in a way that they never could before? Is it that now they feel like it's safer to talk about their possession experience, whereas 10, 15 years ago it simply wasn't? Now, we've had this rise in TikTok and witchcraft popularity, but I actually think in a way people are more skeptic than they've ever been, because you've had such a massive rise in the popularity. People see it as a joke, people see it as a fad, people see it as just a craze, it's just a trend, you'll get over it, you're just doing it for attention. Oh, I bet you're only saying that so that you can get famous on TikTok. All of a sudden, people feel like they can't bring forward their spirit encounters, especially on short form content, because so many people will immediately shut you down. Today, if you were to post a video, like the historical thing when I was growing up, so like 90s, early 2000s, was if you've got a video of a ghost sighting, it is solid evidence. The only way we will believe you is if you have a video. Now, if you post a video of a ghost encounter, people will immediately say it's AI, it's fabricated, it's nonsense, you're doing it for attention. So people aren't talking about their ghost encounters in the same way as they were before. And people are so absorbed by their electronic devices that I wonder if they'd even notice if a ghost walked straight past you. I mean, has anyone seen that video clip? It's like a TikTok video of this dad he's sitting and he's on his phone and he's not noticed that his baby is like coming towards him, picks up a mug of coffee and then just tips it all over the floor. And this dad is so absorbed in his phone, he's not even noticed that his own child is messing with a coffee cup right next to him. People are so absorbed in their phones. I reckon a ghost could be 2 inches away from your face and say boo, and a lot of people wouldn't even notice. And that's actually kind of scary. Like, historically, like if we're thinking like, say if you're in a rural area in the early 1800s, you would be living, if you were a poor family, so you're a farming family, you might be working with oil lamps. You may well, if you were fortunate, have electricity, but perhaps more than likely you didn't really if you're in a really rural area. You would go to bed when it went dark, you would get up with the animals, and you would have a lot of time where you wouldn't be distracted by anything. You would be in your own mind, you would be in your own space, you would be hearing all of the noises in the night. You'd be hearing the creaks and the bangs and the moans and the talking. Like, now, people fall asleep with their TVs on, and as soon as people wake up, I'm just as guilty as everyone else. First thing you do, you check your messages. You scroll through the news, you scroll through Instagram, you check your emails. No one is actually like present anymore, and that's actually really, really scary, because yeah, exactly. Like if a predator race came to Earth right now, we would be easy pickings. Like massively. We are so isolated from our own world that's actually really scary. Like, I have noticed that fae and spirit encounters have gone down for the larger percentage of people that I speak to. If you're in the magical community, I think it's generally pretty consistent because we know what to look out for. We're aware of our surroundings, perhaps in a way that other people aren't. But yeah, like with the general populace, if you see a video, let's face it, I'm just curious to ask everyone here. If you saw a video of a ghost encounter on TikTok, would you immediately believe it was true, or would you immediately think it was a fake video? I know where I stand on this. I would immediately think it was a fake video, because social media now is so fake and so fabricated. I would not believe anything that I saw. And now it feels like the benchmark for a spirit encounter has moved. You know, like in the Victorian period, it was, oh, let's get ghost photography, right? Ghost photography was this massive thing. Like, it was, if you can get a photograph of a ghost, I will believe it. And then you get to the like late 20th century, and it's like, oh, well, photos can be fabricated. I need you to get it on video. And now we're in the 2020s, and if you showed someone a video of a ghost, yeah, this is kind of exactly what I was expecting as well. Like, instant doubt. It would be fake. I would believe it was fake. Like, it's sad. Like, this would be fake. But yeah, same. Like, the benchmark for a valid ghost encounter has moved. And it's getting harder and harder and harder to give evidence of something that it's actually impossible to share your story in a way that makes you seem like a valid person and not just someone who wants attention on the internet. And that is so difficult. And yeah, that's the thing. Like, people can have, like, I've had encounters, and there's a ghost actually on film which is coming out next week in my Spirit Sundays episode, which is like on camera. And it's sad that we're at a point now that if you were to see a video, you just kind of immediately think that it is fake. And it's exhausting trying to defend yourself on the internet. I think that is maybe the other reason why things are decreasing. I don't think it's not entirely anyway that people aren't paying attention. I do think that's definitely a big part of it. I think some of it is exactly that people are ashamed and embarrassed to admit that they have seen a ghost. Because there is this like social stigma of exactly what you've said there, Elle, of like, oh, don't say that you believe in astrology too. Like, oh my God, you're not one of those astrology girlies too, are you? There's this like derogatory statement of like, God forbid I believe in anything that's slightly different to you, that comes from the commercialization of the occult world that I don't think we've seen previously. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem as well. A lot of the pushing down of people who've seen ghosts, who've had encounters with the fair folk, does come from a lot of bias and a lot of deep-rooted issues. You know, if a woman, I mean, I've seen people who talk about this where they're like, oh, my biggest red flag is if I see a woman talk about astrology on a dating profile, I'm immediately saying no. And it's like, that's a bit of a wild, sweeping statement. Or when men who like astrology are accused of being feminine in the comment section. And it's like, I'm sorry, at what point did astrology become feminine? Like, some of the most famous astrology spokespeople, historically, have been men. And it's like Wicca, right? Wicca is seen as this like, oh, it's just a whole bunch of young women. And it's like, Wicca was created by a man. Some of the most influential Wiccans in the world have been men. And now, all of a sudden, people are like, oh, well, you're Wiccan. Of course you're Wiccan. You're a 20-something-year-old woman. It's for women. And it's like, what? where did this come from? Like, what is happening here? And then what drives me insane even more is when people take something that has been commercialized from another culture and they will go, oh, that's such a white woman thing. What? I'm sorry. At what point did dream catchers, something that doesn't even belong to white women in the first place, at what point did things like that become so ingrained with like, oh, let me guess, you're the kind of person who collects dream catchers? No, of course I'm not. For the love of God, like, what's happening? Like, oh, genuinely, it's enough to make my blood boil when these kind of things happen. And yeah, that is the other problem as well, is a lot of late 90s authors, there's a few that I can think of, Ylva Ilvenwolf, have a tendency to prioritize women as being their only target audience. You are only a witch if you are a woman. And it's like, really? Because that's not what history says. And that's not how this works. So why are you saying that only women can be witches? Because that kind of gets to the point where it's like, you are stepping on a lot of people's toes here. Because it has become a stereotype of like, oh, it's the young white woman who's got nothing better to do with her life, so she turns to spirituality. And eventually she's going to stop wearing deodorant and she's going to walk the Appalachian Trail. It's that attitude that drives me up the fucking wall. Because it's like, no. Like, witchcraft is not just for women, witchcraft is for everyone. Witchcraft is not just for 20-something-year-old white women. Witchcraft has historically been used by so many different people, and magical arts as a whole has primarily been used by people who are in extreme and dangerous situations. Witchcraft and magical practice especially around the world, is often something that people fall back on and they rely on when they are going through really massive change, political change, when they are going through physical movements, like mass movements of people, including slavery and the like. Spiritual and magical belief systems have been fallen back on, and it drives me up the wall that people reduce magical arts down to being nothing more than a whole bunch of bored white female teenagers doing witchcraft because they're bored in their bedroom. The rage. And yeah, the sad part is that I am also not helping, I suppose, because by being someone who talks about witchcraft and looking the way I do, I am, if anything, only fueling the stereotype completely accidentally. Like, I don't even intend to. I just want to talk about witchcraft and I want to share that with people because I enjoy it. And yet I am also part of that stereotype, which is so frustrating because I don't want to be perpetuating a stereotype that shouldn't even exist in the first place. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next question now before I go absolutely bonkers on this one, because I went on a massive tangent there and I'm so sorry about that. I tend to do that a lot. If you ever find me going like too much on a tangent, please let me know, and I can like, kindly though, please, and just like let me like bring it back a little bit, because like I find that a lot of the topics are very, very interconnected, and so I can really easily just like go off on tangents. Oh, okay. I'm gonna slot this in here in regards to me talking about tangents, because I was meant to talk about this earlier and I forgot. If you live in England, I'm gonna say England because I think it would be too far to travel otherwise. If you live in England and you would like to come and listen to me speak in person, I am doing a talk at an event in Mansfield in April. I think it's in April. So I will give more updates on that on like social media and stuff in a few days' time. But like, I'm just going to throw that out there as just like a heads up for anyone who is interested. I hate public speaking and I've been roped into doing a talk and I'm very, very scared about it. So yeah, I'm just going to throw that out there. If you do live around that area, you might be interested and it might be an interesting day for you to listen to other people talk as well. So yeah, back to the questions. I will talk about that a little bit more at the end though, for anyone who kind of sticks around to the very end. So I'm trying to figure out where I am and I've completely lost it. Oh no. Okay, so I actually have, maybe I should actually start doing like, I've filmed some like Instagram reels about this topic. And I'm scared of posting things on Instagram because people on Instagram are mean. But I filmed a few on this. So this is, I don't quite understand the types of witch, like green witch, head witch, and so on. How do you know what kind of witch you are? So they are descriptors for your magical practice rather than anything pre-existing. So for instance, if you enjoy astral projection, and you are spending a lot of your time working in the spiritual realms, you might want to describe yourself as a hedge witch, someone who traverses the spiritual planes, who rides or crosses the hedge from the physical world to the spiritual world. If you primarily work with plants, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to grow them yourself. It could just be that you have plant allies, you work with them a lot in your magical practice. You might want to refer to yourself as a green witch. If you primarily work with the elements and in almost all of your workings you will call upon the elementals, you might refer to yourself as an element witch. And I believe, have an entire video on this topic, but it's very, very old. I'm If you see videos coming out and you're thinking, Hearth, I'm sure you filmed that video, it's probably because I filmed it back in like 2018 and like I want to be redoing it for a modern platform. I am slowly going to start coming out with updated versions. So the first video that's coming out is going to be on moon witchcraft. And then I'm going to move through the different types, and I'm actually going to stick to it this time. This year, I'm actually sticking to the things that I say I'm going to do. So essentially the types of witch are designed to allow you to explain your practice to another person. So it would be whichever descriptor best shares your magical practice. So if every single working that you do involves crystals, you might be a crystal witch, and that's how you would explain your practice. If in 5-10 years time you no longer work with crystals, but instead you work with the moon, then it's worth switching the title or the type of witch that you are so that you can then better explain it to people. So I am a hearth witch because all of the workings, or for the most part, all of the workings that I do are done within the home with hearth goddesses, usually using the fire element, and they are done for the purpose of aiding myself and my friends and family. So it is all, for the most part, carried out within the home for the people within my home hearth environment. And so I would be classified as a hearth witch. But if my practice in 10 years' time was to be primarily plant magic, I would then switch and I'd have to change all of my usernames, and that would make it really, really tricky. Okay. Okay, is the UK even Christian anymore? I didn't even think that the UK was classified as a Christian country anymore because there isn't enough Christians here to actually make it a Christian country. Anyway, I didn't even read the question and I already started answering. How do you deal with disconnect from the witch and Wiccan community in the UK, as there are hardly any communities around me to meet up and connect? I'm actually really, really surprised by that, because if anything, I would say that the UK is probably one of the best places to be a witch because there are so many places to meet up with people. Sometimes you can feel so alone when the UK is Christian. So I'm actually really curious, is the UK even classified as Christian anymore? Because I thought the percentage had dropped below the limit anymore. In a recent poll of Church of England clergy consulted by the Times newspaper, only 1 in 4 answered yes to whether the UK was a Christian country, sparking the debate about the role of religion in the life of the nation. Yeah. I don't know, I'm curious. That's going to be another deep dive at the end of all this. So I'd say probably the best way to go about this is to think outside the box a little bit, because I often find that these things come in like unusual ways and unusual places. I think the reason that I perceive it slightly differently is because I'm so ingrained in the events and the shows that I perhaps see a lot more of that than someone who is perhaps further afield and maybe isn't. So you have mind, body and spirit shows, and I know from someone who trades at the shows, there are now too many mind, body and spirit shows. There are far too many shows now. Every weekend there's usually a mind, body and spirit show somewhere. So like this, just my calendar this year, I'm doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm doing at least 5 shows, and some of those are like back-to-back weekends. So I've got like 1 in Mansfield, and then I have 1 in Nottingham, literally like weekend to weekend. So I would try things like Eventbrite, really, really good page for finding in-person pagan events. There's Facebook pages for the pagan and witchcraft events that are happening in the UK, and these will often include talks and workshops that you can attend, as well as like stalls that you can go and visit and chat with like the makers and the sellers. You have lots of courses that happen like up and down the country. I know a lot of my friends run courses on different topics, whether that is Wicca, whether that is incense making, that you can go to like these workshops. You have so many witchcraft festivals. So you've got like Witchfest International is coming back this year, because it wasn't on last year, but it is this year. I think I might actually try to go this year, because I've never been, but I really want to go. You have Pagan Pride Nottingham. You have Pagan Pride Anglia. What else have you got? I believe, is the Staffordshire Pagan Conference on this year? I think the Staffordshire Pagan Conference is on this year. What else have you got? You've got loads of events that happen in like Glastonbury. You've got lots of witchy events that happen in York and Edinburgh, because they're considered like particularly witchy. There's loads of different places as well. So if you live further north, Edinburgh is a really good place for like witchiness. Derby, there's loads of witchy shops around Derby and Nottingham. You have lots of witchy shops in Glastonbury, and then you've got some on the south coast as well. There's a village that Sybil Leek used to live in. What is it called? Let me just see if I can find it, because that's got loads of witchcraft shops in it as well. Oh, where is it? Burley Village in the New Forest has loads of witchy shops in it as well. You've then got local moots. So if you were to go on Facebook and you can type in like the name of a place followed by moot, M-O-O-T, there's loads of those up and down the country. So if I can find England witchcraft moots, let me just see if I can get a list up of different ones that are available up and down the country. Let's have a look, see what have we got here. And then there's also loads of covens. So there's a coven in Reading. So there's a moot in Reading and a shop in Reading. There's a moot in Bristol. There's a coven in Aylesbury, a coven in Warrington, a coven in Cirencester. I always say that wrong. There's is that another coven? A coven in Cornwall and in Devon. There's an event in Bridgeport, a moot in North Dorset. There's a coven in Edlesborough. Like, this is called, for anyone who's wondering, this is called Mandragora Magica. And it's just got a list of loads and loads and loads of different covens, different moots and stuff that you can go on. And it's usually, they're described as moots rather than anything else. So that can make it easier to find if you are kind of looking for things that way. If you do manage to go to shows and events, so like I will often go to Pagan Pride in Nottingham. That's a really, really good one. And the Mansfield show, there's covens that go to those, there's authors that go to those, there's different talks. If you can make it to Witchfest International, there's loads there as well. Like, you'll get to meet loads of authors and all of that kind of stuff. And you find a lot of people talk there. So if you were to ask someone like, hey, do you know about a gathering in this place? Someone will be like, oh yeah. So a moot is basically just a gathering. Usually they take place in like pubs and restaurants, and they are what's the word I'm trying to say? They are essentially a gathering, often of pagans, but sometimes you can just get just Wiccans or just witches, and you gather like once every month for a couple of hours, and you can just chat with other people. You can listen to talks. Like, a lot of the ones that I've been to in the past have done a talk every month, where either they bring in a speaker. So one of the people that we had in to do a talk was, I've forgotten her name. No, Cat Treadwell. The author and druid Cat Treadwell came to do a talk. Absolutely phenomenal. Or they would pick people, or people would volunteer from the moot to talk about a topic that they were particularly passionate about. So you can just get to know other people and like have a chat, have a drink, have some food, whatnot. It's basically just a gathering, but that's often what they fall under, because sadly in the UK we are not removed from people having very strong negative religious reactions to pagan and witchcraft covens. And so often, if they were to use the word witch or pagan or coven, they basically get a whole bunch of people protesting outside. So it's much better to use the word moot instead. So yeah, that's just kind of a few options that I found to be really useful. But generally the shows and stuff are really, really good for meeting loads of new people. Okay. Okay, here we go. Let's have a look at this one. Been feeling really lost lately in my beliefs. I've always strongly connected with witchcraft and Wicca, but people around me are non-believers and think manifestations or spells are crazy. Any advice? Okay, so when it comes to people not agreeing, not understanding, thinking something is crazy, it usually comes from one of two things. Either it comes from social conditioning, as in you've been taught your entire life that magic isn't real, so why would it be any different, like, for you? Does that make any sense? So, like, they've been told growing up that, like, it is bad, it is wrong, or it doesn't exist, and therefore that doesn't shift for them. Like, they are still convinced that that is true and that then applies to you, or they are really scared of that thing, and so they're trying to, quote unquote, protect you. But the reality is that when it comes down to it, dress how you want to dress, listen to the music that you want to listen to, believe in what you want to believe in, because fundamentally your practice is your practice and no one else has to be involved in that. And that's not me saying to, you know, go bonkers and do crazy things, but, like, as long as you're staying safe, as long as you are doing your research, as long as you are being safe with fire and safe with plants and the like, ultimately it is no one else's job to tell you what you should and shouldn't believe in. You know, beliefs are a little bit like arseholes. Everyone has them. We don't have to necessarily be putting arsehole to arsehole. You know, you don't have to be smearing arseholes together. This is the weirdest analogy ever. Like, and that's what I feel like people often do. There are certain religious groups that really just want to get up in your business. And they're like, I want you to believe in what I believe in, and so I'm not going to give you any space to do anything else. I hope you appreciate that analogy. I will never use it ever again. I feel like I definitely should have come up with a very, very quick analogy that was anything other than that. I hope you understand what I mean, though. Like, everyone can have an opinion on someone else's belief system, but if you feel like you have to transfer your belief system to someone else's, that's when you've got a problem. And I'm never going to live that down. Oh dear, why do I do this to myself? Live streams are always a recipe for random analogies that don't make any sense. But yeah, you do you in your spiritual practice, because if they wouldn't feel comfortable with you butting in on their belief systems, then I don't see why it shouldn't apply the other way. You know, if someone wants to, maybe this is a better description of it, but sometimes it's like if someone wants to leave flowers on someone's grave, right? Can you imagine an atheist walking up to that person at the graveyard and going, you know what you're doing is really fucking stupid, right? You know that that person's dead. Like, you know that they can't see what you're doing. They don't give a shit about you because they can't think about you anymore. Can you imagine how unbelievably rude that is? They get punched in the face. They would get punched in the face and they would deserve it. But for whatever reason, people feel the need to do that when it comes to witchcraft and beliefs that are in opposition to their own. So, I'm just going to throw that out there of, screw everyone else. Like, unless you are doing something that is legitimately dangerous to you physically and to you emotionally, then your belief system should always be your belief system. And there will always be communities out there, whether it is on platforms like this, whether it is on like Facebook groups, or whether it is on forums or in person, where you can talk to people who are like-minded and who are very open to things. And it's honestly just kind of sad that family members feel the need to do it, but I know it happens a lot, especially in America. Probably more than anywhere else that does, like, that carries out like Western witchcraft. It's mostly America that has this problem. Okay. Okay, this one is one of those where I'm gonna ask some questions and you don't have to actually answer me, but I'm just throwing them out there to be useful. Maybe. I want to start working with Athena or the Morrigan, but I don't think that they're calling to me. Can I start worshipping them? At face value, yes. But I have additional information and questions. do you want to worship or do you want to work with? Because they're not the same thing. So if you are, say, a Christian, you are worshipping the Christian God. You are considered lesser than. So you are devoting and worshipping, like you are looking up to a God. Now, not everyone does that, but for a lot of people who do follow the Christian faith, it is worship rather than working with, because God is not seen as being on the same level as you. You are seen as being beneath, or they are seen as being above. When it comes to paganism or non-conforming religions, so things that don't have like a set rule base to them, you can worship, but you can also work with. And the difference there is that you can leave offerings to a deity in the hopes that they might help you. That's worship. Or you can leave out offerings as an agreement that you're going to work together on something. So it is give and take rather than give, hope for something in return. It's more of a mutual balance. So you can worship any deity, regardless. And I don't mean like any deity, like even pick closed deities. I mean like you can worship any deity within reason if they haven't called out to you, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get the response from them that you would like to get. Whereas you can start working with and then over time potentially build a relationship. And sometimes that might be that they reach out to you first. Sometimes it's you reaching out to them first. But either which way, there's going to be some form of starting communication there. So that could be doing some research on them, learning more about them, doing a reading towards them, going into meditation and reaching out to them. It could be setting altars to them, leaving out a few offerings, see what information you get back. It might be writing a petition underneath your pillow, putting it under your pillow and then seeing what comes through in your dreams. It's about starting that communication. You know, at some point, someone has to pick up the phone. And if no one picks up the phone, then you're just going to be staring at it forever. Whereas if you were to worship, so maybe this is another one of my crazy analogies. Another analogy would be, you have a telephone. I'm thinking like a landline telephone because that's where my brain goes. But if you want to think of a mobile phone, that's fine too. To work with is one of these two people has to pick up the phone and the other person has to answer. That's working with, right? Sometimes they might pick up the phone and call you. Maybe this sign for a phone shows the generation that I'm a part of, because I've realized that a lot of young people do this because it's a mobile phone. I do this because this is a landline phone, the kind that you had to do this on the buttons in my nan's house. Anyway, someone has to pick up the phone. They might pick up the phone, you might pick up the phone, and then you have to actually pick up the phone and respond. To worship is to sit in front of the phone, giving a whole bunch of offerings to the phone and hoping that that is going to convince the phone to ring. And sometimes that might convince the phone to ring, but sometimes it might not. And that is the big difference I find between the two, is worshipping is doing a lot of stuff and hoping the phone is going to ring, and working with is just picking up the phone and ringing. So you can, I'm gone off on a bloody tangent again, haven't I? So you can worship any deity, but you can't necessarily work with every deity because there has to be that give and take. But you can definitely start the process. You do some research, set up an altar, do some meditation, do some scrying, some dream magic, whatever it is. To open that door, you're essentially starting that conversation. And sometimes you might find that they pick up the phone. Sometimes you might find that you don't get anything back. Sometimes you might actually find that they send you a message and they're like, actually, I don't feel like this is the right situation. And then it's about figuring out what is right. But yes, someone said here, the difficult part is attuning to the correct phone number. Yes, definitely, because you can try and start working with, say, Loki or Lucifer or Artemis, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to get that message, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to respond to that. You can do all of the things and you can do it all right, but sometimes it just isn't the right connection. So it's a complicated one, and I can completely see why it is so confusing to people, especially if you have come from an Abrahamic faith. I've noticed that, and maybe this is a sweeping statement, but I'm not applying this to everyone. This is just like experiences that I've had. The people that I have met, whether it's in comments, whether it's in DMs, whether it's at events, or, you know, whatever it might have been, those that come from a Christian background often have the Christian ideals of a deity, and they will often apply that to a non-Christian belief system. Whereas people who come from deities from an atheistic background often don't. And I think that's really interesting, that a lot of people they remove religion, like organized religion, from their life, but it just goes to show how much of an impact it has on the way you perceive the world. Because even though they no longer believe in Christianity, they will often take a lot of the Christian techniques with them. So they will go from, I've worshipped this deity, so to I want to worship these deities, rather than I want to work with them. I just think that's interesting. It's not like shade on anyone. It's not like shameful to be one and not the other, you know. Everyone has a different way of doing it. I just think it's an interesting correlation that often I think Christian belief systems are really, really hard to shake for a lot of people, especially if you also have a lot of religious trauma kind of wrapped up in that. So let's have a look, see, where am I am oh, interesting. I feel like Wicca and witchcraft can get really expensive. Interesting. Why? I'm coming at this though knowing that I have a different, anyway, I need to finish reading the entire blooming question. I feel like Wicca and witchcraft can get really expensive. Any advice on how to do spells and celebrate the Sabbats cheaply? Okay, I suspect I know where this comes from, and I'm just going to throw this out there. It doesn't mean it has to stick. It doesn't mean it has to be true, right? I think that social media has a way of altering the perception of witchcraft and Wicca, because you cannot show energy work, you cannot show spirit work, you cannot show deity work on social media without having physical items to show. And so I think that people who are newer, and by that I mean like probably 5 years or less into their practice, have a different perspective on what the requirements are for witchcraft than they did in the 2000s. And I think that you can take that further back even still, because I think that people in the 1960s often had a more expensive perspective on witchcraft as they did in the 2000s, because the tools that were used within Wicca at that point in time were artisan, they're hard to find, they're very expensive, they're often custom made. Then it went to more like mass produced, people don't really need the same items, and then it's gone back to being like very expensive, everything is very, very visual. But fundamentally, you don't need any items to practice witchcraft. Nothing. All you need is the ability to decide on something that you want to manifest, be able to imagine that thing. That could be with visualization, that could be writing it down as a story, that could be something in poetry, something in song, drawing a picture, making a collage. And then it's also about being able to draw up your energy and then send your energy out towards a goal. That's it. I think the problem is that a lot of people, you can't show that on Instagram or on TikTok or on YouTube. It's just you sitting there in silence, not doing anything. And I think that that doesn't help, because then you have to add items in to show what it is that you're doing. So if you want to work with the Sabbats, for instance, choose the reason why you want to work with the Sabbats. What is it that you're connecting with? Are you connecting with the different deities that are associated with the Sabbats? Is it about the changing of the seasons? Is it about using the energy to manifest specific goals in your life? You don't have to set up a Sabbat altar. To celebrate the Sabbat, you can just go out in nature, take in some of that energy, just feel the changing of the seasons and get a sense of that seasonal energy. You could cook based on the seasons as a way of celebrating. You could light a singular tea light candle as a way of honouring the seasons. You can use that same tea light candle in a spell or a ritual. You can use it as is, just charge it with your energy and intention. If you want to work with it in terms of the fire element, then you can work with the elementals in that way. If you want to add a little bit more context to it, you can take a sewing needle, you can write your goals onto the top of that candle in a sewing needle, charge it with energy, light it. You can go out in nature and work with a particular plant. You find a plant in nature, you take a small piece of it, after you've asked for permission, of course. You can use that in your spells and workings. You can draw on a plant ally. You can work with different deities and spirits without having any additional items or requirements. Fundamentally, witchcraft is a very, very cheap practice. But a lot of the non-physical side of it has been lost. And I've noticed this even in books as well. Like, a lot of books are, here's a spell, there's 1,000 things that you need. And say, Wicca's a little bit more expensive depending on the variety of Wicca that you're going to follow. I followed traditional British Wicca, that is what I was taught in, and so that's primarily what I talk about, but there are lots and lots of different varieties. So Wicca would be a little bit more expensive in regard to traditional British Wicca because you would primarily need an altar setup. So you would need an athame, you would need a wand, you would need a bowline, you would need a chalice, you would need a silver pentacle, typically, and you might need, we used cloaks, so you would get a cloak made, and so that racks up in cost, depending on where you're buying those things from. But that doesn't mean that you have to do traditional British Wicca. Like, that's just what I was taught and trained in. Like, that's not something that you have to do. So then it becomes a lot more affordable in other ways because you don't have to be using those tools. You can make them yourself. You know, you can create your wand, create your staff. You can use you can whittle your own like wooden wand like form or athame form that just is a representational tool. People have digital altars and digital tools. Like, there's so much that you can do now. But I have noticed a lot of books are very item heavy at the moment, which I think is such a shame because it doesn't necessarily need to be. They are additional bonuses rather than requirements for a lot of practices, not all of them. But yeah, it's one of those topics where I do think it's definitely been skewed. It's a bit like what we were talking about earlier with the belief in spirits and fair folk. It does this based off the kind of trends at any given point. Okay. Okay, so this one, I was talking about this last month, and the advice that I'm going to give, okay, I'm going to say the question first and then I'll give the caveats afterwards. So, hi Hearth, I struggle with OCD and I've noticed that I tend to get very paranoid regarding energy and negative intentions, making me cleanse a lot and having a hard time performing spells. Any advice? So, I am going to preface this by saying I am not coming at this question as someone with zero personal experience on this topic. If you were here last month, you will know about my history with OCD. Maybe not the gory ins and outs of it, but you know about my history with OCD. Backpedaling, though, for anyone who isn't aware, because what I don't want is people to be thinking that I'm giving advice on something that I have no idea about. I was diagnosed professionally with OCD in 2002, and I have dealt with OCD my entire life. Like, it has been like the one thing that I do not remember ever not experiencing. And so I think it was 2002. Was it 2005? I'll have to ask my mum. It's either 2002 or 2005. Either way, it's a long time ago. So OCD has been like a running theme throughout my life and my magical practice. And I have found, and maybe other people will have too, that my OCD will often attach onto something and then it will detach and attach onto something else. So my OCD has been multiple different things over the last extended amount of time. And so I have often found, and I can only give the advice based on what I am experiencing, is I feel like I should say that do not use me as medical advice, and make sure that you always go and speak to a professional who is trained in this subject, because I do not want to be liable for any problems. Just because I'm sharing my advice does not mean that it is condoned by medical professionals. Okay, there is the little caveat said. I have found that the best ways to deal with my OCD personally is to talk to a professional. I have found several therapists over the years that have been incredibly useful. Some techniques are better than others. So if you have gone to seek therapy before, and say you've gone to have CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, that doesn't necessarily work best for everyone. And so there are other forms of therapy that can help with OCD that are alternatives to CBT if CBT hasn't worked for you. CBT rather than CBD, I want to emphasize that because they are two different things. I personally would always recommend, if you are finding that your OCD is becoming unmanageable, or it's making aspects of your life really, really difficult, to try and talk to someone who can give perhaps new, perhaps slightly different techniques as a way of coping with that. For me, I have found that the biggest technique that worked within my OCD is to sit in the discomfort. And it is genuinely the hardest piece of advice I was ever given by any professional ever, because the one thing you want to do when you have OCD is you want to seek for reassurance. You are desperate to have someone tell you that everything is okay, and you will use your coping mechanisms, your repeated behaviors, as a way of relieving the discomfort. But this is what I found with the hand washing, is that you start saying, okay, one time is enough, and then before you know it, it has to be 5 times, it has to be 20 times, it has to be 50 times, no, it has to be 100 times. So I've had to sit in the discomfort with it, and I found this to be incredibly useful in my magical practice as well. If I feel like I have a compulsion to repeatedly perform an action within my magic, I will try to distract myself onto something else, sit in the discomfort but keep myself distracted. So if you're finding that your repeated cleansing is getting in the way of your magical practice, then when you are feeling that feeling when you're like, okay, I really need to cleanse right now, I really, really need to cleanse, I know that everything will feel better once I've cleansed, sit in it for 10 minutes. And that 10 minutes is probably going to feel like the worst 10 minutes imaginable. It's going to feel awful, but just sit with it for 10 minutes. And then if you feel like you just cannot cope with it anymore, then go and cleanse. The next time you feel that feeling, go, okay, I'm going to try and sit with this for 15 minutes. And if you get to the end of that 15 minutes and you go, okay, actually, I feel not awful right now, I'm going to try and push it for 20 minutes. And then if at the end of that you go, okay, now I need to cleanse, then go and cleanse. And what I have found useful within my magical practice is to continue to extend the period of discomfort. And over time, I have then felt general less discomfort over that topic. Now, I'm going to say again, I am not a medical professional. Please do not use me as a source of medical advice. Please always go and talk to someone who is trained in this, who is able to give you tailored advice to what they are understanding of your situation, right? I can only share what has helped for me within my OCD, and that is what I've had to do for my OCD. And so I really hope that you can find a technique that works well for you. For me, it has always been sitting in the discomfort, which is arguably the hardest thing to say to someone. You know, if you say to someone who really, really wants to like flick that light switch 3 more times, if I don't flick that light switch at the perfect pressure 1 more time, something bad's going to happen. Telling them to sit in the discomfort is one of the hardest things that you can ever do. And it has to get worse before it gets better kind of a situation. Because over time, sitting in the discomfort makes the discomfort less uncomfortable. So yeah, apologies for anyone who is not interested in OCD. Like, really sorry about that. But I'm hoping that other people will have better advice, and advice that is less difficult, because I'll be honest, it took me... When did I start getting my OCD legitimately under control? 2002, 2012. It was about 15 years before I finally sat in the discomfort. And when you think about it, that's a really, really long time to not, like, I put it off for so many years. And I feel like I talk very openly about mental health on my channel because I know how much I struggled when people weren't talking about it. Like, for anyone out there, whether it's OCD, whether it's depression, whether it's anxiety, like whatever it is that you are dealing with, just know that within the magical community, you are definitely not alone. Like, if you are struggling with motivation, if you're struggling to get out of bed, if you're struggling to have enough energy to do it, if you struggle with mobility, if you struggle with OCD, if you struggle with anxiety, like, I can absolutely 100% guarantee there is someone else in the magical community who is dealing with what you are going through or similar to what you're going through and also feels just as alone. And like, we can definitely like work with our magical practice. We can adapt it to fit what we need. We can like adjust witchcraft to suit us. Like, don't feel like you have to be like this perfect, like aesthetically pleasing, perfect magical practitioner who's able to carry out spells and rituals perfectly every single day of the week. Like, in reality, I want to say that doesn't really exist. Like, that is a fantasy version of like the magical world and witchcraft. And I think every witch has to go through stuff in their life that is going to like negatively impact their practice. I still find it today. I have to keep myself in check regularly when it comes to the OCD, and which is why, actually, for anyone who is curious, people will regularly ask me like, oh, what do you do as daily practice? Nothing. I try to do nothing because I know, as someone who has been to therapy 20 odd different times throughout my life, that if I make something habitual, I will make it obsessive. Like, it will become compulsion for me to do it. And so I find it generally just easier to not. I try to avoid perfect repeating daily practice for that exact reason, because I know that for me personally, doing things every single day of the week would make it worse. And I think that's the thing. It's just about adjusting it. If I know that style of practice isn't right for me, then I just won't do it. But that doesn't mean that like a daily practice could be really, really good for someone who struggles with letting things go. Like, they need repetition to be able to remember to do things, in which case a daily practice would work perfectly for you, and you'd probably get so much out of it, which is why like in Sunday's episode, like Sunday's video, I'm talking about like low energy witchcraft. And I think I might start coming out with other videos. I mean, I don't know if anyone would be interested in like the adjustments that I've had to make for other things like OCD, like anxiety, like the way that I've adjusted my practice for those things. I don't know. Maybe that I'm the only person that's interested in that. Honestly, I might be. But like, I don't know. I just think it's important to remember that like everyone's practice is going to be absolutely unique and completely tailored to what they need in their life. Exactly. Witchcraft is not one size fits all. That's a perfect way of putting it. Because I'll be honest, I think that there are some creators. I'm not even thinking of like any given person here. I literally just think that like generally speaking, there are some creators who have a tendency to paint this perfect picture of witchcraft. And there are so many books that paint this like perfect, like, oh, I went out and I walked 4 miles. I'll be honest, one of the biggest culprits to me, and you might be shocked about this, and this is not shade to her at all, is Gemma Gary. Like, Gemma Gary has a tendency to paint this like perfect danger and issues don't exist perspective of traditional witchcraft, where you can just go out to a church at 3 o'clock in the morning, strip down naked and lie in the dirt with no warning, like no hazard over your safety and no danger in any way. You know what I mean? It's that kind of practice of like, the real world, there is no danger of the real world. Everything from the real world doesn't exist. and it is just like this perfect experience, and like it isn't. I've planned to go to like group rituals, and I've had like a massive panic attack and just not been able to go. I could plan, this is why I don't really plan things, I could plan to do this like complicated ritual on like a blood moon midnight. Guarantee I will never do it. There's something will happen. Like, I saw something that stressed me out, or I had a panic attack, or my anxiety's too high, or I'm in too much pain that day. Like, something will happen, right? And I think that sometimes certain creators, whilst very aesthetically pleasing, it can be really easy to get sucked into this world of like everything they do is perfect. And I can guarantee that behind the scenes, everything that they do definitely isn't perfect. They're just showing like the perfect bits of their magical practice. And authors do it as well. I think everyone in the magical community is guilty of doing it. You only want to show your best side. Like, you only want to show the workings that went well. Or that time when you knocked over a candle and flooded your entire table with wax. Or that time when the oil bottle got stuck and you accidentally spilled patchouli oil all over your mobile phone, and now your phone still kind of smells like patchouli essential oil. Am I talking from experience on that last one? Maybe. I was never going to show that video because my entire phone got covered in patchouli oil, and I just swore for like 15 solid minutes whilst I frantically attempted to pull it out of a phone case. But like, that's what I mean. Like, when it comes to like social media, you are never ever going to see like the messy side of it. Like, everyone shows this like perfect side, and it can give people a false sense of what witchcraft is actually gonna look like. So who knows, there might be someone out there whose phone also still smells kind of like patchouli. I had to throw the phone case away because I could not get rid of the smell. And if anyone has got like patchouli oil on their fingers, they know that smell does not go away. Okay, anyway, moving on to the one that I'd already selected but I hadn't actually mentioned, which is, have you had any paranormal experiences? Yes, a lot. And if you would like to learn more about ghosties and ghoulies and paranormal spookies, Sundays I am posting ghost stories from both myself and my subscribers on Sundays. So I already have one of my first ghost encounters, the Grey Lady, as I've titled her, on the channel from a couple weeks ago. And then last week we did one which is my subscribers' first ghost encounter. So if you want to check those out, they're going to be coming out on Sundays. Probably not every Sunday, but I'm hoping to build a bit of an audience for them. At the moment, they are like my worst performing videos. And that's, it hurts my soul a little bit because I'm like, no, love them as much as I do. But like, I get that they're different from my usual content, which is always gonna like not be as popular. But yeah, if you want like ghosty spooky content, then Sundays. Right. Let's have a look, see. Where am I? I am... Oh, where am I? Oh, it jumped. No. Scroll. Oh, no. Oh, where am I? Shit. I apologize if anyone is expecting like PG rated content from me. I swear like a sailor like 99% of my existence. I just edit it out of my usual videos. So you don't see it in my usual videos. Oh, I feel like I'm somewhere around here. Oh my goodness, did you know that there's an online marketplace called Fayholm? Fayholm. They're basically Etsy for witchy shops. I am going to check that out right now, because for anyone who is, I know that a lot of you maybe wouldn't, for anyone who has been looking for the Etsy shop, due to the new like EU laws and the GPSR restrictions and Etsy not being helpful in any way, shape or form, I've had to close the Etsy shop because they refuse to separate the UK from Northern Ireland in their shipment, like in their shipping plans, even though there is like a giant restriction happening right now. So if anyone has been looking for like the Etsy shop, it is not currently there, and I'm trying to find a new kind of platform. Like, I've still got the website and stuff, but I'm trying to find like a new platform to move it onto. And actually that's something to look for, just like as a general caveat here. If you are looking for like witchcraft supplies and you usually use Etsy, you might find, if you live in the UK, that a lot of the sellers that you would usually go to aren't there anymore. And it's because of the new restrictions. Thanks, Etsy. Technically, Etsy aren't the ones that put the restrictions in. They're just the ones that refuse to help us. They're just like, oh, you want to actually ship to the UK legally? Yeah, we're not going to let you do that. Thanks, Etsy. So you might find that a lot of the sellers that you would usually go to aren't there anymore. So do make sure that like if you can find like a website for them, then continue to support the people that you usually buy from. But it might have to be on another channel, like it might have to be on their website, or it might be on a different platform. I just really hope that Etsy changes something soon. Like, as of right now, they've basically said, yeah, we're not helping. Great, thank you. So just a heads up, you might want to be looking elsewhere. Oh, this looks interesting. Oh, downside, American. Don't ship to America. Might be a problem, but interesting. I will definitely have to check that out at a later point after the stream. Okay, let's see where I was. Oh, while I'm at it, because we are like 2 hours in, just want to let everyone know the Q&A is done chronologically as best as I can, and so because of that, it might take me a while to get through some of the questions, but please be patient, because it's just little old me, and I'm just trying to get through them as best as I can. So please try not to spam questions as much as possible, and I will try to get through them. Maybe, fingers crossed, we'll see. Someone told me that people that swear a lot are more honest people. Oh, interesting. I like the sound of Oh, I want to say thank you. That is a massive compliment. You are a talented artist. Thank you. I'm not entirely sure I agree, but I appreciate the compliment. Have you thought about doing drawings of types of spirits, like boggarts that you've encountered? Yes, actually. I have one book that I have, which is like my spirit encounters book, and in there I do kind of do like little sketchy smetchies. So maybe one day I'll have to like do that. I'll be honest, I have kind of fallen off on the merch side of things. I still wear all of my merch, like all of the time. All of the hoodies, all of the t-shirts, all of the sweaters. I absolutely love them. But I haven't made any new designs recently. I've just been completely out of ideas of designs. And so I need to start coming up with some like new thoughts. I meant new ideas. So there's that. I love the colour of the paint on the wall behind you. What's the colour? So if we're talking this green colour, this was Valspar Wind in the Willows, but this was part of their literary paint series, so they don't do this colour anymore. But it is essentially like a muted green colour. It's not quite as dark in person as it looks on here, but it's like a muted dark green. If we're talking, whoa, I don't understand why I can't point at anything in the camera. If you're talking about this like brown colour, this is called Peat Bog by Valspar, and it is a colour that they still do. It's like a cool toned grey brown colour. But I know that they do this colour, similar colours to this, in Valspar anyway. It's just that I got the literary collection because that was just out when I got it. Okay, where was I? How do you get the motivation to progress in your magical journey? Inspiration is more what I get than motivation. So I think the difference for me is that I can't imagine anything other than what I already do. So because I've been doing it for so long, the idea of not doing it anymore doesn't even like cross my mind. So I don't necessarily need motivation to continue what I'm doing, because it is just like that's just how I think, that's how I perceive the world, that's how I interact with existence, you know, that's just how I do things. What makes me progress to learn like new things and try different things is inspiration. So I will often pick up a book and I will go down rabbit holes. And this is why I stopped doing my quarterly book breakdowns. And it's because I can never finish a damn book, right? So I will start a book and I'll get to a section that's really, really interesting. And I'll be like, oh my God, this is so cool. I want to learn more about this. And then before you know it, I am like 3 days and 15 books into a niche little tiny subject, and I've completely forgotten about the book that I was reading initially. I can't even remember how many pages in I was, and I've just deep dived into like a given subject. And that's kind of how my practice always grows and develops, in that I will literally just like find something that I find interesting, and then that is like my new obsession for the next 2 weeks. And that's like all I can think about, that's all I can focus on. I just want to learn about this one thing, that's it. And then I'll add it into my magical practice. If I like it, it sticks. If I don't like it, then at least it was interesting, it's something that I can share, and then I will move on to the next thing. And so the annoying part is I want to get through all of these as part of my to be read pile. I want to actually like legitimately finish them to be able to tell you what I think of the books, but it goes against every single bit of me as to how I read. I read like a chaos goblin, right? Just imagine, right? I'm gonna paint a picture for you, right? Just imagine it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I've got Baphomet slippers on. I'm sitting in front of a space heater. I've got like the craziest number of jumpers and layers on imaginable because I'm cold all the time, and I'm sitting in semi-darkness surrounded by like 20 books, and I'm hunched over like a little gremlin, and I'm like, no, it's not in this one. Which one is it? It's in this one. I'm gonna read this chapter, and then I go, no, not this one. Okay, I'll try this one. What about this one? And I'll like taking notes, and then I'm like, no, don't like that one. And then I'm like, give me a reference, give me references, and I look nuts. If anyone genuinely, like, I feel like if someone were to legitimately, and I hope it never ever happens, if someone were to like walk into my house without me knowing that they were there, right, and they spotted me, I think they'd look at me and go, nah, I think I'll try somewhere else. I don't want to deal with that. I feel like that's what would happen, because that's legitimately like how I read. And the problem is that me sitting down to read a full book front to back and take notes is like the most counterintuitive way of me doing it ever. I find it so difficult to do. So if you're ever wondering like, oh, Hearth said she was going to do this book on fairy witchcraft, or this video on fairy witchcraft books, where is it? Just know that I probably got like 15 pages into the book, found a random reference to like some like document from like 50 years ago, and then I went on a 4-day deep dive to attempt to find this like 18th century document that took me deep into Google Scholar. And you know, if you've ended up deep in Google Scholar and you're attempting to find a place where you can read this academic journal where it won't cost you $150 in order to read a page, you know you're bad. Like, you know you've gone so far that you need to like reel yourself back. And even worse, when you start contemplating it, because academic journals rip people off massively. So like that's what typically happens. So I will have started reading a fairy witchcraft book and I'll have gone, oh, that looks interesting. Just as an example, I'm still writing my book, right? I'm still writing it. This is how the process is going. Oh, I'm just going to really briefly cover this topic. It's not really that important. And then my mum calls me and she'll be like, and this will be like 10, 15 hours later, she'll be like, so how's the book writing going? And I'll be like, oh, I'm 15,000 words into talking about hagstones. And she'll be like, does that have anything to do with what you're writing about? I'm like, it did, briefly. And then I found a reference, and then I found another reference, and I thought it was interesting, so I included that too. And now I'm 15,000 words into a topic that doesn't even relate to the book. That's how it's going. So if you're ever thinking to yourself, like, why is this taking so long? That's why I spent about 2 days last week diving into a Tudor document about hagstones because I could. So, yeah, I am like a lot of you guys watching where like we go deep diving into topics and it can be a problem. Right, where was I? I am here. Does alcohol hinder spell work or help it? Now, okay, this one is kind of a complex one because there's a lot of people who do struggle with alcohol dependency. There are a lot of people who struggle with using alcohol as a coping mechanism. There are a lot of people out there who use alcohol as a way of dealing with other things that they need to be coping with in other ways. And I want to emphasize that at the start before I say anything, because I think that for some people, the use of alcohol before spellwork and ritual can aid in relaxing, so you aren't like over worrying about what's happening. However, and this is not an attack on anyone, I want to say that, but it's not a healthy way of dealing with those feelings. So while I think in that regard it can be used, that doesn't necessarily mean that it should be used. In general, though, I think it's usually better to be compos mentis in a lot of ways when doing spells and rituals. Obviously, there are many cultural traditions that are different than that, and I cannot speak on those because I'm not experienced in those. But when it comes to witchcraft, I think in general, for safety's sake, it is better to be compos mentis, especially if you are working with candles, especially if you are working in an outdoor environment, especially if you are working alone. I generally think it is safer to have all of your faculties so that you can ensure that you are going to keep yourself safe. Because what I would not want anyone to do is to trip over and hurt themselves, is to end up in a situation where they can't get out of it, to stand too close to a candle and not notice when you're wearing a cloak that can go up in flames and then you have problems, you know what I mean? Like, I think there's a lot of people who will use it, but I personally would recommend making sure that you are as present and aware as possible, unless it is in a very controlled environment where you can make sure that you're safe. Of course, there is a lot of additional like caveats and whatnot to that, but yeah, though that's just like the stuff that I would immediately say is important. Right, let's have a look, see where we're at. Boop 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 boop. Making sure this has gone through okay. It has, okay. Right, where am I? I am on the wrong chat. That's useful, isn't it? Oh, do you have any success in finding witchcraft books in charity and thrift shops? Yes, I actually have. So this is a question that I get asked quite a lot, actually, is how do you how do you have so many witchcraft books is the question that I get asked. And usually it's kind of a thinly veiled, how do you have enough money to spend on all of those witchcraft books? And I don't get offended by it at all, because I get it. Like, I've shown a lot of like hauls and stuff and whatnot. While some of the books that I get, for instance, like the ones from Troy Books, are new books for the most part, the majority of what you see here and on my other bookcases are completely secondhand books. I will get them from antique shops, I will get them from charity shops, I will get them from secondhand bookshops. That's a really, really big one. There's a couple of secondhand bookshops that I know that have kind of like fairly large occult sections, and so every time they restock their books, I'll go in and I'll check them out. And so I get a lot of books because of that. Like, I have I can go into some of the bookshops that I go to and I can get like a handful of books for £10-20, whereas you just can't do that elsewhere. So I find a lot of them are kind of hidden away. I actually found as well that it depends on where you live. I think that's a really big thing for me to mention. So charity shops in the UK are, as you would expect, they are shops that are giving the money to charity. And so the books and the clothes and stuff are all donated just from general members of the public. Sometimes they are given by shops that are closing down. Sometimes it's just, you know, clothes that are fit, children's clothes that don't fit, clothes that are maybe not super trendy anymore. They get sent to charity shops. And so you will often find, if someone has died recently and they had a large collection of occult books, if there's one, there's usually more. And so I've noticed that, like, you'll have charity shops where all of a sudden they'll have like 20, 30, 40 witchcraft books, and it's usually because after someone's passed away, those items will get donated to the charity shop. But this is the caveat that I wanted to say. If you have a charity shop, or if you live in America and you have, I think they're called like thrift shops in America, if they are run by a religious organization, they might refuse to accept, they might bin, or they might just refuse to put out the occult books. So I would just like be aware of that, because if you do have an organization that is very Christian in nature, you might find that even if they were to get occult books in, they just won't put them on the shelves, or they'll just straight up bin them, which honestly is just horrible. Absolutely awful to think about. Right. Da 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 da. I don't know where I am. Okay, here we go. Let's go with this one. Does praying belong to witchy or pagan practice? Do you think that praying regularly can be useful in achieving a desired change of behavior? So, no, yes to those. So, does it belong to any kind of witchy and pagan practice? Not really. I think that any individual can choose to include prayer in their magical practice if that's what they feel particularly drawn to do. But I don't think that prayer necessarily is owned by or like used exclusively by one part of witchcraft or paganism. Does that make sense? I'm hoping that makes sense. Do people utilize it? Yes. Is it a great benefit to their magical practice? Yes. Is it for everyone? No. But to me, I don't see how prayer is really any different from doing your daily affirmations. I'm not an affirmation person personally. Some people really are. But if you stand in a mirror every single morning and you do your daily affirmations, then to me, that is very much akin to before bed every night doing your prayers. You might be utilizing it in relation to something different. So with prayer, it might be to a spirit, to a deity, whereas to affirmations, it's more about the energy, that affirmation in yourself. But if you're getting results from it, then I think it can have just as much of a valid place in practice as using affirmations and the like. If every single evening you are lighting a candle and saying a few words to your deity, then I don't see why prayer wouldn't be similar in that regard. Like, as far as I'm concerned, as long as you are gaining a beneficial result, then it can be perfectly valid and successful in magical practice. Right, where am I? Are you excited for Practical Magic 3? Practical Magic 3? There's been a Practical Magic 2? Wait. What? Have I already missed Practical Magic 2? If I have, I'm gonna be so annoyed. Okay, I don't think it's out yet. Okay. Oh, anything Practical Magic I'm excited about. Am I worried that they're gonna butcher it? Yes. Like, I'll be honest, some people are not gonna like me for this. I don't think they should have done a Hocus Pocus 2. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed watching it. I really appreciated the vibe that they had going on. Did it kind of destroy the entire ending of the first one? Yeah. Do I think it was necessary? No. And I am so worried that the same is going to happen with Practical Magic. Practical Magic is my favourite. And that's a big statement right there. It is my favourite witchcraft movie ever. And if you haven't already seen it, I've done an entire video on the real witchcraft that was included in the movie Practical Magic. So if you want to check that out, that's on my channel. But I'm so worried that they are going to butcher it, because I've already been told that the Practical Magic movie was nothing like the book. So I'm curious. Are they going to be basing the second movie off perhaps more in line with the book, taking inspiration from that a little bit more? I don't know. I'm curious as to what they're going to do, but I just don't want them to butcher it. If I don't leave watching Practical Magic 2 with that fuzzy, feel-good, magic-y feeling that I got when I watched Practical Magic, I am going to be so disappointed. So disappointed. And I want them to stop, and this is another one that people don't agree with me on, and that's fine. I want them to stop squishing modern references into reboots. I'm sorry, I don't want a witchcraft reboot movie with someone doing a TikTok dance in it. Can we just not reference TikTok for like 2.5 movies? Please. You know what I mean? Like, I think that Hocus Pocus still stands up today because they weren't referencing that many specific time period things. Like, yeah, you had the moment, you know, where like he's got like the new shoes, and like they were really big in the 90s, right? I get that was like a reference at the time, but like I don't understand why modern reboots have to have like people using modern slang, but like modern slang that is like a trending sound. So like it's not even really modern slang. It's just like, okay, right, it would be a bit like if they did Hocus Pocus, not Hocus Pocus 2, if they did Practical Magic 2, right? And one of the daughters just in one scene out of nowhere just went very demure. Why did you need to include that? You know what I mean? It's that kind of like temporary TikTok trending sounds that make their way into modern movies and reboots that just drive me up the wall. So like, if there is even a mention of like a TikTok dance in Practical Magic 2, I might actually just walk out of the cinema. I've actually, yeah, like people have said like the Craft legacy just shouldn't have happened. Like the Craft shouldn't have happened. I've never actually watched the reboot of the Craft, just like I have never watched the reboot of Charmed. And I haven't done it because I know exactly what it's going to be like, and I know I'm going to hate it. And that is coming from like someone who doesn't even like really the first Craft movie. I know that I will hate the reboot even more. So like, the thing is though, even the Madonna costume in like Hocus Pocus, I don't know if it's just because like if I saw that costume today I'd be like, oh, Madonna. But I'm guessing that people who are like 15, 16 probably would look at that costume and go, who are you? So I suppose maybe that is a little bit of a nod. Maybe they weren't super not innocent of it themselves. But I just don't know what it is. I just have this feeling that like they are going to include some like niche, unnecessary like TikTok sound, and they're like, what did someone say here? Someone said, oh yeah, of Blessed Night said practical magic, but instead of spell casting, they're just shouting TikTok sounds as spells. The sad thing is though, I can kind of imagine them doing that, and that's what sucks about it. And I think when you actually look at like all of like the witchcraft movies that have like held up to time, Hocus Pocus, you had a few references here or there, but it's not too bad. Practical magic, like yes, they have like a landline, and I know that most houses today don't have a landline phone, but other than that, there's not really any identifying features where you look at the technology and you go, oh, that's really out of place. Whereas today, there's like a bajillion product placements where, okay, here's a reference, and if you get this reference, you will know how cringy it is. In the Vampire Diaries, right? I know it's a little bit of a tangent. In the Vampire Diaries, Caroline gets a new car. And Elena and Caroline are sitting in this car, and out of nowhere, like it doesn't do anything for the script, Elena goes, oh, I like this song. And Caroline asks the car to tell her what the song is. It's a giant product placement for the car, and it is so jarring and it is so out of place, and you're watching it back and you go, oh my god, that's awful. And then you know that in like 10 years time you're gonna look at that episode and you're gonna rewatch it and it's gonna age like milk. Or like all of the reboots where they're all using like the same Samsung Galaxy phone, and or they have like they all have like the same phone that like that flips open, and they're using a pen. The Vampire Diaries did this again. In one episode, Klaus had a phone that allowed you to use a pen, and it was so obvious that like he was told to write a text message out in like his handwriting and then send it as text, because it was the new phone that was out. And like now you look at it and you go, oh that aged so badly. So I will love, just to circle back again, you guys know that I'm full of tangents, I will love practical magic too if they don't like completely butcher it by just sticking in a whole bunch of modern things. Anyway, this one is a good one. This is it this one? Oh no, it's the one further down. It was the one further down. Let's have a look. What's this one? This is a more light-hearted question, but if you could snap your fingers and create/read a whole book on any random witchy topic, what would it be? Oh, okay. So I want to learn so much about how witchcraft and occult practices were used during the Dark Ages, right? Because I mean, it's called the Dark Ages for a reason, right? It's the Dark Ages because we don't have very much information really at all about that period of time. Like, yes, we have archaeological evidence. Yes, we have skeletal remains. Yes, we have geographical evidence. We know sort of what happened, right? But we don't really know what happened because normal, everyday people could not read or write. And so everything was oral tradition. Nothing was documented. And we have documentation from the early modern period because during this time we had an increase in education among everyday lay people, and we have things that have been written by other people. So like the witch trials, for instance, documented a lot of information that otherwise wouldn't have been documented because it was educated people who were writing for the benefit of non-educated people, or they were writing about non-educated people. Now, although the information is skewed to fit the ideals of the people who were writing about it, it's still documented, right? But like during the like Dark Ages period, we have so little information about how witchcraft was used. We can kind of sort of gauge how it would have been used based off the evidence of what came afterwards. I want a book about everything that happened magically during the Dark Ages. And I know it's never going to exist because how could it ever exist? Because, like, we don't have documentation of that. And if we do, I want to know about it. I want to know everything about it. I think that's just so fascinating. So that's, like, the one thing. I see, but the Pendle Witches wasn't the Dark Ages. The Pendle Witches was the early modern period. The Dark Ages was much, much earlier. So I've studied the Pendle Witches, the Pitt and Weem witch trials, the Salem witch trials, like the Berwick trials, everything. Like that's my practice, is going back into history and folk magic and drawing that into a modern day setting, right? That's what I love doing. But the problem is when you go far enough back, the documentation just ends. Like, it just kind of fades into literally just darkness because we just don't have any written documentation of it. Like, it's just not there. And so that's what I want to know about. I want to, like, follow, like, I would love if I could just click my fingers to just have, like, the life and the practice of someone who practiced folk magic during the medieval period. Like, how were you taught? Because we know that during the early modern period, people were often taught father to daughter, daughter to son, son to daughter, going backwards that way. Or you had someone who was like, you had like husbands and wives that were like working together. So one person of the couple would be practicing one form of magic for the community and the other would be doing something else. Or people would have, say, apprenticeships where you would like apprentice under someone else, but they would usually have another job as well. Like, their witchcraft wasn't their only job. Was it the same? Like, I'm curious, like, because going into the early modern period, we suddenly have this idea of like covens of witches and like the Sabbath and like, does that come from something earlier that we have just lost through time? Or was that something that was fabricated out of the fear and everything else? That's the bit that I'm fascinated by. Like, I'd love to see, like, it'll never happen, but if I could click my fingers and have it, see like all of the workings that folk practitioner did and the reasons why people came to them and like how they did it, like what was their profession alongside it, like did they get paid for it, or was it like I'll do something nice for you, you do something nice for me? Like, were you taught from a family member or did you apprentice under someone else? This is the stuff I want to know that I don't think I'm ever going to know, and I will forever be sad about it. And I hope that someone one day, I'll be lucky if it's me, manages to find information on that, because like that would be good. To be fair, I think the Dark Ages is pretty substantial. Let me just see how many centuries were the Dark Ages. Because I know the early modern period very well, but like it's like this early medieval bit. Let's have a look. Dark Ages timeline. So you're looking at everything from like 449 through to 1066-ish by the looks of it. That's the juicy bit. I say as I sound more like a gremlin than I ever have before. I want to sink my teeth into it, and I know that I can't. Maybe I should like try and like talk to a bunch of academics on this, because I'm sure that there's information out there. It's just that I haven't seen it, or it hasn't been published yet, or it hasn't been found yet. That's really cool. Relic of Ages, thank you so much. Oh my goodness, congratulations. That's so exciting. Oh, that's fantastic. I hope you are having the most amazing time, even though I'm sure it is incredibly difficult. Oh, thank you so much for your support, and I hope that you have just as much joy and happiness in the months to come. But yes, gremlins. I become a gremlin when I'm talking about these topics. Is it considered cheating if you use a spellwork to achieve a diploma? No. Because, and here's the big because. If you start your degree, diploma, whatever you want to call it, here they're called degrees. Oh my goodness. If I were to say do a master's degree now, and I were to not do any work. Oh, I know I've got an assignment due. It's fine. Oh, that big essay. Yeah, I haven't done it yet. Oh, the exam. Yeah, I've not revised for it. I've not done anything for it. And I do just a whole bunch of spell work. I'm never going to pass. I won't get a degree. I probably wouldn't even make it to my second year of a master's. It wouldn't happen. It just wouldn't. Because you can do all of the spell work imaginable, but if you aren't putting in the work to achieve that thing, you are never going to get anywhere. And ultimately, what are you actually cheating on? You know, you're doing spells to help you remain focused for your revision. Well, you're still revising, you're still doing all of the work, you're not getting cheat sheets, you're not paying someone to tutor you when they have information that they shouldn't have. You're not sneaking in and getting test questions. You are literally doing a working to help you retain memory, which is what people do when they drink these herbal teas, or they use rosemary essential oil, or, you know, they go to study classes, or they use the Pomodoro method to help them revise better. It's just a different technique to help you do the work that you're already doing to the best of your abilities. You know, there are many Christians who are getting their diplomas who will be praying before their exams. Are they cheating because they're praying? Because technically they're using divine intervention to get their diploma. But just like how with spells and rituals, if you don't put the work in, you're never going to get it. They're not going to hand you a diploma for not doing anything. You've still had to do so much work. And also, it's not like you were stealing it from someone else by doing the workings. You are doing the workings to give yourself the best opportunity of achieving something that you already have the ability to do. Right? They're expecting, I mean, at least in the UK, everyone who signs up to university is expected to get a degree. It's unusual if you don't get a degree. It's not so much will you get it, it's which type of degree will you get. Will you get a first? Will you get a second? Will you get a 2-2? Will you get a dreaded third? Like, you are achieving something that they already expect you to achieve. You're just utilizing the tools at your disposal to do that in the best way possible. And those tools aren't being gained from thieving exam papers or, you know, illegal documents that you've been given. It's just you being able to focus better, and maybe, you know, doing a confidence spell the day of your public speaking so that you don't absolutely brick it and vomit before the show, or it's making sure that you are relaxed enough during an exam to be able to read the question, because you know that historically you've been known to not read the question well enough and not answer it accurately. And so these workings are designed to, like, put you in the best possible position for success. So I don't think it's cheating. And I mean, at my university, we had a pagan society, and I can guarantee that most members of that society were doing workings to aid them. I know I was. I know people who did spells and charms and enchantments and stuff before their exams, just as I know people who prayed before their exams, because there were like prayer rooms outside of the exam, so that before the exam you could pray and then you could go into the exam afterwards. To be fair, the prayer rooms weren't just used for people who were going in for the exams, they're used for like everyone, but like you were given the ability to go and pray. Just like how as far as I'm aware anyway, like for anyone who prays multiple times a day at set times, they offer separate rooms for people who need to do that, so that they are it's all controlled, so they can't like leave and cheat, but they were able to stop the exam to be able to pray when they needed to pray, and then they could continue the exam, and the time stopped and then started again, so that people were able to utilize their required prayer time. And to me, it's no different doing that as it is to carry out your spells and rituals beforehand. Obviously, though, that's just my opinion. Okay. This one, though, this is the one. Have you ever had a moment that blew your mind and really changed the way you thought of or approached divination? Yes, so I've actually got two stories in this regard. So one was much, much earlier in my magical practice. So I was still, I was fairly young. I think I was probably like 14, 15. And I had made friends with someone who also practiced witchcraft. And I'd engaged with people at this point before, like online forums. You know how it was in the early 2000s. Like, forums were everywhere. Like, Spells of Magic was like popping off. Like, there were hundreds of people on Spells of Magic every second of every day. Like, at some point, there were thousands of people on that website at once. It was incredible. And so I'd interacted with people, like, digitally, but I'd very rarely interacted with anyone in person. And so I went and we hung out. And I, at this point, had never really dived into divination. I was mostly using the elements. I was mostly using kind of force of will styles of practice. So I was still like really focusing on energy work, directing it towards my goals, and I didn't really think about divination very much at all. This was just before I got my first set of runes, I think. Honestly, the timeline gets a little bit blurred, but I, at this point, I don't think had ever religiously, like consistently used runes. And she was like, I want to show you something. And she had this technique of using runes, and I have never been able to recreate it. I have never seen anyone else do it, and it blows my mind to this day every single time I think about it. So she gathered these rune stones in a bag, and she said, I ask them a question, and every time I tip them out, exactly three, will always be upright, and all of the others are face down. And I'm like, just from like a percentile standpoint, that's impressive, because like there's a lot of runes in this little tiny bag, and you'd think that logically it couldn't always be three that came out, right? So she took the bag, and I remember vividly we were in her room, and we were sitting on her bed, and she had like a little cloth laid out, and she goes, watch. So she holds the bag like this, and she shakes the bag, and then she tips the entire contents of the bag onto the cloth in front of her, and three of them are face up. All of the others are face down. And she does the reading, and I'm like, that's incredible. Like, does this happen like every time? So she gathered them up into a bag, and she goes, every time. So she shakes it, she thinks of a question, she tips all of the runes out of the bag onto the cloth. 3, and only 3 different runes are facing upright. All of the others are face down, right? Now, bearing in mind here, I have used runes now for a long time. I'm not going to disclose how old I am, because a lady never reveals her age. I have been using runes now for a very, very long time. And I have never, ever, ever had anything like this happen to me personally. So she did it again, 3 different runes, all of the others are face down. So she scoops them up and she goes, okay, we'll do it again. Holds them, shakes them, casts them out, 3 exact different runes, face up, all the others are face down. I have no idea how, besides the fact that she's definitely working with somebody. I have used runes since, could never ever use that technique. I even used the same style of runes. So my runes, for anyone who has seen my original set of runes, they are small, flat, obsidian runes with gold carvings in the top of them. I love them. They're still one of the favorite things of mine in my collection. They are the exact same style as the ones that she used. Have never, ever seen that happen again. I've never achieved that. I will shake up the runes, tip them out, and there's always like 10 upright, like 10 face down, 10 have gone roll, like it's always random, right? No, every single time, 3 face up, all of the others were face down. It was absolutely incredible. Have never seen anything like it. That was the moment where I was like, oh shit, I think I need to really be focusing on divination in my practice. The other time that was like a wow, was when I first started using tarot to give readings for other people. So I haven't used tarot for as long as I've used runes. So I think I was about 16 maybe when I got my first set of runes. I haven't used tarot for that long. It was a couple of years after that I started using tarot, and I started with that fairy deck that gives me the nosebleeds. And then I got myself a set of the Wild Unknown Tarot. Now, you can still get the Wild Unknown Tarot. It's a different version, like it's a different edition to the ones that I've got, because I have the main edition and I've got the pocket edition. The pocket edition is different, and anyway, I got them when they first released is what I'm trying to say. So they look slightly different now. If you do want to get them, they are a little bit different. I got the Wild Unknown Tarot and I loved it, right? Absolutely loved it. But the one thing I noticed is that I could never do effective readings for myself. I could use runes and I could get really positive, not positive like uplifting, but like really accurate readings with my runes. I could not do the same with the full Wild Unknown. Couldn't do it. So I went off to university, took the cards with me, I joined the Pagan Society, and whilst I was there, we were doing like workshops and events and stuff, and one of the ones that we did was tarot reading. So everyone who could read tarot was asked to bring their cards in, and we were going to read for the people who couldn't. And we had opened it up so that anyone in the university could come. So it wasn't just like the Pagan Society, it was everyone. So we had quite a lot of people come who like weren't really interested in joining the society, but were interested in having a tarot reading done. And we didn't charge for it. It was just like training so that those of us who could read tarot could practice, and those of us who couldn't read tarot could learn how to read tarot from the people who could. So I'm there, and I have read a lot for myself. I'd read a lot for like friends and family, but I had never at this point read for anyone that was not someone that I already knew. And as I mentioned in like the Agatha All Along video, people can often have a tendency to hot and cold read people. And if you already know someone, it's really easy to hot read someone because you know a lot of information about them and you can like extrapolate information out even if you don't know it directly. Like it's easy to do, right? So I was sitting across the table from an exchange student, and I say exchange student because that is important, because while everyone else that was there, we knew what year they were in. You know, you knew if they were a PhD student, you knew if they were a first year, you knew if they were a third year, because you would recognize them from your classes, right? Like my class was huge. There were so many students doing my course. But all of the international students that were only there for a couple of months, a lot of them were postgrads, so you couldn't really pin them on a course, and you know, basically, I'm wordily trying to say that we didn't pre-know anything about any of these people because we didn't talk to them, but we also couldn't guesstimate anything off them because we wouldn't recognize them from any of our classes because they were postgrads. They were in a different building doing a different course. So I'm sitting down across from this really nice guy, and I'm bricking it. I'm not having a good time. I'm so stressed. And I use my cards and I lay them all out. And I'm looking at them and I'm going, none of these cards make any sense. And there's this real moment of dread where I'm like, no, like actually, like I can't find a way to make sense of any of these cards. And I'm genuinely sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, this is so embarrassing. This is showing up the entire group. Like I feel like I should just quit now. I should never read cards for other people. This is awful. And he goes like, it's okay. Like I can see that like this isn't working out how you thought. Can you just like tell me the individual cards? So he's got like 3 friends standing like around him, like looking over his shoulder at the cards. And I'm like going through each individual card, and I can see, because they're in front of me, and you can like hear them like starting to get a little bit shifty. And as I'm turning over every card, and I'm showing them the card and like all of the details and the things that are like standing out to me on each of the cards. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, oh my God, this is awful. This is the worst reading I've ever done. And then I get to the Sun card, and every single one of them simultaneously gasped. And I'm thinking, oh no, what have I done? What have I said? What have I done? What's happening? I don't know what's happening. What have I done? Oh my God, I'm panicking. I'm like freaking out. And one of the guys that's standing behind him goes, isn't that what your girlfriend always calls you? And it basically turned out that the entire reading only makes sense because of the Sun card, because it was like the nicknames that they had for each other were coming out in the cards. And to me, an outsider, none of this made any sense. I'm looking at the cards and I'm thinking, oh good Jesus, this is awful, this is dreadful. The entire reading, they left and they were like, can we have another one? Can we come back? And it was that moment where I was like, yeah, I don't know if tarot reading is necessarily for me. I don't have the confidence to be a tarot reader for other people. I just don't. I'm not brave enough for it. They seem to really enjoy it. They got a lot out of that reading. They were very grateful for it. Like the Sun, like apparently like his girlfriend was always call him like her son. And like they had like these like super cute nicknames for each other. It was ridiculously cute. And it was like coming out in all of the cards. And I just had no idea. So you can imagine like little me, like never done a tarot reading for anyone outside of my family before, literally shitting myself. I'm thinking like, oh, I'm a fraud in this community and I'm never going to be able to do tarot readings. I'll be honest though, I still don't have the nerve for it. I tried doing readings a few years ago, and because I really enjoy doing readings, I stress myself out so much that I'm not going to be able to get it right, or like I'm going to have a bad day and like everything I say is going to be wrong, and like I'm going to tune in on the wrong person, and then I'm going to be doing a reading for like their friend that's sitting next to them instead of them. That I couldn't do it. Like props to anyone who does like professional tarot reading. I don't have the nerve for it, because like people are always so scared of like tarot readers being scam artists. I'm so scared of being a tarot reader because I'm so scared of getting it wrong. Like I've got no interest in scamming anyone out of their money. I'm just so scared of saying like the wrong thing or worse, right? I am a communal crier. Right? You know when you have those people where they gag if someone else gags, you know, like empathy but with dry heaving. I'm like that with crying, right? So if I have someone sitting across the table from me and they are like crying because of a tarot reading, I feel so guilty that I've made someone cry. I end up crying, and then we're both just at this table and we're both just sobbing, and like, I'm not convinced that that is necessarily the best look for a professional tarot card reader, to just be like weeping onto the tarot cards. And that is why if you ever ask me for a reading, the answer is usually going to be no, because I'm terrified of getting it wrong and giving someone the wrong advice. And I have like the worst case of, what is it called? Where like you feel like you don't belong. Imposter syndrome. I have like the worst case of imposter syndrome ever. Okay, those are my two like shocking stories, not shocking, but like in stories that shocked me in regards to divination. The runes one though is the one that gets me like every single time. But I did see a question in here, which is, how do you find your major and minor arcana cards? Confuses me a little, because I've only ever known it be like the major. But generally speaking, this is the way I've always found my card, and it's always major arcana. To me, I've never ever used minor. Is to find your birth card, you add up your full date of birth. So I will use Google for this because I don't do maths very well. So say for instance, if someone was born on the 19th of October 1974, right? So you would add up 191019 and 4, right? So you add all of those numbers up and you get, if Google will act quickly, the number 32. Now, the major arcana cards don't go up to 32. So you instead would add the 3 and the 2 together to get 5. That is right, yeah? Oh my god, my maths is bloody awful, like legitimately awful. So you've got 5, you would then work your way through the major arcana and you would get to, I believe, the Hierophant. I've got my book right here. Let me just double check because I don't remember numbers, I remember pictures. Pretty certain it would be the Hierophant. Hierophant. Yeah, number 5, the Hierophant. So that then, if you were born on that exact date, that would be your birth card for the major. Oh, Rach Does Magic has said, minor arcana, you find it based on your date of birth too, but it's based on your astrological sign. Something I didn't know. I'm going to research that later. Is it based on, so I'm assuming then it would be based on your, so like I'm born on the 1st, so would my card then be the Ace of Cups because I am a water sign? But then if you were born on like the 5th of, I'm trying to think of when it would apply. If you're born on like the 5th of September, is that Virgo? I don't know. If you were born on like an earth sign. Oh, that's really cool. Okay, I'm researching that later. Let me have a look at this. So birth card. Okay, this is where I'm deep diving tonight. I know it's already like 11 o'clock, but I don't care. This is where I'm going tonight. Cool. This is a topic I've never looked into before. Like, I've always done major arcana. I've never done the minor. Cool. Okay, let me just see if it gets this correct. I'm just gonna like test this out with, there's a website actually, which is called mysticmondays.com, and they have like a calculator. mysticmondays.com tarot birth card calculator. Oh my god, my dyslexia is messing with me today. Let me just see if it gets it correct. No. Okay. Let's not go with that one. So the 6, I believe that's the same as me, I think. Let me just double check. So the 6 is the Lovers. I think mine is the 6th. Oh my god, let me just double check. My memory, I'm not even joking, my memory is like an actual sieve. It is like a problem. Let me just double check. What is mine? Yeah, mine's 6. I thought it was. So mine's the Lovers, which completely explains my entire existence because I am a crybaby Cancer who wears their heart on the sleeve. Yes. So, yeah. I'm going to have to so look into the minor arcana version of it though, because that is like a completely different thing that I have never touched on before. So cool. This is why I love witchcraft, right? I just love it because there's always something new to learn. Right. Da 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 da. I often see tiny little black specks running around under the furniture and the floor. Any ideas what they may be? No, but I have a follow-on question. Do they look like the soot sprites from anything related to Studio Ghibli? Because if they look like the soot sprites from Spirited Away, then I grew up with the exact same thing all of the time. Like small, little, like fluffy, black things. Like they would like crawl over feet and like crawl under furniture, and I could always see them in mirrors. Like, so if I couldn't see them in the room, I would be able to see them like in the mirror on the floor. And I had that for my entire childhood growing up, and I never knew what they were, other than the only way I could ever describe them is they looked like the soot sprites from Spirited Away. But like no legs and no arms, and they weren't carrying stars. They were just like the little fuzzy things. If anyone knows what they are, by the way, please let me know. Because like I'm fascinated by this. Actually, this ties into another thing. So anyone who's been watching like the Sunday videos, like the spirit videos, firstly, thank you so much. I massively appreciate the fact that you're willing to watch content that's different than my usual content. I am planning on opening it up probably in the next week to spirits and sightings that are maybe more cryptozoological, not ghosts is what I'm saying. So we're talking like fair folk, we're talking angels, we're talking demons, we're talking Bigfoot, we're talking like phantom dogs, we're talking like these like small little black furry creatures. If you are interested in that, keep an eye open, and I will try to like update people on when the form for that is open, because I am so curious how many of us have had the same sightings of things and experienced the same things and just haven't mentioned it to anyone. And the fact that if this is kind of a similar thing with these like soot sprite type spirits, that means that there is at least one other person who's experienced the same thing as me. And the fact that they are in so many Studio Ghibli movies, and Studio Ghibli is so deeply rooted in spirits and mythology and lore, makes me think that other people have definitely seen the same thing elsewhere in the world, clearly. Maybe much, much, much further afield. Maybe all over the world. Like that. So cool. And I just think that would be really cool to learn more about, because I can, like, even just like in the ghost ones that we've got, so many of the stories of the ghosts are so similar that it makes you think like this activity really does have patterns. And that's the thing, isn't it? What people always want is like evidence of anything. Like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Like, I actually have a background in science, so I want to be able to like replicate things. They always want repetition. They're like, oh, we'll believe it if you can repeat it, or we'll believe it if it happens like repeatedly. I just find it interesting that the one thing everyone has been after is like repeated evidence, like things being the same. And so many of the stories that I've received have got like the same themes throughout. I think that's really, really interesting. Like two different spirits in two completely different places by two completely different people. And yet some of the stories are like, oh, that's like really, really similar. Right. Your opinion on darker spirits. Interesting. So I think that okay, right. I'm going to backpedal a little bit. Are we talking like darker spirits, like spirits that appear like shadowy and darker in appearance, like shades and shadow people? Or are we talking like darker spirits, like spirits that have a negative connotation? Because one thing I've noticed is that people often have a tendency to group them together. That like if you... I'm trying to think of the way of wording it. If you mention to someone who doesn't work regularly with spirits or only works with, say, angels, they will hear shadow person and they will immediately assume that you are referring to a demon or some kind of like malefic energy. And so I feel like a lot of the time spirits are kind of unfairly grouped together, and there is a lot of, sadly, there's a lot of stereotyping with spirits as much as there is with anything or anybody else. So I almost feel like spirits should be approached on a one-to-one basis. I think what I mean is like an individual basis rather than one-to-one. Like some of the nastiest spirits that I know people have had encounters with can sometimes look the nicest. And sometimes some of the nicest encounters people have had, their spirits can often look the most awful. And I think that sometimes there's this like unfair classification. And I've noticed this a lot with shades, is that people are often like, oh my god, there's a demon in my house. And like at the stalls and stuff, I have people coming up to me and they'll like tell me about like the ghosts that are living with them. And quite often you will get people being like, I have a demonic presence in my home. I'm like, oh, that's really unusual. Like, what kind of, what things are you experiencing? And they'll be like, I keep seeing this shadow person. I'm like, okay. Anything else? Like, any smells, any other sights, like any noises? Like, have you had any bad sensations? Are animals behaving weirdly? And they're like, no, it's just a shadow person. I'm like, okay, but then what makes them demonic? And they're like, but it's a shadow person. I'm like, okay, and like, what about them being a shadow person makes them a demon? They're like, but they're a shadow person. I'm like, I know you've said that. Obviously I'm more patient than that, but it's like, I understand like the way that they appear might come across intimidating, but nothing that you've said to me has made me think that they are a demon in any way, shape or form. Like, this genuinely just sounds like you have a shade in your home. Like, has anything negative happened? Like, is there anything going on, or like things moving or anything? Like, and they're like, nope, just the shadow person. I'm like, well, then you don't have to worry then. Like, this isn't a demon, this is just a shadow person. And then on the other foot, you also have people that will, not necessarily about the appearance of a demon, not just appearance of a demon, but appearance of a spirit. But if anyone says anything about working with demons, they're like, oh, so you practice black magic then? It's like, whoa, you just took like 15 steps in the wrong direction. Back up. Like, one, we're really using that term in 2025? Really? But then also it's like, just because someone works with demons doesn't mean that they work baneful magic. Like, as I mentioned in lots and lots of streams, demons have been worked with historically for many, many different reasons. Sometimes it is for malefic purposes, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it's finding a lost object, sometimes it's getting a job, sometimes it's finding love. Like, this, demons are not all evil. Like, they are in a category that has been demonized, which is ironic really when you think about it. But fundamentally, they are not like evil beings. And so I think that generally speaking, it is better to work with spirits on like an individual basis. Like, come to a spirit or come to spirit work and see what you get from that spirit as an individual. Because you may find that some of the ugly is kind of a not very nice word, but some of the spirits that are the least appealing to us in appearance might actually be some of the nicest. I mean, so many of the stories of, let's think of two really, really big ones, would be, say, merfolk and fair folk. It's actually the fair ones that are some of the most dangerous. The idea of men especially being lured to fairy mounds and almost convinced into coming to Elfame because of a fairy that looks particularly beautiful, or it is the mermaids and the sirens that looked so beautiful that they would lure men to their watery depths. You know, if anything, stories like those of the Brothers Grimm should be convincing us that the fairies and the spirits that look the most beautiful are probably actually the most dangerous of all of them, because they have this ability to convince you that they are good, because humans naturally have a bias of, if someone is beautiful, that makes them more honest, which is like a really weird thing in human psychology, isn't it? That like, if someone is beautiful, some people assume that beauty equates to honesty. And I actually think it's probably the other way around. Yes, exactly, like brightly coloured toxic animals. If something looks brightly coloured and if something looks beautiful, don't touch it. Oh yeah, definitely not all humans, but like when you talk to people, like, who, you know, these social experiments of like, who would you trust more, and so many people pick the person that's more aesthetically appealing, and it's like, I don't know. I think there's something to be said that people who have maybe this is a sweeping statement, perhaps, but like, beauty is definitely in the eye of the beholder. But I think people who don't focus their life on beauty tend to be more well-rounded people. And that's not me saying that beautiful people aren't well-rounded, because obviously they can be. But I think that a lot of people who are not conventionally attractive have kind of a different stance on the world. Like, they have a different attitude about it. And having a mix of people in your life is actually a really good way to go. You know, I think it's best if we have like people from lots of different backgrounds, people who do different jobs, who have different interests, who come from different places around the world, you know, who are interested in different things, who, you know, some people might be really conventionally beautiful and some people might not be conventionally attractive, but seeing the world from different perspectives is really, really important, so that we don't end up in like an echo chamber. And I think the same applies to spirits as well. I think it's fine if you feel more comfortable working with spirits who appear a certain way, but I just think it's important to have an open mind about spirits who appear differently as well. And yeah, sometimes the I only work with angels, everything else is a demon approach isn't always super healthy. Because like I've met many people like that, where they are lovely people, nothing wrong with them as a person, but they have this like, I only work with angels and I'm better than you approach. Or sometimes they'll have an I only work with angels, and if you work with anything else, then you're only working with trickster spirits and you are an idiot approach. And that's not everyone that works with angels, but I've met so many people like that I'm thinking, you need to diversify a little bit more. Like, even if you don't choose to work with anything other than angels, I think it's useful to learn about other spirits, just so that you've got kind of like a rounded perspective on the spiritual world. Because like, what if one day, if all you work with is angels, you suddenly come across a shade, for instance, and you start like saying things that you think are gonna like repel a demon, because you assume that everything other than an angel is a demon, but it doesn't work. What happens then? Because then you're letting your fear take over. That fear is something that is being put out there and can be used by other spirits and whatnot. And you end up in a situation where you start doubting your own craft because what you believed in doesn't work. I don't know. I feel like I'm just waffling at this point. But yeah, it's just that moment of like, when you're in that conversation with someone and you're like, I get it. Like, I understand the mindset. But also, if you can recognize the mindset, sometimes I want to say like, you know, why not try working with something else? Like, try reading a book on fair folk or something, you know, just to diversify a little bit. When practicing weather witchcraft, did you use a staff or a stang? I find myself using a staff, but that was my natural tendency. It just felt right. For me, I actually only got I wouldn't call it a stang. I definitely call it more of a staff. I only got one a few years ago, actually, from a really nice guy who makes them himself. And he was sitting across from me at an event, and I was looking at this staff all weekend, and in the end I just ended up getting it. I have yet to put a what is they called? I don't know what they're called. I've forgotten it. It is like an iron spike, or like a metal spike with a cap on the end of it. Think of like a really big like drawing pin that you put on the bottom, so that when you're walking with it, it doesn't rot the bottom of the staff. You can also get them where they're like cups that like fit over the bottom, just so you don't rot the wood when it's boggy, because I live in England, it's boggy. And I have never taken it out yet because I still haven't found one that fits. So I never used to use really anything with my weather magic. I think the only thing I used to use rarely was a white candle. And I would typically use just a tea light candle, and that would just be used to focus my intention. Otherwise, I don't think I used anything actually in my practice. I think that was just it at the time. But I see the appeal. Like, there's something about staffs and stangs that feels very, and I'm not saying this in like a jokey, making fun way, but like in a genuine like feeling of power, like Gandalf. Does that make sense to anyone? Anytime I've got a staff, magically I feel more powerful, because it's that mental association to like a powerful figure being like Gandalf with the staff. Maybe I'm just being weird, but that's something that like I have noticed. I do need to work with the staff though. I think that would be really, really cool to like get out there and actually be able to start. I think it probably is a ferule. Is that how you say it? Ferule? Let's have a look. I think it probably is. Something similar anyway. But I need to get one of those fitted first, because I really don't want to be like damaging it by taking it out. I think that would be awful if like I got home and realized that like the bottom was starting to rot. That would be really bad. Right. Okay. This is where I am going to need clarity. Okay, so, and this is because so many people confuse the terms, and then I don't necessarily know which term is being used. So we have here, I banished a watcher / negative energy from my home. That's immediately confused me a little bit, so I will ask for clarity there. It has communicated it's staying on my porch. I've tried to banish it from the porch with sounds and incense. That's not banishment. Like the house, but no luck. Ideas. Okay. I have additional information that is requested and to say. So sounds and incense isn't a banishment. It's not going to act like a banishment because it's not strong enough to be a banishment. They are cleansing agents, definitely. They can push energy away, definitely. And if you can push energy away enough to get it outside of your protections, then it is going to be stuck outside. For me in my training, and I can only ever talk, all of these videos and all of the live streams are always just my experience. That's not a banishment. A banishment would be a spell or a formalized ritual that is essentially forcefully evicting that spirit. It isn't necessarily just like disrupting the energy. It is actively like driving it out in a way. So think of, how do I best describe this? It would be the difference between trying to clear smoke out of a room with a hand fan versus smoke out of a room, or even moving leaves. Let's go moving leaves. It's the difference between attempting to move leaves with a hand fan and moving leaves with a leaf blower. They can both do the same job, but one of them is going to be way, way stronger than the other. So this is the problem I'm having here, is that the term watcher is used for at least two different things. One of them is, as you're saying, which is essentially what I've always known them to be, is the offspring between Nephilim and human. That's what I've always known watchers to be. However, a couple of years ago, the term watcher was used to describe a shade or a shadow person. But neither of those things is necessarily negative energy. So this is why I have questions, because it's going to change the answer. So if we're talking about the idea of a half Nephilim, half human, you're going to need something intense to be able to get rid of this. Probably a banishing ritual, something stronger, especially if communication has been made, which is the interesting point, because negative energy can't communicate like a spirit can. So if it has communicated, there's a lot of caveats here that make this a little bit more complicated. So if it is communicated to you that it's staying on the porch, it could be worth communicating through those means again to figure out the why. Can you figure out why they are on the porch and why they aren't leaving, and if a request can be made for them to leave via that technique? If we are talking a shadow person, then I'm curious as to why they are being... Usually shadow people are not that malicious. They tend to just observe. That's why people started calling them watchers, because they typically just watch you. Typically, shadow people will stick to the shadows. And so if you've banished them during the day, then they are going to have to stay in shadows. And so in which case it would make sense that they would be staying on the porch, because the porch is a shaded area. And then at a later point when they feel safe to do so, they would be able to vacate that area. But they do enjoy being in homes because they enjoy observing, and it's an environment that's quite comfortable to them. And usually people don't have to evict them because they tend to be pretty okay, though of course there's definitely some nuance to that, and not all of them are going to be nice. If we're talking negative energy, I'm wondering the technique that has been carried out in order to communicate, because usually energy doesn't have the same ability to communicate as a spirit does, because it's just energy. It's not unified with a thought process and consciousness of any kind, unless it is being guided by an individual, in which case is this negative energy that has come from another person, and in which case are you communicating with the other person rather than the entity itself? This is where these things get complicated. And I feel like sometimes I overcomplicate them, but there's just so much going on here. Oh, see, I've always known when people refer to that side of themselves, which is a shadow person, can be a person's own shadow who wants to be integrated into that person. I've always known that as just being referred to as their shadow rather than the shadow person. But then I suppose that terms are constantly changing all of the time, so it wouldn't surprise me. So honestly, the answer to this question is not simple, because there is so many different options here. If it is negative energy that won't leave, it could be worth cleansing again and extending those protections if the cleansing is successful. If it isn't successful, then you could do something more intense like a banishing and then put up additional protections. If you're talking about like a shadow person, like a shade, then it may be there because it doesn't feel safe to leave the premises yet. But it may also be there because it's attached to the location, in which case you might want to do a further cleanse. You might want to communicate with them. You might want to offer them an alternative. You might then want to do a banishing. Or if they aren't malicious in any way, then you could just let them back in again if what you were experiencing hasn't changed now that that shade is outside. If you're talking about something that's more like the classical view of a watcher, then that's a whole different ball game. And that's like, it's not even just a different ball game. This is like on a different planet in a different league, because you would be dealing with an entity that many people don't have any personal experience with a goal that is unknown, with a level of understanding and intent that is unknown, and you have no idea how or why they are staying on your premises. And so you could banish, but if the banish and the protection isn't strong enough, then they could just come straight back again. Yeah, this one's a complicated one. And I'm honestly not sure how much more to answer besides that, because I have no idea which version of this is more likely. Well, no, okay, I have a theory that I know what's more likely, and that would be some kind of shade, spirit, something that could be perceived as being negative energy. I think that's probably more likely than the classical watcher, just because they are so uncommon. People do experience them, people do work with them, but they are nowhere near as regularly worked with as, say, negative energy or a shade like a shadow person. So that one's an interesting one. And actually this is one of the reasons why I like doing the live streams, because there is so much nuance. And I've been so tempted to change the name of the live streams to Witchcraft Agony Aunt. But I don't want to be stepping on anyone's toes, because obviously we have the Chaotic Witch Aunt, and I don't want to be stepping on their toes because of the similarity in the name. But I wouldn't be changing like the channel name or anything. I just thought it would be like a fun name for the live streams to be like a Witchcraft Agony Aunt, because that's what I feel like in the best way possible. Like it's really interesting, and it if anything, it only goes to cement in me that witchcraft is something that we will always be learning and growing in, because you can think that you've seen everything, and then you'll hear someone else's experience and you'll be completely floored, and you'll be like, whoa, this is nothing like I've ever heard before. Like, this is completely unique and different. And then it's like a puzzle that you have to solve to like try to figure it out. This is why I love doing these after all these years. What is your take on alchemy? Absolutely fascinating. I have a couple of books in my to be read pile that I definitely need to be getting through, because I just think it's such an interesting part in history when we had this like idea that the sciences consisted of things that nowadays would just not be considered sciences at all. Like when we go back to like the classical time, you're looking at like astronomy being considered more significant than science that we see as being the most valuable thing today. Like, I think that's so cool, and alchemy is a part of that, and it's why I really enjoyed the first of the Discovery of Witches books, because that kind of dives into the history of it a little bit, and it just absolutely fascinated me and made me want to learn more. So yeah, definitely a topic I need to learn more on though, because I'm not super well versed. I'm actually surprised that my throat isn't as bad as I thought it would be. Like, I thought it would be way worse by the end of this. When using cloves in a spell, can I reuse them in other spells? Okay, so personally, I wouldn't, because I would treat them the same as I would any other plant. So for me, if I were to be using, say, rose petals in a working, I would dispose of those rose petals at the end of the working, as I would with the rest of the herbs. And to me, I use cloves in the same way. I rarely use many. I think at most I will use 3, maybe 4 cloves per working. That really is a maximum, because they're very, very potent. So really, when you're buying a jar of cloves from the supermarket, you're never actually going to use that much. So I will typically remove them from that working to dispose of them accordingly, but it's up to you and what you feel comfortable with. But here, just at the very bottom, I had someone ask, like, did you stop making the Agatha All Along videos? No. What actually happened was I planned on filming the Agatha All Along, the next episode, right after Christmas. So I'd literally just posted the first video, and then it was Christmas, and then I got ill after Christmas, and I spent 2 weeks not being able to talk. So I have filmed and half edited the next Agatha All Along video. It is, as long as everything goes to plan, coming out next Wednesday. So mark that in your calendar if that is something that you do want to watch, or turn on notifications or whatnot. So I'm pretty certain my schedule is going to go like this, if anyone's interested, for the next till the end of January. Sunday is going to be on low energy witchcraft. Wednesday is going to be Agatha All Along, and then Sunday is going to be the second episode of you guys' ghost encounters. That's the plan, as long as nothing goes tits up. So if you've been waiting on the next episode for Agatha All Along, it's going to be episodes 3 and 4. It was a lot to film. Like, I was expecting it to be like a little short video, yeah, no, I'm not sure if I'm going to have to split 3 and 4 into 2 separate videos so it's not like 2 hours long. We'll have to see how much I can break it down in the edit, but yeah, that's going to be next Wednesday, so keep an eye on that. And then I'm going to be hopefully doing them every month or twice a month till the end. It's just I got ill and I just couldn't speak, and it kind of threw everything through the loop for a while. I'm so far behind on content, it's ridiculous. So bum 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 bum. Can watching a video give off energy? For example, even watching a video recorded in the past. Oh, interesting. Honestly, maybe, but I am not convinced. And I say that because I have had a lot of people in the past, when I've done like spells and rituals, where they'll say to me like, oh, the energy in that working was so powerful. And I understand where they're coming from, like, right? I get it. Like, I appreciate the sentiment, and I understand that they might not be meaning it the way that I take it, because that happens a lot. You'll notice, you will notice that in a lot of videos, like even like the reaction videos, I take everything very literally, and I take everything at maybe not face value, but like if someone says something, I miss jokes all of the time, right over my head, gone, never to be seen ever again. But sometimes I think that people say it as in like they are looking, the energy from that working is really strong. But when I do workings on my channel, especially the workings in question that often get commented on, if it's a spell video, as in like I have done a spell just for that video, there's no energy in that working. There's nothing. Especially the ones where I was doing them for a John Doe. People are blooming intense. Like, oh boy, do I have stories about people coming at me for videos where I've used the name John Doe. That's mad to me. There's a reason I don't do them anymore. But in those videos, I'd often get people being like, oh, the energy on this one is so strong. And I'll be sitting there and I'm like, but there's no energy in it. Like, nothing has been energized. I run through the process with a fake name and a fake date of birth, and there's no energy involved, just to kind of show the process. And so I wonder, is there energy from videos? Is that what's coming off it? Or, wow, my voice proper broke then, didn't it? Or is it actually the energy of the device that is being picked up on? Because I don't doubt that people are picking up on energy. I completely believe that people are doing that. It's just, what energy are they picking up on? Are they picking up on the energy of a working? Or are they picking up on the energy of the device that they're watching it on? I think that's a curious one. I don't know. It's interesting because I don't necessarily pick up energy through videos. I, if anything, can pick up the energy of the devices more than the videos. But that could just be because I'm sensitive to electronic energy more than I am other energies, and maybe other people are sensitive to other things. I don't know. It's definitely an interesting topic. Okay. So this is actually an interesting one. So speaking of floating candles, this is related to earlier. Is it normal for a candle to burn oddly if the water it's on is cold? So yes and no. So I think it's important because I think it's important to test a candle in, say, lukewarm water, room temperature water, and cold water to make sure that they burn okay in the other settings. Burning a candle, though, of any kind in a cold environment is going to make it burn slower. So you might find that it burns further out, so it will burn wider rather than coring down the middle. So you might find that in a cold environment, so in cold water, it will take longer to burn, and it will burn slightly different. Oh, thank you so much, Rach, for joining. I hope you have a fantastic evening. And how do I best describe it? So it's gonna burn wider, but it's not gonna burn deeply. And so you might find that it actually burns over the edges. So like normally on a candle, it would have like a border around the edge to stop the wax from like overflowing. But you might find it like splits, so the wax starts flooding into the water. You might also find that if it starts burning through the bottom, the bits that are thinner, it's going to start behaving weirdly, and it could even like start tipping or lifting the candle. So cold water could definitely have an impact, but I would make sure to check it in, say, room temperature water, just to make sure it isn't just a batch of candles, because sometimes it can be something as simple as there being like an air pocket that hasn't been noticed, and it will just completely throw off the burn of that candle. Right, I am... Oh, here we go. In the Netherlands, there are folk beings called the White Women or the Wise Women. Have you ever come across information about something like this? I'm curious if there's any cross-references. So, are we talking spiritual beings like spirits, or are we talking just figures? Because in the British Isles, wise women were practitioners of magical arts. They are akin to the cunning folk. They were the practitioners of magical practice that countered the malefic witchcraft of the time. So you had like a little bit of a magical war going on, for instance, where the believed suspected witches were carrying out baneful magic on children and adults and animals and crops, and they were making animals die and making crops ill, and they were affecting the weather and causing storms and plague and illness and death. And then you had the cunning folk, which would often carry out fertility spells, works for healing. They would offer protection charms, counter magic, prosperity workings, and the like. And so while both parties carried out magic, the witches were malefic, and the wise women and the wise folk, the cunning men, the peddlers, were considered the positive. So you had this like consistent battle of like good and evil, positive and negative. And so that's the only kind of connection that I can think of, is that is what was known as, or that was who was known as wise women at the time. It wasn't exclusively women. You could have wise folk, wise women, cunning men, cunning folk, peddlers, like different names for the same practice. That's the only crossover that I can think of personally. But I don't know if this is actually referring to something more akin to a spirit than a physical person. So, interesting. I'll have to look that up a little bit more. Right. I don't know where I am. I am somewhere over here. Oh, here we go. This is an interesting one. So, what do you think of Ed and Lorraine Warren? Do you think they were legit or scams? For me, I do believe they were genuine at some point in their careers. So, for anyone who doesn't know, Ed and Lorraine Warren are considered to be the most significant paranormal investigators probably the world has ever known. They are associated with some of the biggest haunting cases in the world, cases that have been turned into books and movies, and I realise that my ear is going really red because I just scratched it. They are well known as being the most prolific ghost hunters and paranormal investigators in the world. Like, can I actually get up the number that they did, because it was something absolutely bonkers. So they are the ones who investigated the story of Annabelle, as well as Amityville, the Enfield poltergeist, What else have we got here? The Smurl family case, Union Cemetery. Hundreds and hundreds of cases, right? And I will be honest and say, I don't think that all of them were legit. I actually think that the majority of them weren't. And that sounds awful, and it sounds like I'm speaking ill on the dead, and I don't mean it like that, but I've seen it happen a lot to people in their careers. A really good example of this is Derek Acora. I forgot his name for a minute. Derek Acora was a really, really prolific, well-respected psychic in England. He spent a lot of time doing tours and doing shows, and he was on lots of TV shows. He was on Most Haunted, and he's actually the reason that Most Haunted's respect, or the respect people had for Most Haunted, actually diminished dramatically, because at some point, we don't really know why, and we don't really know when it started, he began faking his possessions, his mediumship, and it came after an illustrious career. I mean, now after his death, we have the Derek Acora award that's given out every single year in his memory, and sadly, I think it happens to a lot of people because you have a lot of pressure on you to be giving the goods, right? So if you're a psychic medium and you're incredibly talented and all of a sudden you're booked to do stage shows, how amazing, my career is taking off, I'm doing stage shows, and then you stand up there one night and nobody comes through. And you know that all of these people have paid between £30 and £90 for a ticket to come and see your show, and you are getting nothing. You're starting to panic. It's coming up inside. You're about to have a panic attack. You don't know what to do, what's happening. You know that they're going to be disappointed if they don't get a show, and so you start faking it. And then suddenly you've given the best performance of your entire life. And people are like, oh my God, he was absolutely incredible. This is amazing. I need to go and see him again. And you do your next show and you do it genuinely, and people are disappointed because it wasn't like your last show. And so you start thinking, well, the only way that I can get people to like my shows now is if I'm as good as I was on that night when I was faking it. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep faking it and keep faking it and keep faking it. And the problem is that can only go on for so long. With Derek Acora, what happened was, it was believed for quite a while that he was not being entirely genuine. Some of his investigations were incredible, really, really good. And some of them, it almost seemed like he was pre-learning information about a particular location they were in. It was almost like he'd done what he said he never did and Wikipedia'd, looked it up on Wikipedia, the location beforehand. And so he would often be recounting things almost word for word from online sources. And so, as mentioned here, Kieran O'Keefe, who is the parapsychologist and skeptic on some of the episodes of Most Haunted, I think about 3 seasons, pretty much wanted to call him out. He was really suspicious. He didn't believe him. At this point, all trust in Derek had gone. And so I think it was the episode where there was an episode where he feigned a possession, and it was really, really fake. Like, if you go back and watch that episode now, I actually watched it recently. It seems really, really fake. And so he wanted to prove it. He was like, you know what? I want to prove that you are lying. And so he changed, I believe it was Wikipedia, I might be wrong. He changed the Wikipedia page for the next, or one of the next places that they were visiting. And he included 2 names of people who didn't actually live and die on the property. They were fake names. And he essentially gave those names during one of the shows, and the names were actually an anagram for Derek is a scam and Derek is a faker, I believe. They were anagrams of that. And he was basically called out there and then of Derek, you're faking your psychic mediumship. And the problem is that by the time they realised that, it was kind of too late, and people had already lost their respect for the show, and they believed that because Derek was faking, everyone on the show was faking. And I think the same probably applies to Ed and Lorraine Warren. I suspect that at least a handful of their cases are genuine cases, especially the ones that were early on in their career. I do legitimately believe that they were honest with their storytelling, and I do believe that they were honest about what happened. But then you get to the point where you become so recognized in the community for your psychic investigations and for your paranormal investigations. People want their house to be haunted as much as the Amityville house to be haunted. And then quite quickly you get to the point where people are starting to question how good you actually are if you aren't picking up things like you did in that other place. And then before you know it, you're doing investigations where you may not be entirely genuine about what you're getting because your career is based on you getting results. And so quite quickly you end up with a situation where you are stuck between a rock and a hard place. You lie and you get caught, you lose your career. You are honest and you don't get as good a result as people want. People lose respect for you, you lose your career. And I do believe that it got to the point where, as with most people who are caught faking like psychic mediumship and the like, I think it comes down to a fear. And I don't think it's about scamming people out of money. I actually think it's more a fear of losing your career by not being good enough. And so people start faking in order to prove that they're good enough, and then slippery slope, it doesn't go so well. So it's a tricky one, because then it's a case of deciding, well, which of Ed and Lorraine's Warren cases were genuine, because they did... Will it actually tell me how many that they did? Boom. Oh, bloomin' hell, I didn't know that. Goodness, there's some questionable... questionable ages in some of the relationships that Ed Warren partook in. Didn't know that. I wish I didn't know that. That's information I don't want to know. But yeah, they did a lot of cases. Here we go. They claimed to have investigated over 10,000 cases in their career. I'm sorry. I don't care how good of an investigator you are not going to find something in every property that you visit. And to do 10,000 cases, that is a lot of cases. That is like a shocking number of cases. And I don't know, it just makes me question it. I don't like questioning it, but it does. How on earth do you do 10,000 cases? Like, if you were to do, how many years would that be? Like, 10,000 cases. That's 27 years of doing a house every single day for 27 years. That is, that's a figure that baffles me a little bit. Now, of course, they were in the industry for a really, really, really long time. 27 years worth every single day to get 10,000 just doesn't seem reasonable. And then they've said themselves more than 10,000. I think the actual wording of it was they've claimed to investigated well over 10,000 cases in their career. That's a lot. And yeah, there's definitely some questionable things here, like not even just questionable, straight up illegal things happened in the past. I don't know. It's just one of those things. We are never ever going to know unless some of the people that were on those cases with them have additional information. But then again, how would they even know? Sorry, my blind, the strings that were attached to my blind just moved, and I don't know why. Okay, cool. So yeah, an interesting one. Very, very interesting. And in this regard, we've got, let's have a look. What do you think about Sam and Colby's ghost hunting? I actually have no idea. I have never seen them. Is this a channel that I should be looking at? I will be honest, I'm not going to like it if they spend the entire time screaming. I'm just going to be like straight up with it. Like, I don't do like the ghost hunters where they spend the entire time just screaming non-stop. Those I struggle with. But I will... Oh my goodness, I can just tell from the thumbnails I'm going to absolutely hate this. No shade to them as people. Nothing at all, because I don't know anything about them. But as soon as I see the thumbnails, I immediately start doubting. And I know that I should check them out with an open mind, so that's what I will do. I will watch at least one episode with a completely open mind. But just from the thumbnails, it does scream Mr. Beastified YouTube. Which is not my favourite side of YouTube, but I will give it a go. What do you think about... Where is it? Amy Allen on the Dead Files. Now, have I ever watched the Dead Files? Let's have a look-see. Oh, I recognise you and I don't know why. I recognise and I don't know why. I'm going to have to watch this though. Is it on Prime? I think it's on Prime. Okay, I'm going to have to watch that and check that out because they seem really cool. The ones that I do like, actually I need to watch it, are the ones that do, is it Help My House is Haunted in the UK? They've just done a show, I've not seen it yet, with Jonathan Ross. And I need to watch them because I do really enjoy them and I do think that they are pretty reliable and pretty good. So I'll check them out a little bit more as well. I'll need to like compile a list of like my favorites and like my least favorites in terms of like extremes, because just as someone from in this community, I know that someone is not going to be my favorite when they either instantaneously blame Native Americans for every single haunting that has ever happened ever, or if they immediately blame witchcraft, or everything is the devil. As soon as I see those three things in an episode, I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm not sure I'm gonna like this. Cue to Ghost Adventures claiming that witches were lighting a fire in a basement. Like, those are the kind of shows where I'm like, I am not convinced I'm going to like this as much as other people might like this. And that's not to say they don't have entertainment value, and that's not to say that they might not be really good. It's just when I see those things, I'm thinking, there's something not super tasteful to me about blaming all bad things on Native American burial grounds. Where am I? I am... I'm somewhere, and I don't know where I am. Zach trying to fight with ghosts. Yeah, that's... Okay, to add to the list of things that are the reason why I will turn off a ghost show. Victim blaming. That I will turn off a ghost show for, especially when it's like in a horrific murder scene, for instance. Blaming people who literally got killed for just existing on land that you decided to invade. That one drives me insane. The blaming witches for everything, blaming demons for everything, blaming the devil for everything, and then the team that is attempting to communicate with said spirits, like, just harassing them. Like, I will never ever understand the ghost shows where they're like, I don't believe that you're real, so hit me in the face. What? Why? Like, what do you think that's going to achieve? Like, if you want someone to talk to you, like, throwing, like, verbal abuse at them isn't the way to do it. Threatening to fight someone isn't the way to do it. And it's always just really... It's really just awkward to me, especially when you've got... I think the one that gets me is Watcher. The show Watcher that used to be BuzzFeed Unsolved or something. Where you've got Ryan... Is it Ryan? Is it Zach and Ryan? My memory's not very good. You have one who is literally, like, harassing the spirits, and you've got the other one that's just like, I just want to talk. And I feel so bad because, like, he genuinely just wants... Ryan and Shane, that's it. Ryan is there just like, I want to talk to you. And Shane is like, come out here and fight me. And it just seems so counterintuitive. It's like two completely different investigation styles just smushed together. So you've got, like, Ryan who's genuinely trying to have a conversation and is like, we're not gonna hurt you, like, we just want to talk to you. And then you've got Shane that's like, but if you come out here, I'm gonna fight you. And it's... And it's like, oh, it's so infuriating. Like, it's entertaining, don't get me wrong, it's entertaining. It's just like, it's very good cop, bad cop. But the problem is that doesn't really work with ghosts because, like, what are the ghosts gonna think? They're like, if I'm gonna spend my energy interacting with someone, it's probably not going to be when, like, they're gonna smack you around the head. They're probably not gonna be able to do that much. Ah, so that... I mean, I had a feeling that was why. When explorers, they thought that they'd landed in India, but they were actually in America. Well, that explains the really weird terminology that's being used. Because that just... Yeah, it always really confused me. Right, here we go. Where am I? I am... I'm drawn to loose incense, but I'm having trouble getting the charcoal disc to light. I don't want to use the instant light ones because of the toxins. Any tips on how to get the disc to light? There's instant light ones? I didn't know that. What happens to them? I'm... How do you get those to light then? Instant light. So, with charcoal discs, I would typically recommend using, like, charcoal tongs or charcoal tweezers. I have been known to do it with my hands, but that's because I lose things a lot. But you essentially pinch them with the charcoal tongs, and then you use a match or a lighter underneath the center of that disc, and you use it until it starts sparking and crackling, and it'll go, like, over the surface of that charcoal disc. It'll have, like, loads of little red lines and loads of little sparks, and then once it's kind of done that and it's started to settle down, if you hold your hand over that charcoal disc, you'll notice it start getting hot. That's when it's time to put it in the disc and let it start going white. And when it starts going white, that's when you know that it's starting to get nice and hot. It's kind of hard sometimes, though, if the charcoal discs are quite old or if they've been kept in a damp environment. Sometimes they are just too damp, too light, which is so annoying because they look the exact same as normal charcoal discs, except you will never get them to light. But yeah, try to get them, like... Once you get that popping and that sparking, like, keep them in, like, a well-ventilated space. Oop, Curse is saying to also blow on them. Oh, no. Wrong person. Arcanum is saying to blow on the charcoal discs to get them glowing red. I've personally never had to do that myself, but that's probably a way quicker way of doing it to kind of get the airflow. Drop it into a charcoal burner, and then once it starts going white... then that heat is being, like, distributed throughout, and then you can start sprinkling on the surface. Oh, random question. How do you do your nails? I love them. Are they your natural nails? Yeah, they're my natural nails. I use gel on them because I have a tendency to pick nail polish off and it chips off in about 4.5 seconds. So I actually had a terrible sadness when I snapped this nail off the other week. But yeah, all natural, but I keep that's how I can do the colour changing ones, because it's gel and it's satisfying because now my nails don't break. Right, this one is, do you have to use charcoal discs with loose incense? No, so you can use a fire pit, for instance. So if you were doing like an outdoor ritual or something and you've got a fire pit, you can toss the incense onto that fire. It will produce quite a lot of smoke. The alternative is that you warm the incense rather than burn it. So I will typically use old tea light containers, you know, just like the metal tub. I'll place it on top of a wax melt warmer, and I will put the loose incense inside of the tea light holder, and then I just heat the incense from below. The reason I use the tea light holder is so that if you're using things with resins like frankincense and myrrh or copal, when it solidifies again, it's gonna go rock hard on your oil warmer, and it's gonna be really, really hard to get off. So I tend to use an old burned out tea light metal holder just to stop it from like re-solidifying onto my oil warmer. It's not going to give you smoke, but it is going to heat everything up, so you get like that fragrance without the smoke, which is why it's typically good for people who are maybe a little bit more sensitive to smoke. Maybe they have pets and small children. It gives you the fragrance, but it doesn't give you as much of the smokiness. I'm making a set of servitors for neurodivergent executive functioning challenges, inspired by the 40 servants. Not sure where to house them. Well, in general, ultimately it's going to depend on what you feel most comfortable with. So some people will have a full vessel for each individual servitor. So that might be a doll, that might be a little house, that might be just a jewelry box or some object that you can use as their vessel. And ultimately it's going to depend on where you feel safest to keep everything. So if you are in an environment where you can't be that open about your magical practice, you might want to choose things that are very subtle and very discreet, perhaps things that are quite small. If you are using servitors in a space where you can be quite free with your magical practice, you can make them as ornate and detailed as you like. Personally, my favourite method is to actually create a clay sigil. So the clay sigil is a piece of clay, obviously, that is rolled out into a disc, and on that disc is actually drawn the sigil of the name of the servitor. So when I've created that servitor, it's got a name, and then that is then carved into the surface of the clay disc, allowed to drive. That is then used as the spirit vessel. That is where I would give the offerings for energy, if that is something that you want to do. And when you no longer need that servitor anymore, I then would snap that disc. So you break the disc and it essentially breaks the servitor, breaks the energy. It's a way of having like a spirit vessel, as well as a location and a way of calling them to you if they have gone and done something. You can call them back to you with that sigil disc, and then once you're no longer done, once you no longer need them and you're done, you can break that disc, and therefore you can stop the servitor. That is my way of doing it. May not be for everyone. I need to figure out where I was. Oh. Have you ventured into making tinctures or any other kitchen witchery in your practice? If so, do you have any book recommendations? Honestly, no book recommendations, because I am not a kitchen witch. I am very, very bad in the kitchen. I'm better than I used to be, but it's not something that I'm super diving into. I will try to do things seasonally. So say like if it is like Ostara, my hair is so static, it's sticking to everything. If it's Ostara, for instance, I might try to make something Ostara themed. If it is Beltane, then I'll do something Beltane themed. But otherwise, I tend to not spend that much time in the kitchen because it stresses me out. And everything's so loud. Like, why does the extractor fan have to be so loud? And my kitchen's so cold. And yeah, it's just, there's a lot going on. So I just don't very often. So this is an interesting one, actually. So would you consider doing monthly subscription boxes via your website? No, because I already have. So when I started the business, it's been 10 years actually this year since I started the business. In 2016, we started the Mystery Box, which was a subscription service where every month there would be a different theme and we would put different products in it. Now the question is, should I be genuinely honest about why it stopped, or should I give the nice, well-rounded answer? I'll give the nice, well-rounded answer because I don't want to be petty. Because I'm better than that. The reality of the mystery boxes was after 2020 and everything kind of started, and you'll probably have noticed quite a lot of shops and businesses changing up after this because everything changed during that time. People were kind of drawing back on the things that they were getting, understandably so. You know, we've just gone through this big thing. People have lost their jobs, like whatnot. And there were several companies that still do it to this day who, price-wise, a small business could never, ever, ever match. And that is difficult, and it's hard to explain to customers. You know, why is it that your incense, why is it that your boxes are so much more expensive? Oh, well, it's because we hand make the incense. Oh, well, such and such a company has stick incense in their box. And I'm like, well, yeah, but stick incense and loose incense are not the same. Like, it takes a lot more money to make loose incense than it does stick incense. And so we would be competing with people that we could never ever match. And in a time where people's money is so valuable to them, and people have got so much less than they did before, and they are putting more emphasis on activities and visiting places and doing things, we made a decision that it was just more sense to not be doing the mystery boxes anymore, which was really sad. I really enjoyed doing them. But we were hand making like 6-7 items every single month for 5-6 years. And it just got to the point where we just couldn't match it at all. And I think that's the problem that a lot of small businesses now are having. Like, a lot of my friends in the industry are having the same problem, is how on earth are we meant to compete with businesses that are mass producing low quality product? And mostly I'm referring here to the fact that tarot became popular, so now on Temu you can buy tarot cards that are stolen for a fraction of the price that it costs to even buy a deck wholesale. You know, how is anyone meant to compete with that when I would not only be not able to buy the wholesale of the real deck, I would never be able to make a profit on the real deck when people can go on Temu and buy the fake stolen artwork deck for pennies in some cases. And I think a lot of places that were doing subscription boxes aren't anymore for that exact reason. So, yeah, difficult. It's a shame because I really, really enjoyed using the mystery boxes every month. I enjoyed making all the products. It was a really therapeutic thing. Like, I enjoyed like brainstorming what we wanted to do and getting really creative with it. Like, that was just so much fun to do. So, what are your thoughts on necromancy? So this is one where I think that people's thoughts on what necromancy is and what necromancy actually are two different things. And that is, it's something that makes for really interesting conversations, because you'll mention necromancy to someone and they're like, you can't raise dead bodies. And I'm like, I never said I did, but sure. And like the reactions that you get out of people when they're like, you mention necromancy and they're like, clutching pearls. And it's like, this isn't the body snatchers. That's not what's happening here. And this is where I find it interesting, because the lore of certain games and movies and TV shows, I think Dungeons and Dragons is a great one for this, where it's, in some ways, it's really, really accurate. Like, it's like communing with the dead and communing with people who've passed over and forming working relationships with people who have passed over. But then they'll add the extra spin of like legitimately reanimating corpses. And this like line of like what's real and what isn't gets blurred so much in people's minds when they aren't part of witchcraft, that you'll say necromancy and there's this moment when you say it to someone in person where they genuinely are like running through their head being like, wait, is that like a real thing? Can we like legitimately reanimate corpses? And it is so funny. So funny to me. But yeah, then people tend to get disappointed when you're like, no, we aren't reanimating corpses. We are simply communicating with those who've passed over. And then they're like, oh, that's not as interesting as I thought it was going to be. So yeah, it's one of those topics that I find really interesting just because of like people's reactions. Okay. Okay, interesting. What could it be in dreams where you run into an invisible solid thing in my house? It recurred only in the area of the state I grew up in. So, I'm interested. So this is a dream where you are in your own home. Is this like pre-existing protections that have been placed on a certain location? Is this protections that you've placed on a location and you've forgotten about it? Or is it a place that is considered almost like private and sacred by someone else? Like someone who was there before in the property? That's really interesting. Is it a spirit protecting its own space? Or is it a part of your subconscious mind that is telling you that there is something significant in that room that your mind is not processing? Oh. That's like a whole thing in itself, and I'm honestly not sure. Okay. What's your thoughts on demonic possession on people? If someone is possessed, what would you suggest, since exorcisms used in those cases are usually by Christians and Catholics? So I think the important distinction to make is that exorcism, the name exorcism and that category, is primarily used by the Catholic Church. However, where do you think they got the style of practice from? Like, the term and the official exorcisms are only carried out by the Catholic Church. But many, many traditions, cultures, and practices exist to do the same thing. It's just called something different. So within witchcraft, it could be considered a banishment. Within other traditions, it's probably going to be called something different. They're going to use different techniques. They're going to use different items, but the whole purpose is to have it be done in the same way. Now, I think we've had this kind of conversation in every single stream because I think it's always so fascinating. Possessions are not really... They're not really as common as people think they are. I'm just trying to formulate everything in my brain. It's not to say, right, that they don't happen. Because they do. However, They do not happen at anywhere near the rate that people claim that they happen. And I suspect that it depends on culture, because certain spirits in other cultures outside of my own have a tendency to possess more than here. And so it's going to depend on where you are in the world. It's going to depend on your background. But from my experiences, people will often say possession when a person is just behaving differently. So in some cases that is mental health, in some cases that is crisis, in some cases that is substances. Sometimes you will get very, very, very religious folk who will go immediately to, oh no, my child, my husband, my friend is not using substances, they're possessed. I've seen that one too many times, actually. You then have the option of everything is going wrong in my life, I must be cursed or possessed or both, which I often find is largely a way of protecting yourself. So the idea of, I've not done badly in my life, or I've not failed to achieve these things in my life, I'm actually possessed, and that's the reason why I insert whatever it is here. Oh, I didn't refuse to go to my classes so that I could get my college degree, I was actually possessed, and that's what stopped me from doing it. I've seen that quite a lot as well, and that applies to curses as well. Humans innately want to not have to be the cause of their own downfall. They will often find a scapegoat. Often this is a group of people. Often this is a religion, or it could be a natural event, or it is curses or demons, or someone is acting against me, you know, rather than you didn't get your degree because you didn't work hard enough. Some people don't feel comfortable with that, and so they'd rather go for curses. In some cases, and possessions, in some cases it is actually like influence of unwanted energy. So it's not actually a possession, like they themselves haven't been taken over by a spirit. Instead, it is energy that is influencing them, that is negative in their life, and that could be perceived as a possession. Sometimes it is spirit attachment. So spirit attachment, in my experience anyway, is a little bit different from a possession, because an attachment is a spirit or an entity that is using your energy. They are feeding off your energy. They might make you feel a lot of things that could be related to other health conditions. So make sure that you always go to your doctor, make sure that you always get checked to make sure that it's not other things. But they might cause headaches, discomfort, exhaustion, aches, pains, tiredness. You know, the classic things are often symptoms of something else, which is why it's always important to be checked over medically. And sometimes people will consider that a possession. But to me anyway, a true possession is when you have a spirit that is not just attached onto your energy, but they are utilizing your body to achieve their own ends. That could be their own entertainment. That could be achieving something that they couldn't achieve during life. That, you know, it's something that they are using you in order to achieve. So not only are they taking your energy, they are using you like a flesh puppet. That to me is a possession. But the definition of a possession is very dependent on where you are and what your culture, background, tradition, religion is. So for me, possessions are very rare, because for a spirit to have chosen to attach onto you to the point where they are using you for their ends, it's quite unusual. Spirit attachments, that's one thing, but possessions is another, whereas some people will group it all together. So it doesn't happen as commonly in here, like in the UK, and I also think in North America as well. I don't think it happens that common, but spirits elsewhere behave differently. And so when you're in an area with different spirits, with different intentions, it can happen quite a lot. There are many traditions and many cultures that use active possession in their ritual. and that is also commonplace as well. So it's one of them where it's going to depend on where you are and who you talk to. When it comes to like getting rid of spirits and stuff, you don't need to have an exorcism, like a Catholic exorcism. It is about it's about figuring out what it is and then removing it. And there are many different people from many different traditions who will carry out that practice. It's just going to look different depending on where you are. Like if you are not a believer of the Catholic faith, then having someone coming around with holy water chanting scripture is probably not going to help that much, especially if that spirit is also like not that invested in it because it's based on the belief system of the Catholic Church, which relies on all of the spirits also being related to the beliefs of the Catholic Church, which isn't necessarily going to be true. So it's about finding what's going to work in those circumstances. Right. I think I'm nearly at the end, actually. Do altars really work? Work in what way? I think that this is the question I need to ask, because work in what way? Because altars are used for so many different things, and so it's really going to depend on the way that you are using them. So they can be used as a working space for you to carry out your spells and rituals, in which case, yeah, they're going to work perfect for the job. They are a location where you can keep all of your items that you readily use so that you've got it in reaching distance. Perhaps it is facing a particular direction to best suit your magical practice. It's definitely going to be useful in that regard. Altars are also used to represent seasonal energies. Perhaps they are used to work with temporary energies, temporary beings, like spirits that you are working with, like servitors that you're working with, or familiars, as a way of being present in that space, having a space for them where you can give offerings and connect with them. They can be very useful for that. Altars can also be used as something more akin to a shrine, where they are a location so that you can carry out your offerings and your communications with deities. They can be used for manifestation purposes, where you are adding all of the items on there so that you can manifest them all together. So you can like add your energy into that space and it's one unified location where you can carry out that working. Altars are incredibly useful. Whether they are going to be useful for everybody is really going to be dependent on their individual style of practice. Not everyone is going to feel comfortable having a long-term space set up. Some people are going to prefer something more temporary. Lots of different ways of doing altars. You can have temporary altars, you can have massive altars, your entire room could be an altar, you can have a digital altar. So many options that it's never quite as simple as work or not work. It's more, does it work for you and in your practice? Also, thank you so much, Indy. Thank you so much. And I think I'm down to just the last few now, if I can figure out where I am. I think some of the questions have kind of gone for a wander, which is really annoying. So, do you have any lesser known sea or travel protection methods? My family member is in the middle of the sea during the weather warning. I usually have tag locks, but I don't have anything for them. If you have a full name, date of birth, or a photograph, then any of your usual methods will work accordingly for that. Generally just any kind of protection working, any safekeeping working, anything like that will be useful in this situation if you just want something for additional peace of mind. But if you don't have any specific tag locks, you can just use a full name and a date of birth. If you've got it, photograph even better, and that will be really useful in that regard. Okay, what are the best ways to work through trauma? Unfortunately, I think probably it would be working through it with someone who can make sure that everything that's being done is going to be improving the situation rather than hindering the situation. I can't think of any spells that I would specifically recommend for this. It's really going to be about where professionally it would need tweaking and working more, using the magic and the witchcraft alongside what's being done so that you can have a better and smoother time doing it. I've heard not to do spell work when you're ill, etc. As someone who deals with chronic illnesses, I feel ill often. What are your thoughts on this? For me, I think there's an important distinction between someone who is healthy. Okay, healthy is the wrong word. What I mean is like someone who feels well all of the time, getting the flu and feeling like they've never felt before, and trying to do workings. That's really, really hard for them to work with because it's something that they aren't accustomed to doing. People with chronic illness are absolute blooming warriors because they will live with exhaustion and they will live with pain all of the time. And that becomes like the new normal. So for me, I actually personally think that the idea that you should only practice when you're perfectly healthy is actually a rather ableist statement to make, because while that person might have zero pain all of the time and they might feel well 24/7, that isn't a luxury that everyone has. And it can be very limiting to people if they keep repeatedly being told, oh, if you're in pain or you're not feeling very well, you shouldn't practice. And it's like, okay, well, I'm in pain all of the time, so now what do I do? If anything, I would say, do workings when you feel like you are able to put the energy and the focus into it in a way that is most applicable to your situation. So for some people, that is not walking around a circle to cast it because that is too painful, and instead it is casting a circle while sitting down. For some people, and I've got a video coming out this Sunday about lower energy witchcraft, which could be helpful for some people. It's about making those adjustments. You might not always feel like you have the energy to practice on that given day, but you might have pre-made something that you can add into your magical practice that allows you to add energy in from an earlier point in time, allowing you to have a continuation on your practice even when you're in too much discomfort to be able to do it at that given moment. Or say if you're having a particular flare-up, say of fibromyalgia, for instance, if you are struggling with the pain, then doing something that is inner or doing something that involves less movement, less touching, less irritation is valid in your magical practice. I think that it's important to not use statements like if you're in pain, don't practice, or if you're not feeling well, don't practice. It's a privilege to not be in pain all of the time. And I say that having experienced chronic pain myself and knowing people who deal with it far worse than I ever had. Witnessing someone go through that, and I'm not going to go into any details of anything because that's private for them to discuss, but witnessing someone go through that makes you realize how privileged it is, how much of a privilege it is to be able to wake up in the morning and to be able to get out of bed and to feel fine, because so many practitioners don't. And so adjust your practice as you see fit. Practice when you feel able to practice. If you don't feel able to practice, you can work with deities, you can work with spirits, you can work with servitors, you can work with familiars, you can work with sigils, you can work with pre-charged spells. You know, all of these things can be such a valuable part of practice if you struggle to be okay 24/7. And the thing is what's that saying that everyone keeps saying? That sounds like it's a bad thing, but it's not. At some point, almost every single person will become disabled. Whether it happens when you are 22 or whether it happens when you are 95, it is quite likely that if you have the fortune to live long enough, every single person is going to become disabled in some way in their life. And you shouldn't have to put your belief system and your magical practice aside because of that. Oh my goodness, thank you so much to Frankie. Thank you so much. I will. Once I get off the stream, I've got a drink here, but I feel awkward drinking on stream, so I'll just drink loads when I get off. And thank you so much to Bridge. Thank you, and thank you. I'm so excited about them. I squealed. I actually squealed when I opened them. They're so pretty. And thank you so much to Very Happy Mondays and to Terry. Thank you so much. How can I make my broom fly? You can't. Brooms are more of a ceremonial tool, a representation of astral flight, a cleansing tool, as well as used for protection. Physical flight, not going to happen, I'm afraid. Ooh. I don't work with Loki, no. For me, I work with Bridget, which is why I associate myself with hearth witchcraft as well as my practice, because Bridget is a hearth goddess. For me, I don't work with Loki, but that's because I've never been reached out to in that way. Who knows, maybe one day. So the Mansfield lecture details. Oh, I think lecture might be a little bit of a stretch. What I will be doing is, in the coming weeks, days probably, as I'm booking the events for the year, I will be putting them all up on the website, and there will be details, and there will also be a link where if anybody wanted to go to the Mansfield event to hear my talk, which is going to be on the Sunday, I believe, they can purchase the tickets through my link, and then that gives me a little bit of a kickback to help pay for me to do the talk. And it also allows the organizer to know that that person has been referred to the event through me, so it just helps let the organizer know. The talk is going to be on sympathetic and contagion magic, the differences and how to apply them in your magical arts. And it is going to be on the Sunday, so the event is going to be in Mansfield in October, but more details will be posted on the website. And if anyone follows me on Instagram, I will be posting the link on my Instagram. Now, I will warn you, the room that I've chosen is quite small because I'm scared. And next time I do it, I might have to go for the bigger room, because I only went for the little room and it's only got 60 seats in it plus standing room, so we'll have to see. But this is like my toe dipping back into doing the talks again. Now, I have asked if I am able to film the talk to be able to post it on YouTube afterwards. They have said that I am able to do that. So if everything goes to plan, if the talk goes well, it may be on Patreon, it may be on here. I'm not sure how good the quality is going to be yet. I'm just trying all of these things out because I know that a lot of my audience is in America, and they're not going to be able to do that. But if anyone does kind of want to come to the events and whatnot and chat and come to a talk, then I will be posting them on the website in the next coming days. I have like a page on there for all of the events. But yeah, I'm terrified. I am petrified. I'd originally planned, I've spent the last 6 months planning a talk on a different topic. And then I came to book the talk slot and someone was already doing a talk on my topic. So I've had to change my topic at the last minute and hope for the best. And I'm terrified. You might think I'm confident talking to people. I am not. I am talking to myself in my filming room. I am very much an introvert, so we will have to see. Oh, thank you so much, Ruin. Thank you so much. So yeah, it's one of those where we are going to see how it goes. I am hoping, well, we'll see if I'm fine. I'm hoping to start doing more talks because it would mean that I could travel to more events. It's a lot harder when you have like all of the stock and stuff. Like, oh, it would be amazing to have a talk at Witchfest, wouldn't it? Witchfest. Oh my God. But that would be a lot of people and that would be really scary, so maybe not. So, let me have a look at some of the last questions that we've got in. any recommendations for working for the upcoming new year? Generally, I always say it's about cleansing out the old and looking inwards. Is there anything that we need to progress with? Anything that we need to move on for? Anything that is holding us back? These are all really useful things to figure out, and the new moon is really useful for that. So clearing out the old, bringing in the new. Let's see, just the last few, if there's any here. I've answered that one. How do I charge charm items such as a broom for protection? Generally speaking, brooms will already be protective, just the nature of the charm allows them to be, so just store them bristles upright and they're generally considered protective. Otherwise, it is just visualizing protection. That could be visualizing a giant shield, a bubble, just glowing with energy, and just push loads of energy into it using energy manipulation and then just allowing it to like emanate out over time. So, just going to make a call now for any last few remaining questions, and then I will go and get a drink and a snack. I have Chalky Biscuits calling my name. I'm very excited about them. And I'm going to watch the episode of The Traitors because I haven't watched it and it's like the semi-final tonight and I'm very excited about it. Please don't spoil it for me. I am so excited about doing that. I know it's like 1 a.m, but I'm going to be awake till at least 2 because I have to watch it. Oh, so no, if I could see myself through your eyes, I would probably stress out a lot. I can't even watch about my own content. Like, oh, no. So there's no levitating spells, I'm afraid. I am suspecting, and I don't want to assume, but I am suspecting that there may be some confusion over what is fantasy when it comes to witchcraft and what is reality when it comes to witchcraft. And it's easy done because most of our media presents witchcraft in a way that isn't accurate to what witchcraft actually is. So I'm afraid there's no levitating, there's no flying on broomsticks either, though that would be really, really cool. When it comes to OCD and witchcraft, I did have like an entire 15-20 minute section at the very start. And so I don't want to go too much into it again, but to avoid it becoming a compulsion, I often find it's about dealing with the OCD itself. And that is often not an easy process. It is often very difficult and very time consuming. And yeah, it's one of those things where the best advice I can give is if you are struggling with OCD to the point where you are noticing it negatively impacting your life, I would recommend going to see someone to maybe try different types of therapy. I found, I think Thrive was who I went through. They were really, really good. CBT can work to a point. And also sit with the discomfort. Try not to make anything a repeated habit. So anytime anyone asks me, what's your daily witchcraft like? I don't have one. I don't have a daily practice because I know that it's likely to become a compulsion. And so for me, I don't have a daily practice because I know what I'm like. But if I do get to the point where something becomes a compulsion, then it is about sitting in the discomfort. Know that if you, the question that was asked earlier was about like obsessively cleansing. Like if you don't cleanse for 10 minutes, nothing bad's gonna happen. If you don't touch that crystal 3 times, nothing bad's gonna happen. For 10 minutes, nothing bad is gonna happen. And if you need to do it after the 10 minutes, then do it after the 10 minutes. Then the next time you feel the need to do it, 20 minutes. Wait 20 minutes and just sit in the discomfort. I've had to force myself sometimes. There have been times when I've been working with servitors and working with deities where I do actions for them, for their altars. I have to stop myself. I get to the point, like at the minute I'm doing it, I'm actually easing it back at the minute. I would do something 8 times. And now I'm forcing myself to do it. Okay, how about I try 6? 6 is fine. Let's do 6. And then the next day it'll be, like last night I did 4. And so I did it 4 times. And I'm like, okay, no more. 4, it's fine. Go to bed. And so tonight it's going to be even less. And even I, after years of therapy and years of dealing with it, have moments where I notice it becoming a compulsion, and I have to be like, okay, I've acknowledged that this is a thing. Now that I've acknowledged that it's a thing, I can have control over that. I'm not going to let it control me. And then it's about implementing the coping strategies that we all develop so that we're able to kind of ease our way back from it. That's the thing, yeah. Once you acknowledge that it is becoming a compulsion, then it's a lot easier to say, okay, well, now that I know that this is what's happening, I have the process and I know what to do to get myself out of it again. And even I get sucked into it. I have very set things that I do for deities and servitors, and that's so that they can continue existing. So I kind of have to do it, but I have to keep myself in check on a regular basis because it is so easy to fall back into compulsions again, especially if you are struggling in other areas of life. So sleeping potions, no. That would very much be akin to illegal activities. So no to sleeping potions. What do we have here? How do we link something linking to the moon, right? How do you link things to the moon for monthly charging? Okay, so I'm going to try to explain this in the fastest and easiest way possible. We have object. What should object be? Object. This is the controller for my lights. We have object. I want this to be charged with the moon's energy. So I take my energy, I ball it all up inside, I might center, I might ground, I ball it all up, and I push it out towards the moon, right? We're going out towards the moonlight, and we are gripping onto it, and then we are pulling that back in again, as though we were going to be pulling it back into ourselves, like you would if you were to be drawing down the moon. You are drawing it towards yourself, you're pushing out your energy and then drawing it back in again. So you've pushed your energy out, you're drawing it back in again, but instead of going into you, you might go, boop, into this object. Now in my head, I see it as being like a white line, like a thread that links this to the moon. So I have connected it, pulled it in, I've pushed all of that energy I've just gathered from the moon, but I've not disconnected from the moon. I'm still pulling it down, I'm still drawing it down continuously, and you push it into this object, whatever this is, a crystal, a candle, whatever it might be. You then disconnect yourself from this connection. So you aren't disconnecting from the moon, you are disconnecting yourself from this. And then you have a tie from this to the moon and back again. Does that make sense? I'm hoping that that's like the easiest way I can possibly explain this, but I'm not great at explaining things sometimes, especially when it's 1 o'clock in the morning. And that works with solar energy, all kinds of different stuff, so that it's a way of tying it in. So I'm hoping that was helpful. Oh, thank you so much, Dukesh. What tools would be best to protect myself? I'm an empath and trying to stop absorbing negative energy. Shielding. Shielding and protection jewelry. So that could be an obsidian bracelet. That could be a smoky quartz necklace. That could be anything like a pentacle charm, whatever it is that you resonate with for protection, and being very good at shielding. I have the workings that are on my channel that are really good as like temporary shields. So like you're in a place where there's lots and lots of energy going on and you feel completely overwhelmed. Right there and then, with no tools, with no objects, you can center, you can ground, you can draw up energy, you can push out protection so that you are essentially sitting in a bubble that is completely shielded by it. And I say this because that's what I had to do. I have, especially when I was in college, oh boy, the emotions of teenagers. So always had a shield up basically 24/7. It's just generally just a really quick and effective practice. The tether, if you've done it pretty strongly, will stick for a pretty long time. Like, you will find that it fades over time. I'd say think of it like a rope that starts fraying. Like, eventually it's gonna ping and it's just gonna snap. But they will stay for like a good couple of months, and you can do it multiple times, so you can have multiple threads linking at the same time. That way, if one thread goes, the others won't. And it, over time, obviously they're all gonna fade, but it's a great way of linking something, especially if, I do it with spellwork all of the time. Like, I will consistently use the same technique with the moon for all kinds of workings, and that it doesn't even have to be for like long-term workings. You can use that for like just temporary workings that you're doing. It just means that you don't have to be like specifically drawing on that energy all the time, especially if you're using, say, an energy that you find particularly grating, or you don't resonate with it personally. Like, you don't like the energy of whatever it is, whether it's, say, like Venus is in the sky and you want to connect with it for a working, but you don't like the feel of it, like, personally. It's a way of making it so that we're not channeling that energy through ourselves. Instead, we are just directing it straight into a vessel. It's just an alternative way of doing it. So long-term, short-term, but it's always useful to have like multiple threads, at least one extra, just as a bit of a backup, especially if you're just getting used to doing it, because it might not be something that you're particularly accustomed to doing. Oh, and thank you so much, Anne. Thank you so much. The best spell books are the ones that you're actually going to use. So really, any spell book is useful, but you have to actually work the book. And so it is less about whether the spells in it are good and more about how good you are at working the spells. It's about having your foundational practices. It's about being able to work with your energy so that you can manifest successful results, because a spell without energy is just, well, it's just nothing. It's, you're going through the motions of a working, but you aren't actually going to get anything out of it. It is the equivalent of miming eating. You're not actually going to get the sustenance from the food. You might get a placebo effect from it, and that can still be just as valid, but you aren't necessarily going to be taking in the nutrients, just as you're not going to be getting the magical result in the same way if you aren't using that energy. So, whew, my goodness. Let's have a look, see. If someone has a doll of me, can I protect myself from them doing magic on me? The question is the doll designed for negative intention or not? Because it may well not be being used for anything malefic, really. But general protection workings are fine for that kind of thing, to limit it. Can I somehow take power away from or out of the doll? Well, I suppose the question is, how do you know? How do you know that someone has made a doll? Because if they've told you, then they're either an idiot or they're bluffing. And given the fact that people often like to think that they are better at lying than they really are, I'm gonna say that they're probably bluffing. If someone tells you that they've cast a spell on you, generally speaking, it's not true. Because why would you tell someone that you've done a working on them? That just seems really silly. How can you keep a spell from backfiring? So I've actually done an entire video on spells backfiring, and it is generally to just not do the things that I talk about in that video. So that video is all about why spells backfire. So if you know the whys of why a spell backfires, then you can avoid the whys. So make sure that you release the energy properly. Make sure that if you aren't sure whether someone's got protections on you, that you don't target a person, you target a situation, that kind of thing. So that video is full in depth on the different reasons why it might backfire, and essentially do the things to avoid those whys. Okay. I had a reader tell me that it's baneful workings. Interesting. Okay, I have further questions. I have further questions. What kind of reader are we talking about here? Now, you don't have to give any kind of private details or anything. I've just seen it a lot when it is like a person who's just popped up out of nowhere and they've just gone onto your social media and they will just tell you random things. And a lot of the time it's like, you have a curse on you, or someone is doing baneful magic on you, or something bad is going to happen to you. And usually what it's leading to is like, give me money. Give me money and I will fix it for you. And I have like immediate red flags when I hear a reader say that, because how does a reader know that the working that's being carried out is a doll? This is my curiosity. I'm not going to doubt the professionalism or the ability of the person. I'm just curious as to how you can tell that not only is it baneful magic, but it's specifically a doll via bone reading. And I will open that up to everyone else, like opinions needed, because bone readings can be very, very efficient. They can be very, very good, but they aren't necessarily going to give you like super duper specific, detailed readings like that, which is interesting to me. High Priestess, I'm going to assume, would be a Wiccan coven. I'd assume, given the name High Priestess, because while High Priestesses are found in non-Wiccan covens, they're more common in Wiccan covens. Interesting. I mean, general protection magic would be the way to go. Any kind of personal protection would be highly effective. You can do if you start noticing anything unusual and you do a reading and you notice that there's definitely some interference going on there, then you can do workings to counter the workings that are going on. Generally, personal protection is going to be really effective. Dolls are often much easier if someone has a tag lock of you. So it's interesting if whether you're aware that there's someone else involved that could have a tag lock from you, because otherwise if it's, I mean, okay, these are lots of personal questions and you don't have to like give me any answers. I'm just throwing things out there. Is there any reason why you would think that someone would be doing this in the first place, I suppose is the question, because most people are not going to go through the time and effort to make a doll and charge that doll and bless it in the name of someone to then do a working against that person if there isn't like really, really solid good reason to do that. And then for that to have then been picked up by someone completely separate from the situation, sure, it could have come through in other ways. It could have come through with like insight from guides or some kind of additional information. It's interesting. And I always do get a little bit worried. I've seen so many scammers. I think that's the problem, is that I end up just a little bit concerned. General protection workings should be pretty effective, and then if anything strange begins to happen, you can do counter workings in the areas of your life where you're noticing things happening. So if you're noticing that it's with work, you can implement it when it comes to work. If it is about love life, you can implement it when it comes to that, so that you are almost like playing a game of tennis. And in a way, you can also do some return to sender type workings, which are designed to take the energy, and mirror workings would work as well, similar principle. You take the energy that is being sent towards you and you direct it back at them again. Some people don't feel comfortable with that. So yeah, I would say then in this situation, you are looking at personal protections. You are looking at doing some home protection workings, probably is a good idea. A cleansing is going to be really, really useful. Ideally, I would recommend, if they've been in your home, I would recommend cleansing any mirrors, just to be safe. You never know. If someone is nasty enough to do this, it wouldn't surprise me. So just cleanse all of the mirrors, give them a clean, give them a bit of a cleanse with some incense smoke or whatnot. I have a video on locking mirrors, which could be useful if you do want to make sure that no observances are taking place. And then you can do a there's loads and loads and loads out there. So many different options depending on your circumstances. Return to sender style workings, or simply mirror style working. So these are not necessarily designed to send the working back to the person. They are designed to send the energy elsewhere. Essentially, it just ricochets it out. Because the danger with return to sender is that you can end up in a magical tennis match. You have the energy. No, you have the energy. No, you have the energy. Whereas if you are literally just deflecting out, eventually that energy is going to run out. They're either not going to have the time, not going to have the patience. They're going to see that you are not being affected by it in any way. So why would they keep doing something that's not effective? And you can protect yourself that way. So I'd say that's your best bet here. You can also make a puppet of yourself. Make a doll that represents you with your tag locks. Fill it full of nice, soft plushies, like all protective, you know, like cushiony material. Add a tag lock that represents you, a piece of hair, nail clippings, whatever it is. Stitch it up, bless it, charge it as you. And then I would place it somewhere really protective. So this might be, wrap it in loads of bubble wrap. Or it might be surrounded by a ring of nettles and thorns, you know, as a way of shielding that doll. Keep it in a shoebox, keep it in a safe space. That's going to be an extra level of protection as well. So there's lots of ways of going about it. You can do workings that are freezer style workings, binding. So you can do a binding working. I've got a spell on my channel that's a binding working that I found to be particularly effective. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be super effective for everyone, but I found it really effective, where you bind someone from causing harm to you. It's not going to last forever. It's temporary, usually up to about 3 months, but it's something that can work just to temporarily ease the situation. You can use a freezer style working, which is designed to stop someone's actions temporarily, and then you would take them out, thaw it out, see if they've changed. If they haven't, stick it back in again. You can combine the two together, so you can do a binding working, stick that binding in a freezer, and then you've got kind of like a double of that working. You can then do workings that are designed to banish someone from your life. Generally speaking, though, the kind of people that are willing to do this are the kind of people where they're going to move onto another target really easily when either you are not causing them problems anymore, or they have something better in their life to focus on. So in a way, if you don't want to do any kind of baneful workings, you can literally kill them with kindness, send something in their life that is better than whatever it is that they're coming after you for, and then they're going to be distracted by that and they will leave you alone. There's lots and lots of options going into this, and it's entirely going to depend on what you feel comfortable with. Some people will go straight to cursing, other people will want the kill them with kindness approach, some of them will just continue to deflect all of that energy. Genuinely though, probably the most annoying thing to people who do things like this is to just not be affected by it. So if you can do your protection workings, do your return to sender or your mirror workings, if anything, doing mirror workings is probably better, because if you do return to sender, then they're going to know that you've sent that energy back. Whereas if you just deflect that energy, they're going to have no idea that that energy isn't affecting you until they realize that energy is doing jack shit. So I do think though that puppets, having an extra puppet as well is going to be extra effective, and then try wherever possible to protect your space, to stop them from interfering anymore. If you want to make sure that they can't look in on what you're doing and how you're feeling, lock all of your mirrors. That way, if they have created some kind of link, you can protect yourself from that as well. So lots of options there. I'm hoping that something in that is going to be even remotely useful. So, after that, my voice is definitely going. So I think that will have to be the end of the live stream. It's been a very long live stream tonight. I want to thank you so much, everyone, for joining me tonight. Last little bit of housekeeping, I suppose. I know that I'm posting videos a little bit sporadically at the minute, and it's because I'm working on posting 2 videos a week. So Wednesdays are hopefully going to be witchy videos, Sundays are hopefully going to be spirity videos, but because of the live stream this week, there is going to be a main video on Sunday. It's going to be on low energy witchcraft. So if you want to check that out, that's going to be out on Sunday, hopefully, if it gets approved, hopefully. And then we've got Agatha all along video coming out next week, hopefully, maybe. And so yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for everyone who supports me, and genuinely it means so much that so many of you stick around for so long on the live streams. Like, it genuinely is so important to me. So thank you so much. I really enjoy doing the streams. I hope that you enjoy them. I will see you on Sunday, hopefully. And yeah, I hope you are all staying safe. I hope you have a marvelous magical day, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, bye. Oh, I can have a drink now. I might even make a hot chocolate. Oh, that'd be nice. A 1:13 a.m. hot chocolate. That's totally normal. Right, and end screen.